This is the official redo of episode 100. I want to thank you for tuning in. I want to thank all the listeners who've been with us since the get-go. If this is your first time listening, I want to thank you for tuning in today. I want to thank everyone that supported us, helped us, all the sponsors, all the Patreon subscribers, anyone who's liked or shared or subscribed to the show or left a comment. Thanks to all of you. Can't believe we got through 100 episodes of this. It's crazy. And I don't got much to say other than if you do like the show, please do all those things. Subscribe wherever you're listening to the podcast. Give it a like, give a thumbs up, or whatever the equivalent is for that app. Leave a comment or a review if you can, and share it with all your friends and anyone you think might be interested in this. And if you really want to go above and beyond and financially support the show, go to patreon.com/bigtruth, and there's 3 or 4 different levels there that you can go and actually financially support the show. They all come with their own benefits and exclusive stuff. We got a lot going to go on this year with that stuff. So check it out, patreon.com/bigtruth. And without further ado, let's jump right into it today. I don't know. You're just looking off into space with your little bottle of
buzzed already.
Buzz balls.
Yeah,
this is fucking delicious. Great. All right, yes. Once again, we have liftoff. I want to thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Big Truth Podcast. This is the episode 100 redo, the re-recording. What is it, like 3 weeks later?
No, it's gotta be longer than that.
A month
or so.
Yeah.
I think.
So we recorded this about a month ago, and if you follow us on social media, you probably saw there was a whole trail of shenanigans following the last episode 100, where the SD card had a crack in it and it started arcing out, and I tried multiple ways to recover the episode. It was a 4-hour M4 with I'll introduce it. We get the same cast of characters with us today, but just so background. So we tried to get that downloaded, didn't work. Big shout out and thanks to everybody involved. It turned into an international effort. One of the guys came over from Europe, was trying to help out and this and that.
He flew over from Europe.
No, he was here for he was here for one of the shows, and I forgot what show it was. We were at it, I think. I wasn't at it. Yeah, he was. I forgot who it was, but my mind's at fog right now. So anyway, but long story short, we had an international team of experts trying to download this thing and recover the data. We couldn't, so sorry about that. So we had to give some time, let some time go by, so we wouldn't try to recreate the episode. So this is
heal
the redo.
Our wounds.
Yeah, heal the wounds, lick the wounds, and fucking keep going. But so yeah, this is an M4. I'm here with to my left, Chris Pittman. Left across, Mark Unseen, and Joe Hawk directly across from me.
What's up?
We're broadcasting live from the third lift over at Chophead Custom Cycles as usual. Yeah, I don't know, man. What's going on?
Next year, we do this M4 punk rock bowling.
Punk rock bowling.
Right by the poolside.
Yes, Brian Packer couldn't be with us because he has to go work at Punk Rock Bowling.
Real talk.
We'll give him a call later. Yeah, man, the last episode was good. I don't remember all of it, but I remember we had a lot of past guests come on. We called a lot of people. I didn't tell anybody we were going to be calling them today. We might guerrilla call people later, depending on how drunk we get or how stupid we get or how bored we get. Just any of those things. But just, again, thanks to everybody that stuck with us for this first 100 episodes. This is actually technically 101, even though it's 100. Yeah, it's surprising to me that this thing's still going. So it's all gravy from here.
Have you done much talking about like how it was that you got started to doing this podcast and what you thought this was going to be when you started it versus after 100 episodes, what it eventually has become?
No. No. Literally, it started. I might have addressed some of that somewhere. I don't know.
I mean, did you just start it just because everybody was locked down? Or, no, you started it right before the lockdown, right?
Yeah. So basically, what had happened was podcasting was emerging and getting bigger. People had told me to do a podcast before, like Ian. Basically, Ian McFarland is kind of responsible for this.
Yeah.
Because Ian kept being like, dude, you should do a podcast. You should do a podcast. And I was like, I always thought a podcast, I thought of a podcast as one person sitting there like ranting for 2 hours. And I'm like, I can't do that. I don't get that in me to rant for 2 hours by myself. So then I started listening to more podcasts, and I heard like different ones, interview ones, and then things like Rogan and, all the stuff. But I started listening to a lot of the punk rock and hardcore ones. Because there'd be like guests I really wanted to hear on it. Like someone would have like Mike Judge or Pauly or from Sheer Terror or whatever. Yep. And you'd listen to them and they sounded like complete garbage. I was like, would you record this in a fucking wind tunnel? So I was like, you know what? Maybe I should do it. Because I can, I figured the background would be, punk rock, hardcore stuff, motorcycle stuff, and just weird shit, right? And so I was just like, no one's doing that. Like everyone specializes in one subgenre. Yeah. I was like, well, I don't care. We'll do whatever. And so just figured with a background in interviewing people with anthropology and stuff that it would go all right. And then the lockdowns happened, and it was cool. It was something to do every week, you know, and it was easy to get everyone too because no one was doing anything. So that's why, and I wasn't, so I could do it every week. Now that's why it's bi-weekly because it's running 3 businesses and then trying to get in touch with all our friends that are always crazy.
I mean, it's impressive that you made technically at this point it's 101 episodes because it seems like if you can do a podcast that lasts like a solid 12 episodes, like you have like a successful like show, even if it gasses out at 12. So for you to be doing this, is this like second year, third year?
I don't even know.
More than that, right? I mean, we're 3 years into this pandemic.
Yeah,
thing,
so it must be about 3 years, 2-3 years.
That's pretty
more
impressive.
than 3 years.
It's pretty impressive, man. And
I'll look it up. I can find out when the first one was. I don't know. Johannes was the first guest.
Yeah.
That was actually, it was during the pandemic because I remember that. Cause
I was number 11.
You were 11?
I was 11, and then we had just started talking about how I remember one of the things we were talking about. We're like, hey man, maybe this is gonna be a good thing. Like we're all gonna unify and. With all this, we're all gonna and then that. Yeah.
I didn't think I'd have to bring it out this fast.
Yeah. Episode 11, I was so hopeful for the future, and now
your smile and optimism is gone.
Yes, it is. Yeah. It's way gone.
That was just a smile of sarcasm and fucking whatever.
I'm just whatever's behind the smile is not good.
Yeah. What's the bumper sticker say? I'd rather be
building a. Whatever it is, bulldozer in Garnsby, Colorado.
Yeah.
That movie's that documentary is so fucking good,
great.
Man.
So. Yeah, we definitely, on the anniversary, we're going to have to do a Killdozer appreciation episode.
Oh, I want to get a Killdozer tattoo, man.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have Dan or Johannes come on and do them live.
Oh, that would be fucking great. How come, you should have a contest to see if there's anybody that would get like a Big Truth podcast tattoo.
No one's going to do that.
I bet somebody would do it.
Somebody would be fucking.
If you make the tattoo free, and they have to do something like, like this post, share it, and then we'll select one person at random.
They got to do something stupid. You got to have to win like a stupid prize.
Getting the tattoo is the stupid thing.
The fox.
You got to get the stupid fox.
Yeah, if you get the tattoo, you get the Joe's like to do it.
All right. So my father dug out this fucking rancid, fucking taxidermy fox that's fucking horrible out of his attic. I wasn't here when he brought it here to the shop. Yeah. I was running an errand or something, and Ryan was like, dude, your father came in laughing his ass off, and he just put that down and fucking left. So you can win this rancid fox. I'll take a picture of it and put it out there.
Yeah.
The first person that gets I don't care what you do. You don't have to get the logo or anything. Like what?
It's got to be
creative, artistic license.
It's got to be something that's an obvious reference to the Big Truth podcast.
And I would also venture to say you'll get a $50 gift card from Hijinks Apparel because he was sponsoring this episode with that. So you get a $50 gift card from Hijinks Apparel.
And an $8 grab bag.
And a fox.
Nips.
But you have to, if you're out of state, you have to pay for the shipping for that ugly fucking fox.
No, I'll pay for the shipping. For the shipping. If you get a tattoo of the podcast, I'll pay the shipping.
You're too good to your fans.
I'm too good. That's too good, right?
I hope nobody.
Should be the the ad for this episode is just the fox.
Yeah.
I hope nobody gets that tattoo because I want to buy that fox off you for the cat.
So the problem is like we're only 8 minutes in and we already got the contest out of the way.
Good.
I meant to do a contest too, and I didn't tell you, and everything must be in sync. So
Yes.
everything's good.
I've done enough of these.
Yeah. So the thing is too, because it's the 100th episode, we had to do a contest. So thank you, Chris and Joe, for coming up with a good contest here and rules and parameters. So whoever's is it is it going to be the first person to email us a picture of the tattoo or the best one? I don't think there's going to be more than one episode.
For argument's sake, let's pretend there's going to be two people that are stupid enough to.
There's not going to be two people.
Yeah, but let's just pretend. All right.
All right.
Whoever has the first tattoo, the better tattoo. We will do an M4 vote.
Okay.
And whoever has the better.
We'll put it out.
Big Truth Podcast tattoo.
Maybe I'll put it out to the Patreon subscribers and let them choose.
Let them decide.
The winner.
Let
that way it's
decide.
not on us, so no one can say we're playing favorites or anything.
Let the people choose.
This is the benefits of becoming a Patreon subscriber.
Yes.
You get to vote on dumb shit.
So that person will get the Fox and the $50 gift card.
And I'll throw in some other prize pack.
And then
I have a bunch of stuff from past sponsors and stuff I'll throw in there.
All right, cool.
Valuing at least $100 worth of crap.
All right, so you get to get horribly disfigured for the rest of your life. Oh, and hold it, you could toss in like a laser tattoo removal.
I will
the runner up gets laser tattoo removal.
I will do discounted.
Yeah.
I will do discounted.
Discounted.
Yeah.
But year after.
1 year after.
You have to sit around for a year with that stupid tattoo of whatever it may be.
So the problem is, right, like as we grow older,
yes,
I know less people that would do this stuff. 10 years ago, we would have had 30 people like tomorrow.
10 years ago, that Fox would be coming home.
With you. Johannes would be here like right now. We'd be texting him and he'd be here and you'd be getting a podcast tattooed. But so I don't care what you get as long as it is obviously the podcast reference and doesn't matter where you get it. I don't care where you get it. Or does it have to be a visible one?
No, it's got to be somewhat visible because I mean, if somebody's just gonna if somebody just gets it
on their butt,
on their thigh or something like that, like this is an advertisement.
Yes,
for the show. All right.
Extra points for like neck or hands.
Neck, hands, forearms, face.
You just shoe in.
I'll toss in $100.
Yeah. So if you get a Big Truth podcast on your face, you will get a rancid fox taxidermy. It's a big full size fox too.
And there's some landscape. He's on a log.
He's on driftwood.
Yeah.
You will get a $50 gift card from Hijinks Apparel. You will get $100 from Joe personally.
Yeah.
And you will get a prize pack from me. I'll throw a bunch of stuff, Chophead stuff, Big Truth podcast stuff.
So that's
past sponsor stuff. We still got stuff from like Pirates Press and Roger at Purchase Street Records and stuff. So.
What are you gonna toss in?
And Mark will send you one of his old CDs that he peddles on fucking Instagram.
You get. You know what you could give.
Sound of Rebellion 1 and 2.
If you do this before July 15th, all right.
It keeps getting more and more complex.
If you do this before
front row's ticket.
No. Before July 15th. You get to be put on the Unseen's guest list, and you get to hang out with the Unseen in the green room.
You get a backstage pass.
You get to sing one song with the Unseen.
You get to sing one song, and you get to share pizza with Mark himself in the back room.
I'll buy the pizza. I'll buy the pizza.
Your choice of toppings.
No, I'll just buy the pizza.
Okay, just buy the pizza. Okay. So that's a good contest.
Is that good with you, Mark?
Yeah, it's got a half-hour cap time limit, though.
You love your fans.
All right.
Oh, before I forget, speaking of that, so our show on July 15th, I wanted to let everybody know that
12 minutes in, first plug.
Right? Yeah.
I was kidding.
So I was talking to Brian from Death Before Dishonor today, and they have a new single coming out, 7-inch. It's going to be our show is going to be their record release show. It's
the Boston show there?
Yep. Yeah, and it's 2 songs, 7-inch. I've actually heard it. It's actually really good. It's an original, and then the B-side is Sonic Reducer by the Dead Boys.
Okay.
And it actually sounds awesome. He sent it to me first without vocals.
Brian does everything he can to escape like the beatdown rap. Like whenever they do a cover, it's like Coxpower or like Dead Boys. It's like, you know what I mean? Like,
but when I first heard the cover, I'm like, this kind of sounds familiar. I didn't know it was Sonic Reducer. I'm like, dude, this is a fucking awesome Oi song. Cause like the way they played
Wow,
it.
How
what
did
a-
they do it? They do it
What
Oi
a
tempo.
fucking poser, dude.
It was, I don't know, it was early. But anyways,
Wait, what's that?
I'm just like, it's just like,
I mean, it is a well-known riff.
You
Yeah.
should be able to fucking like know Sonic Reducer like right off the bat. when a song sings
yeah,
and you're
yeah,
like, this is a great voice song. It's like, what's this song? I've never heard this before, bro. It's Blitzkrieg Bop.
It was
by
just
the
like
fucking
it was just like
Ramones.
it was like just a riff. It wasn't like it was like halfway through the verse when I kicked on my phone, and I'm like, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like they're doing like an Oi song or something. And
So,
then,
so they did it at that time.
and then I heard like the lead. I'm like, oh, it's Sonic Reducer. And then he said it to me with vocals and stuff. But yeah, anyways, Death Before Dishonor has a new 7-inch coming out right around July 15th, and 2 songs.
And you'll get a if you get a Big Truth podcast tattoo, we'll probably
You get a new Death Before Dishonor 7-inch.
We'll get you a maybe a test press. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see how much Brian wants to appreciate this plug on his
Right.
on the show.
I'll text him and ask.
Yeah, well, let's text. Let's call him. Actually, let's call. Brian.
yeah, do it. He might
He's going to be
answer.
our first. He's going to be our first gorilla call.
We're gonna gorilla call Brian.
Yeah, I'm going to call him. Hold on 1 second.
Their 7-inch is called Master of None, by the way.
So these are gorilla calls. We don't know if people will pick up or not.
He said he was going to like a work party with his wife or something, but he might answer.
Perfect.
All right, let's do it. Let's see if he picks up.
Make
All
sure,
right, hold on.
make sure it doesn't go to his voicemail and tell his phone number on the voicemail.
No, if it does, I'll hang up. Wait, I want to pair this. I gotta pair my phone. Hold on 1 second.
Such a good Oi riff.
Yeah, it's such a good Oi riff.
Yeah.
Are the Dead Boys like playing again now or some shit like that? I saw like
They toured, I believe. Yeah.
toured?
Yeah.
has anyone heard of that's?
I think so. I think.
Good.
Yeah, they have played. I think they've played a few times.
Yeah. I don't know. You really have to ask yourself at what point can it not be serious or worthwhile? Can a punk band continue to play for 100 years?
Here we go. Let's see. No, keep talking. The phone's just ringing in the background.
I don't know. There's a shelf life to fucking everything.
I think that a lot of these classic bands, we're beyond that now, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It really tempers my enthusiasm for seeing any of these bands that started between 1977 and 1982. Not telling anyone what to do, of course, here, but it's just like I remember seeing some of those bands in the late 90s, and they were old
Please
then.
leave your message.
Yeah.
Right. Wah, wah.
Not you, right? Brian didn't pick up. He's probably at his work party. So
I don't know if there's any bands from that era that would actually get me out the door to see anything. I mean,
I would check out some of those bands. I would, if Verukers came around or
Yeah.
GBH, these classic bands. I saw Exploited last year. They were really fun. That was
Yeah.
fun.
dude, Waddy keeps performing. He's had like how many heart attacks on
Literally,
stage?
like 2,
He's
I
still
think.
going, dude. Like
I think
just
even
saw
his brother
footage.
stopped playing. He's like, I can't play with you anymore, dude. That's
Yeah.
over. Yeah.
I saw footage of what they played at Punk Rock Bowling, right? Like there was some footage I just saw of them, like that was filmed yesterday, and it was
Probably. I think they're playing punk rock bowling. Yeah,
That
they're
was-
still good. Verukers are still great.
Yeah.
I'm actually playing with them in September.
I haven't seen them.
I'm very jealous of that.
I saw Discharge with the singer Veruca singing for Discharge.
That was
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah,
that
that was awesome.
absolutely awesome.
He did
Yeah.
a good job,
But
man.
then
He
more
killed it.
recently, I saw Discharge again with their new singer, and like no disrespect to that guy or the band, but it didn't
hit.
didn't catch me the same way.
Yeah, but he did a fucking great job.
Yeah, no, he did an awesome job. I saw that.
I think that guy's just an awesome frontman, Rat. Anyway, he's kind of an inspiration to me as a singer in a band.
Yeah, man. Fucking Brian, dude. Crossed off the Christmas list. I'm just kidding. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think a lot of people, dude, I don't pick up my phone ever. Like, so it's going to be funny just to see.
I do. I'm just so desperate for you.
He probably knew though because I told him I was coming tonight. Like,
Yeah, he's like,
I'm like, oh, dude, I can't deal with this right
I
now.
can't deal with this right now. Yeah. He's like, Truth has never called me. Like what? Like I text, with text, but he's never called me. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, but yeah, dude. And speaking of that, like Black Flag keeps insisting on touring. It's like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they coming around.
They just came around.
They just came around.
They did, yeah.
Didn't
I
they
had
play
to
the
go.
Middle East like a couple
they
weeks
did.
ago?
I didn't go to the Middle East. I saw him in New Bedford last year or whatever, and I was
I didn't go to any of those shows. You know, when I was a kid, if you had told me Black Flag was coming around, I would have cut my arm off.
Yeah, exactly.
But now you couldn't drag me to something like that.
I would call in a noise complaint if it was like
Totally.
What I did do though, what I did appreciate seeing was years ago when they did the Free the West Memphis 3 show.
That was fucking great.
And Keith Morris came out and sang the first half, and then Henry Rollins sang the second half. They did a split set. That was fucking great because it was all kinds of old members from Black Flag. This Greg Ginn fucking money grab one sucks.
I think it's cool sometimes when some of these bands do like a one-off, and for a fest or whatever. But I don't know. You see these people touring. So many bands, it's just the singer or it's just the guitarist or whatever. Sometimes it's just the drummer, and oftentimes everyone else in the band are young guys from other bands. They're not like, you know, you're not getting any of what it was to see this band in the past,
and
it's
for
just so fake.
Yeah. And not for nothing, Black Flag had so many fucking members. If you can't get one other dude or one other girl, because you can't get Kira to come with you, or you know, then there's something wrong, right?
Well,
They can't even get Dale Nixon.
They put out that fucking record where the cover looks like the Airheads rapper or whatever, Warheads rather. That's the worst album cover I have ever seen. It's such a joke. It's called What the F. You've got to see this fucking cover. This is one of the most iconic, legendary bands of all time. They could have chosen anything. They could have contacted the most renowned artists in the world. I mean, think about the old Black Flag art.
Is Ray Pettibon still alive? They could have had him do another one. How great would that have been?
Their art is an iconic part of that band, and this is their fucking record cover.
He did all the
We're going to do a visceral
Finish
react.
drinking your drink, and then just the announcement.
It's like a parody.
That came out like 10 years ago or something. I remember that being like, what the fuck?
I was like, is this fucking
serious?
South Park? This is their real record cover, dude.
This looks like something that would be in like Claire's at the mall.
Like literally, it would have been way better if they just had that top and bottom script and just the green background.
Yeah.
Right.
Acceptable. Yeah.
Like
Not bad. Wasn't that with, what's his name? Ron. That album, Ron
what
Reeves, is that his
iteration?
name?
Ron Reeves. Yeah.
He was like,
hold on, let's see. Let me see. Right here.
he was like the first or second singer, right?
Yeah, Ron's the singer. On
Oh,
this.
wait. Brian called us back. Wait, let's call him. He called back. I had my thing off. Now we're playing phone tag.
Hello?
We are calling because we are promoting live on the podcast a 7-inch by a band called Death Before Dishonor. We just wanted to see if we could get some commentary, please.
You're out of your mind.
Mark promoted your 7-inch 12 minutes into the
As
podcast.
he should. I have to promote his 30-year anniversary.
I know. This is episode 100, but the redo. We just was giving you a call to check in. Why don't you talk a little bit about the 7-inch or whatever you guys got going on there?
So we came back from Europe with from a very special tour with very special people in February. A band called Slapshot, ourselves, Risk, and International American War Machine. So we got
International Incident War Machine.
Allegedly, don't ask us. So there was a bunch of momentum. We had some songs in the can, so we decided to record a 7-inch before we go back to Europe for festivals. So yeah, we recorded a new song and a cover song for this said 7-inch.
Yeah, what's the release date? And where can people find it?
I've been asking. No, so I know that it will be out by the Unseen, the punk rock band from Boston called The Unseen. You might have heard of them.
Might have heard of
Has been on Warped Tour and elsewhere, but not that often anymore. I know it'll be out by then. I don't know the exact release date. It should be announced on Tuesday. I don't know when this international podcast is going to air, but it should be out on then. It should be out by then. But sometimes end of June, early July.
All right.
On the Bridge 9 record.
Nice. Cool. And we had thrown in a test press of that to the first person that gets a Big Truth podcast tattoo on their face. Is that all right?
100%. 100%. Yeah. I'll fucking make them up.
It'll
Peel
be
the sticker off.
Well, fuck yeah. What are you doing right now? You at a party?
I'm out with my wife at a event, an adult event, I guess we would call it. Not a punk rock event. How's everything in that side of Massachusetts? Everything good?
We're holding it down. It's me, Mark, Joe Hawk, and Chris Pittman.
Nice.
And you.
Yeah,
And you.
Mark was like, "Oh, you should come down." I was like, "Oh, cool. Tell me 20 minutes before a 45-minute ride."
It's punk rock.
But yeah, so we have a new 7-inch that should be announced on Tuesday. I don't know when this podcast is going to be out, and then
Like next
we're playing.
week.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then fortunately, I paid enough money to get on the Unseen 30th anniversary show.
I appreciate that.
Pay to play.
was a
Pay to
I
play.
appreciate all the tickets that
Yeah.
you pre-sold.
Yeah, we sold them all. So if anybody needs tickets, I don't have them because we just.
I got like another stack at my house. If you want, I'll meet up with you this week. Just like 30 more.
Nah, I'm trying to cut down. But yeah, that's what's going on. And hey, while you got me here, I appreciate the American War Machine phenomenon that happened in Europe. It was amazing.
We had a good time, man. That was. We probably should still do a tour recap podcast before we forget everything because that was a good one. It was a good time.
It was a good one. We absolutely should. It was a good time.
18 dudes on one bus for like 3 weeks. It's fucking
Yeah.
great. And every whether it was 2 a.m. or 6 a.m, it was me, Brian, and Craig down in the lounge, not being able to sleep.
Whether we're either trying to sleep downstairs or partying, it was all happening downstairs.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, fuck yeah, we'll let you get back to your adult event. And
Well, I appreciate you checking on us, little folk. Enjoy the rest of your podcast, and we should definitely do a catch up soon. And what is it? July 15th, the return of the almighty punk rock Boston legends Unseen at the Middle East, right?
that's right.
Oi, oi.
Mark mentioned this show, but he promoted your 7-inch. So, whatever you paid him, it was money well
we don't-
invested.
Allegedly. We don't want to talk about it. Don't worry about it.
All right. Fuck yeah,
I
man.
got
All right. Have a good
All right,
night, bro.
later. All right. So that worked out. All right. One down. It's going to be jam-packed with special appearances.
You know what we should do? We should. Then they're probably not going to pick up the phone, even if we could find their phone number. But we should actually call like the punk rock museum and like ask them a bunch of stupid questions.
Let's do it. All right.
get banned.
Let's talk about the Punk Rock Museum first, because I know we had a good.
That's like that. What's
I think
going
we had a
on this-
lengthy conversation before you were even here, Chris.
all that stuff like between
See
the
if
punk
we
rock
can
bowling,
find the phone number.
between the punk rock bowling and the punk rock museum, like that's just stewing in my mind. I'm like, there's so much gold that we could talk about.
And we're going to be checking in with Ryan Packer later, and we're going to
Yeah.
get a live update about what's
All right.
the going on at Punk Rock Bowling.
Yes.
And yeah,
We should also bring up what the lineup is for punk rock bowling, also, because I don't even know who's playing that.
Mark, you must have played punk rock bowling at some point.
Yep, I have.
Yeah.
The thing with punk rock bowling is it's part of it is like a huge outdoor festival, which is kind of similar to like a Warped Tour, like main like stages set up at the end of a parking lot. But then they also do nightly club shows, which is like playing like the Middle East downstairs, like that type of vibe. And we've done it a few times, but we've always done the club shows. I'm like, I have no interest of playing on a huge stage outside in front of 10,000 people in like 100-degree weather. I'd rather play like the 500 capacity room.
this is a credibility grab right here.
Yeah,
This is a
Gotta keep it
credibility
real.
grab.
What I want to know is,
Corporate event.
what I want to know is how many
Sponsored by Monster. I want to keep it real.
how many times has Aaron Mikovich interviewed you?
Who's that?
No, never.
Never.
No.
Who's that?
I did sleep over a house once though.
Oh, did you? Did anything happen?
Not much.
Not much.
It was a long time ago.
That's that like she does some sort of like YouTube show called like I don't know, like the last rock and roll shit or something. I don't know. Like she's like a somewhat attractive looking chick who's completely stupid. She has like Liberty spiked charged hair, and she just interviews like punk bands. Like, are you showing a picture of her?
No, I know who you're talking
who you're
about.
Yeah, I know. You do.
I know well.
Okay.
tag the main caption.
Does it really say never mind the bollocks? Does it really? I didn't see the rest because it was blocked off.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Never mind the bollocks. Here's the Punk Rock Museum.
Man, that's genius. And anyhow, this chick, she interviews bands at like events like Punk Rock Bowl, and she's just dumb as the day is long, and she just
that's not the girl that talks about punk rock stuff but gets all the facts wrong, like kind of on purpose?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
No, they're
Well,
not on purpose.
No.
She's just dumb.
There's one where I really think it's on purpose. It's fucking hysterical.
I mean, I'll show you a picture of who.
I mean, look,
You know,
ultimately,
I think it's the dude from Bad Religion's kid that wasn't the dude from Circle Jerks and
No, it's not the same person.
all right. There's another one where she like talks about like she'll talk about Black Flag or Misfits and just say the total wrong stuff on
we
purpose.
shouldn't even like give this person the
I know.
attention that
Okay.
they're getting
All
on
right,
this
all right,
episode.
yeah.
I mean, ultimately, the idea of punk has become this huge thing,
Yes.
and it can mean multiple things to multiple people. There is a concept of
No,
what it is.
no, can't, man. It's got to be way more elitist.
Well, I, for my part, have tried to be the most elitist man on earth for many years, and ultimately feel like that failed because you just can't fight social media. You can't fight the future. There's no like collective will to keep anything underground or exclusive. Everybody wants shit to be on Instagram and stuff the moment that it happens, and so it's going to be what it's going to be. And you can have people out there who are trying to live outside the system and stuff, and that's great. Oh man, Mark is showing me some really horrific, cringy advertising for this punk rock museum.
Punk Rock Museum. What's the Krusty package?
The Krusty packages, you walk through the door and then they like shower you with beer and then coat you with flour so you look like you've been antiqued. I mean, what the hell?
It's sold out anyway.
It's sold out. It was $100.
$100.
Look,
so we were talking about that earlier. Like, how much is it to get in there, and how many people are walking through that door this weekend?
So if me, Truth, and Mark start a band called the Krusty Package, can we do a split with Who Killed Spikey?
No. Nope.
The crusty package. It's just like some like crust punk's balls, and it's like the album cover.
Yeah. It's the crotch of,
It's like the Motley
crust
Crue album
pants.
cover.
Yeah. But it's got stink lines and flies.
And you see the bottom of like the discharge logo, like at the bottom of the shirt.
The flap, like
Yeah,
the
the
butt flap on the
Let's
front.
do it. Look, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. Where's Packer? He'd be in.
You know, the thing about...
Like he'll be in the band. He's the crusty packer.
The Krusty Packer.
We all have like bad like crust names.
I don't even agree with the way that the word
Dirty
crusty was
Joe or
spelled in that thing that you showed me with an IE.
It's not right.
It should be
It's
a Y.
It's a
Yeah,
Y. It should be a
absolutely.
Y, definitely.
Yeah. Never mind the bollocks. Here's the Big Truth podcast.
So
Oh, imagine that.
Stupid.
Imagine...
I'm doing that. That's gonna be the art for episode 100.
Imagine, the you have like a new logo now, and then it's just the Sex Pistols, like ransom note lettering,
It's so stupid.
redone to say Big Truth Podcast.
so
I mean, all of
stupid.
this stuff has become so meaningless.
It's so dumb.
So let's see. So Saturday today, Bad Religion's playing. I know Packer's real happy about that.
I wonder if they're playing any of the Christmas songs.
That's Packer's favorite album. He was telling me about it earlier.
Did we talk about the Christmas album with you?
No,
Do you know this is a real thing?
I'm not at all surprised to hear
The
it.
Bad Religion Christmas album is a real
I
thing. A full
do
album.
not like Bad Religion. I'm not surprised they did a Christmas album. I never felt that Bad Religion was even really adjacent to what I was interested in or trying to do.
Still to this day, I've never met a Bad Religion fan, with the exception of Packer.
I can say in full honesty, to the best of my knowledge, I have never heard Bad Religion.
That's good.
Isn't that good?
Keep that run up.
I'm
There's a dude-
trying.
There's a great thing on YouTube or somewhere where the dude does like every Bad Religion song.
Oh, I saw that. That was.
He also does every Rancid song, and he does like a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And they're great because did you see that?
No.
Yeah. I forgot. I'll find it and send it to you. But it's just like it's fucking hysterical.
So
Part of my elitist program with regard to punk is not liking Bad Religion.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
they're just a T-shirt band. They just have that one logo.
I bet in 1982 or whatever, that logo was fucking really great at getting into fights and other things that people want to be doing.
absolutely.
You know, but unfortunately for us, it's 2023 or whatever it is, and that is about the most basic bitch milquetoast statement that you can possibly try to make. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if Bad Religion came out with a T-shirt with the no sign over other religion symbols. Now you're talking.
Now you're talking.
As a teenager, my friend was like, let's start a band called like Worse Religion and like put like, something else on it. And it's like, It's offensive, which is what they were going for.
Well,
originally.
that's just it. I mean, there was value in that
yeah,
you were
1980,
rebelling against a majority that was Christian dominated in a society where Christianity was being pushed on people in schools and stuff. And for not complaining about this reality, but I guess fortunately for everyone, that has changed at least to an extent, at least where we live, certainly.
Yeah.
But the things that used to be provocative and edgy aren't anymore.
No,
that's kind
no.
of the. That's
There's
and meanwhile,
There's
in
no
punk,
recourse to attacking
Nothing's
Christianity anymore. Yeah.
Meanwhile, in punk, there is no advantage to be gained from trying to be edgy or provocative in like a real way. You'd get shunned immediately, for any expressing anything that's outside of like majority accepted moral views.
It's just like anything, man. Like the left that's supposed to be progressive, like they're the most fucking fascist motherfuckers around now. In punk rock,
the most punk
people
rock
that
thing
were
now?
supposed to be so accepting of all things are the most fascist motherfuckers
I think there is an extreme left out there, and some of those people are in
Yeah.
punk that is like fighting for traditionally left wing things that I certainly also agree with.
Sure,
But then
sure.
you've got this sort of more mainstream people who might kind of present themselves as being leftist that in the grand scheme of things might even be right wing or center right, at best. I mean.
Yeah, it's a wacky world out there. And that's why I'm going to drink a Buzzball provided by Joe Hawk.
They're delicious.
Thanks for bringing those Buzzballs. I had never had one before today.
Which one did you?
I drank the cranberry one, Cran Blaster, which is great.
Yeah, the woman at the package store, she said that was her favorite.
Interesting.
I'm about to have a oh shit.
So for people who don't know
Chocolate chiller.
I always thought a Buzzball was a Jello shot, and I don't know why I ever thought that. I mean, it's just the color of it.
That sounds
Good.
You guys know about this thing that college students are doing now, the Borg, the blackout rage gallon? You guys know about this?
Shit, sorry. I spilled Buzzball all over the
And
pads.
just like that, the show gets deleted. No, so what is
It was a glitch.
It
It was
is
a
a
glitch.
mixture of like, it's like energy drinks, a tremendous amount of booze. There's like Pedialyte or like some weird like medicinal type stuff in there. And so the idea is you're getting hydrated. You're getting a tremendous amount of alcohol. You're getting the energy drink boost. And the idea is that you're supposed to like black out and rage, hence the name. And then the next day you don't like have a hangover, whatever, supposedly, but like people are dying.
new contest?
So also I'm trying to pick a hole in this. Like I'm like,
Well, here's
this
the
all
thing.
sounds great.
Aren't you
Other than the death.
basically doing the same thing right now?
I'm basically doing that now. I've had 2 Tito's and Celsiuses.
Yeah.
And I'm on a Buzzball right now, and Mark brought in this Mountain Dew energy drink, which is got to be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I'm waiting to get to that. So I'm basically doing it. I call that an even Steven when you do that, and then you do vodka and Gatorade after you do vodka and energy drinks, because then you get hydrated.
I'm just pissed because when I was a kid, there was no blackout rage gallon to be drinking, and I feel
It's
like
called Thunderbird.
Well, I was drinking like
Mad Dog 2020.
and I say a kid, right? I mean like my early 20s here. I was drinking like the Brass Monkey, the 40 with and
orange
it's
juice.
just like, where was this scientific attitude towards like blacking out, but in a way that also keeps you alive past the point where maybe you would die?
Well, we didn't have the internet, man.
We didn't have the internet.
That's one of the main things, right?
Yeah. So the internet has done us, evil as well as good. The duality
I mean,
of
if
man.
you think about like all those like weird, I mean, not even like drinking challenges, but just like weird challenges. Like it was like within the last 5 years, like the Tide Pod.
These kids and their Tide Pods.
None of us. I mean, not that Tide Pods existed when we were kids, but none of us. Well, maybe you and your friends would have thought of
Crusty Package is totally against Tide Pods.
But I mean, we wouldn't think about that as like doing that.
I don't know. I did
mean,
some insane shit
Yeah, I
that
know,
was
but,
nonsense. You know what I mean? The difference is that no one was filming it. We were just living in the moment.
Yes.
You didn't eat the Tide Pod for social media credibility. You ate the Tide Pod because you were insane.
Yes.
And it was a better time.
New contest.
Listen,
Whoever eats.
Punk Rock Museum. What unseen memorabilia is going to be in the museum?
There's none there.
Not yet.
No, they actually asked a while ago. This was like years ago. I had no idea what it even was. I was like, wait, what is this? I didn't know it was going to be like an actual big thing. Like, I don't know. But yeah, they asked and I just never sent anything.
How much the forgotten material? Forgotten.
That was a good story.
That was a great story. You should tell that story.
All right. I'll tell the story.
That's a great story.
So this was probably 15, 20 years ago. We were on tour with The Forgotten. And halfway through the tour, they're like, we got to tell them the story. And I'm like, what story? They're like, all right, so check this out. They're like, we were out in San Francisco area. They were like playing, and they ran into Fat Mike. I think it's. They ran into Fat Mike, and he ended up taking him like out to eat, got him shit faced, took him to strip club, spent a bunch of money on him, and then like they're talking, and he's like, yeah, so I was wondering that, like, want to talk to you guys. Like the guys at the label have been talking, we'd be interested in signing you guys. And then they're like, oh, really? Like, they sign us? And then like it came out, he thought they were the Unseen.
Wow.
So like, they're like, we like kind of kept it going for a little bit because we were getting all this free shit out of it. And then, it's a good story though.
Yeah.
That's crazy. There's a weird aspect of sort of consumerism that affects all of our lives and everything around us, and it definitely affects punk and how we view it. Like, if you look, like, you can make your music free and people will still buy the record as a collectible object, which I understand that, but that is like a materialist consumerist thing. And so of course there's different lengths to which people will take that. And I've seen a lot of people that I respect who are like really into objects related to punk, whether it's record collecting, whether it's collecting flyers or collecting original artwork or unique items or stuff related to bands or people. And when I was in my first band in high school, I kept every flyer, every set list. I made little notes about the show and everything.
Yeah, I still have stuff like that. Like I have like so many old flyers and stuff.
But like my band that I'm in now, I don't even have really any of the records, or like I fucking didn't keep any of that shit, and the old T-shirts and stuff. I gave all that shit away because a lot of this stuff is kind of just made to be like in the moment. It's of its time. It's made to be thrown away. It's not meant to become some kind of historical collectible, like an original copy of the Declaration of Independence or something,
It kind of seems like to me, like the whole idea of like, and this even goes into like documentaries, like hardcore documentaries, punk rock documentaries. Like it seems like in my mind, especially with like a museum, you don't really start documenting stuff or like making a museum until that thing is completely dead. And so in my mind, it's just kind of like the idea of like a punk rock museum. Like, it means everything at this point on is just.
Are you saying? Is
dead.
Joe saying on the Big Tree podcast that punk rock is dead?
I am saying punk rock. Well, at least for me, it is.
That's official, folks.
He seems to be alive now, though. It's got a huge resurgence.
Never mind the bollocks. Here's Joe Hawk.
Cha-ching. I don't know. I mean, it's like. The idea of going to like a museum and like seeing stuff, like there's certain things that are kind of cool, but like, I don't know, I'd rather just see like some dude like Roger, like on YouTube. Well, I mean, he did it on like the AF documentary, just like opening up like a trunk in his garage and be like, here's a bunch of old flyers, here's the original T-shirts. Like the idea of going to like a museum to like see stuff. I mean, there's stuff in that museum I'm sure I would fucking love to see also, but I mean,
like a petrified turd.
But you don't want to pay $100 for the crusty package, is what you're saying.
like,
You're not going to pay the.
I mean, we have mutual friends who are like promoting this thing. You know what I mean? There's people that I respect who are involved in this thing. To me, I like museums. I go to museums to learn something, to be inspired, to find meaning, and I've actually had, this is like a misunderstanding that some people have had about me, where I will talk about like punk or whatever and my ideas about it, but I'm talking about my ideas about it now. I could really fucking care less about trying to chronicle the annals of this thing and be the guy who knows all the names of all the people in all these bands or gets every reference. Like this was never meant to be that.
I don't know. I just always liked the culty aspects of all this stuff, like secret society stuff. And it's like,
that was the cool part. You had to seek it out.
And that hasn't been like that for like fucking 20 plus years.
Those days are truly over.
Yeah, that's all, but I mean, the idea
but that's why we all have a different appreciation of it. But at the end of the day, right, I'm going to be devil's advocate here. And I'm not saying I'm for this museum. But I'm saying if you get some fucking Hot Topic kid to go in there and see some shit about history that they didn't know.
Even the Hot Topic thing is from the past.
All right, well, whatever the news thing is, whatever the news.
Malls don't even exist anymore.
But if you get some fucking whatever kid to go in there and see some old shit that they might not have known about and understand the history, maybe it's not a bad thing. But I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just saying, like, that's the only benefit I can see of it.
Well, there is a distinction to be made. There's like two different ways that you can look at it. You can be like, I'm a punk, and that means whatever you think it means, where you don't take shit from anyone, or you say fuck you to cops or whatever. And then there is like this punk music superfan thing, which is a legitimate category of like musical fandom or whatever, which I do not. So yeah, I don't put myself in, but. I mean, there are people who just think that punk music is cool, and they're just a super fan of punk music, and people in punk bands are their idols, and they would love to see a T-shirt that was worn by whatever dude, which...
I mean, there's still stuff like, I mean, take for example, like, this has only been recently, like, my sister's boyfriend, he has like a 15-year-old daughter, and like out of nowhere, like she was over at my house for like Easter or something like that, and she came down to like to where my movie collection is. And she just started like, she's like, oh, you have a bunch of John Waters movies. And it's like a 15-year-old girl. And I'm like, what do you know about John Waters movies? And then we started talking about music. And I'm like, what do you listen to for music? And she's like, oh, I'm really into like The Damned. And she started like naming like later Damned albums. And she's like,
so this kid could be from like 1989. Never mind.
And then she just starts like naming like all these like goth punk bands that she's like checking out, like good stuff, like stuff that it's like, you would not expect like a 15-year-old girl to like be listening to nowadays. And I'm like, man, you're really like digging deep on like some like cool shit. And like, so I started sending her like recommendations for like, oh, you should check this out. You should check that out. She's like into like I sent her like the new wave, like Blitz albums. I'm like, cause she's like kind of into like the new wavy, like electronic stuff. And it's like, wow, it's like, I don't expect anybody of your generation to be listening to stuff. So it's like, that was cool. But I mean, I don't see too many.
Well, on the one hand, that's definitely cool.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, I think it's kind of sad in a way because think about when we were 15.
Yeah.
I was listening to music that to me was old, and it had been recorded 15 years prior.
If that, if music was old 5 years prior.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whereas now, a lot of young people are listening to music that's like, what, 50 years old now or something?
Yeah.
I haven't done the math here. But
I mean,
think about it. Think about, imagine if us in the 90s were trying to ape some kind of subculture from 1953 where we were dressing as greasers or doo-wop people.
That was happening.
I guess it was.
Yeah.
But
No,
it wasn't all punk rock.
But what I was getting at, like, it's interesting to me that, like, I think nowadays, like, kids have like such a short attention span that it's like, I mean, there's kids who are like hardcore kids who don't even know who Negative Approach is, probably. You know what I mean? So it's like for like a 15-year-old kid to be like listening to stuff from like
but we talked
1977.
About this before. I get
it's like I'm like wow, it's like actually here's like a kid, probably one of few that's like into like the history of shit, and it's like I don't think kids really respect any history.
I don't know.
But kids have it a little tougher in that aspect, right? Because like I got in this 85, 86 when I was a kid.
Yeah.
There was only a few years ahead of me that I had to find out about.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But if you're a kid into it now, there's
Nervous
fucking 40
Breakdown
years.
wasn't that old.
There's 40 years of shit. So,
But I'm just saying most
I don't
kids are
expect
not
it.
going to go further
Or-
back 5 years.
You know what?
I miss the days when you couldn't find out about that shit.
Yeah.
That was the best. You know, the first time I listened to the Black Flag CD, Everything Went Black. That's like the compilation of their earlier material, and then the last track is like. It's a compilation of ads on the radio for their shows.
I remember you mentioning
I
this.
didn't know if those were upcoming shows. I had no way to know what year those things were recorded because I didn't even have the CD. I had a dubbed cassette of the fucking record or whatever, you know.
you were like showing up at these venues. Like
Yeah, right.
I gotta get to the Fillmore.
I didn't even know what city or state or anything. I had no way of knowing when this music was recorded, if this band was still around. I got a sense that this band was something from the past because from my perception at that time in 1994 or whatever, punk was kind of something from the distant past, meaning 10 years before.
Sure.
You know? So...
But now it's easy. You can just go to the Punk Rock Museum. You can go to
Just go punk rock.
You can go
sign up for the Krusty package. You get in there. You
tonight.
get out.
You can go see Me First in the Gimme Gimmes. You know.
I
Fear,
could
Channel
probably
3.
list 10,000 things that I would rather see a museum of than a punk rock museum, including like a weird taxidermy museum. Like just like
got one
looking
going back
around
there.
a motorcycle museum.
Yeah.
You know, like it's all of these other cultural things that to me would be something cool to learn about. The idea of like learning about, I don't know, whatever, like what people wore in 1980 or like lineups of gigs. Like,
Yeah. I know. I get it. I get it. It's a weird thing. That's fucking whatever.
Let's see. Adolescents are playing tonight. Fishbone.
You know what I was surprised at, and I'm not, whatever.
Yeah.
Like I'm not slamming anybody, whatever. It's like, it was like the big bands were like Bad Religion, blah blah blah. Then it's like the Interrupters, and then there's like bands after them, like 5 bands later, like GBH and shit. I'm like, I don't know if the Interrupters should be playing ahead of GBH. You know what I'm saying? Or the Exploited or whatever. But that's just my.
Well, some of them.
I like those people. Like we played some shows with when I was doing stuff with Bricktop. We played with the Interrupters. They're good people. But I would say it to them. I'm like, yeah, you shouldn't be headlining over GBH.
So GBH is playing tomorrow night.
Oh, is that what it is?
And
Okay.
it's Rancid, The Damned, Face to Face, blah 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 blah, Agrolites, Noise,
Face to face is big. Yeah. That's
Playboy Man Baby, who I have no idea who that is.
I got
heard
on
of that.
That's
Rough
what when I got
Kids,
when I got
and then
banned
it's
from.
GBH, Casualties, Antiheroes, Sloppy Seconds, and some other bands.
Anti-Heroes coming back was kind of surprising.
They're coming back to Boston. Yeah.
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 Ryan
Is it-
Packer production.
Is it like their real lineup, do you know, or is it
I doubt it. ITI played with
Mark Noah playing, or is it like a different
It's
singer?
funny.
You would have liked this show. It was ITI, Forced Reality, and the Anti-Heroes
That's a good show.
in 1988, 89 at Ground Zero in Boston. That was a good show.
That was a
Because we were the odd man out on that one. It was like,
You got a flyer for that?
no.
And if the show only exists in your memory.
No. You know who brought it up? A dude from Forced Reality was talking about it. And then I was like, oh, shit, I remember that.
That's a good show.
Fucking, but yeah, man, I don't know.
Something that I found staggering about punk rock bowling years ago was that at a club show, they had One Way System play before a Global Threat, which is
That's crazy.
it's
yeah.
crazy to me. And talking to people, it's like, okay, well, there's more people going to the show to see a Global Threat than to see One Way System, which, I mean, I guess that's probably true. I mean, maybe at this point, a Global Threat maybe put out more music in, their era than One Way System put out when they were good, but regardless, it's just crazy to have what I would perceive as a newer band, meaning a band from 25 years ago, playing after
A band that
a
came out 40
classic
years
band.
ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really. A band that must have been, on some level, I would think, an inspiration to
Oh yeah, they're great.
the
Those records are
wave.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, that was a global threat. So, yeah, it's just really, really weird how time goes on. I mean, it's weird that bands like One Way System and Special Duties and all these other bands are still playing, and these dudes are just super old. And I get it. I guess it's cool that they're still doing it, but. Man, what a fucking bizarre world we live in.
Yeah. And it's weird, right? Because are people still doing it because they're just diehard and they still fucking want to do it?
Well, I mean, it's probably
I
also has
think
to do
that-
with they've sunk
me,
their
that's
entire-
commendable.
Like, I mean, when you start these bands, probably when you're like a teenager,
Yeah.
and then like you run through these bands through your teenage years, like you're probably putting your full energy into these bands, living day to day. Like if you're like a touring band or not, like you're through your 20s, like you come to that crossroads where it's like you're in this band forever, or like you're gonna try to get some sort of like trade skill or something like that, and then you find yourself in your 40s and you're like, I've been doing this band for all my life, and
I mean,
like,
I'm
and
kind of
like,
a prime example of
what's
it.
my option? Like,
Well, a lot of these
like ship packages at UPS, like which is probably a pretty good job at this point.
So many of these bands broke up after 1984 or whatever, when
Yeah.
punk waned in popularity, and got back together again 20 years ago or whatever.
I mean, you have those bands that like, and then you have those bands that only exist for, you might have been on like the ground floor of like a scene or something like that, and of starting something in your city, and you're around for 3 or 4 years, and then you kind of shit on your legacy, you disappear for 20 years, and then you see your contemporaries are starting to write books and do documentaries. Then before you know it, you're selling like SSD, like face masks online. And
Face mask. It'd be cool if it was a face mask. They're selling dad hats, like fishing hats.
Bass masks.
Oh man, you guys are killing me with this.
And you're obviously like repressing your records because like, you haven't worked at like General Electric for 30 years because you're faking a back injury and like, I don't know, your wife is obviously like some sort of crazy teacher and she's pulling the strings like you're a marionette puppet and, she's trying to write books about how she was an influential, like hardcore girl in 1984 booking shows and she just married this, I don't know, this townie from Lynn and, you're just merchandising. You're like Gene Simmons of like the Boston hardcore scene. Buy the SSD breakfast cereal, buy the SSD fucking visor, like buy the anti-Trump SSD T-shirt, like SSD the coffin, like and I don't know. I'm going. All right, I'm gonna go get a buzzball.
All right. So Packer just hit me up. Why don't we, since we're talking about punk
Real
rock
talk.
bowling, real talk. Let's get Packer.
We're gonna ask him if he's going to the punk rock
Live scene
museum.
report.
Let's get instead of all of our just waxing about this, let's get a real deal
Reporter on the scene.
reporter on the scene. Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm going to have a chili mango buzzball
We're just
That looks
talking.
good.
and imagine that I'm by the poolside at punk rock bowling.
Okay, so let's call him right now. All right, hold on one second.
Oh, this is great. Oh, take a pull of this.
I was curious what it was going to
Spicy.
taste like. Oh, it's weird. It's not bad.
I don't know about the chili mango.
That's it.
I'm not a mango guy. Packer,
Real talk.
we were just talking about punk rock bowling. We need a scene report from what's going on the street out there.
All right, hold on. Let me walk on stage here. Hold on. Fear is playing right now.
Is that New York's all right if you like saxophones?
Is that a harmonica?
Hold on, let me walk away. All right. So yeah, Fear's on right now. It's 97 degrees. I'm sweating my ass
bad.
off. Yeah, so I'm going back to the hotel.
Did you find a connect?
Take a shower. What's that?
Mark asked if you found a connect.
Not yet. Not yet.
I might have. I'll text you a number in a few.
I appreciate that.
He actually hit me up and asked if I was there. I was like, no, and then I was like, shit, Packer.
Packer, who's had the best set so far that you've seen?
Who's the best so far?
Who's had the best set?
I haven't seen a single set.
Have you been to the Punk Rock Museum?
I literally, I haven't been to the Punk Rock Museum. I literally, what did I do yesterday? I got in. It took me like 3 hours just to set up fucking 3 barber chairs. And then I went to the bar. I got shit faced. And then I passed out by like midnight. That's all I did yesterday.
All right.
I had tickets to Lions Law, but I missed that show. I literally like went back to the hotel room and fell asleep.
How's the ladies out there? Are the ladies looking good?
They're overweight and sweaty. Yeah, man, it's punk rock.
But yeah, man, it's sad. You missed both episodes of the 100th episode, but at least you're on live from Vegas. Fuck yeah, dude. Wish you were here, bro.
Yeah, man. I wish I was fucking drunk, and I wish I was not in fucking Las Vegas right now.
Are you saying you'd rather be drunk in Freetown, Massachusetts right now?
That's it, man. That's living. That's living.
Real talk.
Real talk.
Real talk.
I'm gonna jump in the fucking pool and start drinking myself now. I'm fucking done.
Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah.
Are you planning on seeing Me First and the Gimme Gimmes and Bad Religion later on?
I fucking hate both those bands, so that's a hard pass.
Did you
Dude,
sign
for
up?
real, like,
Go
what's
ahead.
that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to see who's playing tomorrow. Roy Ellis is playing tomorrow. I'll check that set out, and then obviously Rancid's playing, so I'll check that set. Like, that's literally it.
Like, I don't give a shit about any of these bands.
Did you get the crusty? Did you get complimentary crusty package for the Punk Rock Museum? Did you see that?
You know what I did find out? Apparently there is a Slapshot jacket in the Punk Rock Museum.
Really?
Yeah. So it's like
Is that from Jack's collection? Or?
Whose jacket?
It's not one of the OG ones. They did another run of 7 jackets in '95, and it's one of those. So there's red letters on it.
It's the only one that kid Josh doesn't own.
Apparently, yeah. Dude, that kid's got fucking 3 of them, dude. I'm like, yo, let me buy one, man. I've been in the band 11 years. Like, nah, I'm good. He just wants to fucking hang on to it for his own fucking weirdo personal collection.
Maybe he's starting his own punk rock museum.
The Boston Punk Rock Museum. It's got a Slapshot jacket and SSD pick and that they didn't have back then.
Yeah.
They just materialized now.
Yeah. He bought one off of Al recently.
This is an SSD pick from 2022.
in a fisherman hat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Man. But dude, fucking wish you were here. I'm glad you are you having a good time out there at least? Is it fucking good?
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm having a good time hanging with my wife and just doing stupid shit. But like, yeah, that's it. Like, I'm 43 years old, man. Like, I need to be running around like this.
Ain't no good time for that.
It's just too much. It's just too much shit all the fucking time.
But are you mostly hanging out with over at the barber area there where you working, or can you got free reign?
I mean, I can go wherever I want. Like, if there was a band I wanted to see, I'd go see them. Like, that's it. I literally just
That's a big if. That's a big if.
Yeah, man. I mean, what you're explaining out there, man, I feel for you, man. I mean, the idea of just getting drunk and just hanging around a fucking pool all day, like, fuck, man. I'm glad you're doing some shit for the scene, man, because, like, that sounds like fucking hell, dude. Like, I went to work today, man. Like,
Packer, we thank you and salute you for your service and sacrifice.
Are you at the Golden Nugget?
No, we're staying at Circa because it's just too many fucking punks at the Golden Nugget.
Yeah.
So, but I'll tell you, like, you remember the scene in Spinal Tap when they're doing like album reviews and all that?
Yeah.
It's like I could explain this whole experience just like that album review. It's like treading water in a sea of retarded sexuality. That's it. That's it in punk rock bowling, man. Come on out.
2 words: shit sandwich.
Yeah. We thank you for being a man about town and giving us a scene report from live from Punk Rock Bowling. We've just been talking shit about it for the last half hour. We figured we should check in with you before.
This
You know, dude, I do love the Stearns, and I have played this festival. Like, we play the club shows and shit. And the club shows are definitely fun.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to them.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, like, you play at fucking 2:00 in the morning, but like, other than that, like, it's super fun.
This show does need some on the scene reporters more.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. See, we find the good in things as well as the bad. We talk shit about the bad, and we celebrate.
Now we
the
can
good.
call Matt Kelly next, maybe.
We'll call Matt next. Yeah, fuck it's a fuck. Packer.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those guys yet.
Yeah. Well, fuck yeah, man. Love you, brother. I'm glad we could have had you at least guesting on here and giving a report live from Vegas. And I'll talk to you. I'm sure I'll talk to you before then, but if not, I'll see you Tuesday, bro.
I will do a bump for you
All right, brother.
in your honor.
Love you guys. Yeah, I'll talk to you.
All right. There's our second call. So far, we're batting 100% on the
Right.
calls, right?
Yeah.
2 for 2.
All right. So let me take a minute here, now that we're an hour into this. And
all we've been doing is talking about punk rock.
yeah, no, and I love it. We can talk about it all night.
5-hour episode
Yeah.
before the SD card breaks.
It is the 100th episode.
You know what would be cool in the Punk Rock Museum is that dude stage diving on the back of the SSD album. With the,
The
Yeah.
DYS.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the DYS.
No, that was a DYS.
Yeah.
record.
yeah, DYS, yeah.
He's got the Swazi ski mask.
Have you ever seen that?
No.
On the back of the SSD Wolfpack, DYS Wolfpack album, it's like a basement show. There's a dude stage diving, and he just like all you see is like a flying swastika, and it's like what the? I remember getting that from Newbury Comics, and I was like 18, and be like, what the fuck is this?
If there are no swastikas on display in that museum, I call bullshit on that. You know what I mean? That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
Sid
get the
Vicious, yeah, whatever. But no, the dude had a full face mask on, and it was like made out of like duct
Duct
tape or
tape.
something. Yeah, duct tape.
I went as
Take me
him
back.
once
I'm
for
surprised.
Halloween.
I'm surprised I haven't blacked it out at this point.
I know.
Don't cover up history.
Yeah,
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
They
I mean,
do
they,
it.
make
The good and the bad.
they make the Destroy shirts now, but it's like they took
They took it off all of like the first Motorhead record has a swastika on that logo on the front that is not on later pressings of it, like modern.
Waddy had a
CDs and
swastika
pressings.
tattoo. That's
Yeah.
not on the modern press either. But that's what it was back
But that's the
then.
thing. But no one was doing it because they were a Nazi.
Yeah, it was just shock value. Same
a
with
shock
bikers.
value.
Piss off the generation.
Every counterculture element in America after 1945 used those fascist symbols in an anti-fascist way. But I understand that these symbols were also used by white supremacists at the same time, and so the perception may be different today, which is we live in a different world.
And a lot of the bikers were literally returning World War II vets, and those were like shit they collected
Yeah,
while they were
right,
out
yeah.
there, and they were putting that shit on their bikes as like a fucking trophy. Like, yo, I fucking killed this dude. Fucking this shit's mine now. Fuck.
Well, I mean, any of that OG shit that's like
I
in
tried
this
that-
country. The only reason why it's in this country is because somebody's grandfather fucking took it.
brought it over. Yeah. Wasn't it great when you could bring home like machine guns from the military? Yeah. But like, so let's talk a little bit. I'm not trying to be self-celebratory here, but let's
You
talk
should.
about
100
100
episodes.
100 episodes.
Part
I just wanted to
deuce.
talk about some of the top things, right? So some of the big surprises, right, from the podcast was that it routinely, when you look at the number of downloads, charts in the top 20% or higher of podcasts, which is
That's an accomplishment.
yeah. But in fucking Spotify last year, it was in the top 5% of most subscribed to and most shared podcasts. For some reason, unbeknownst to me. Right?
Must have been a slow week when you were looking at it.
This bullshit right here.
Yeah.
This bullshit right here is in the top 5% of Spotify podcasts.
And that shows you the state of the world.
Brian Harris just sent me hearts.
And then that's your payment. But what I wanted to talk about, so just some little list here. The top 5 episodes, which is funny because you'd think it would be like a punk rock one or a motorcycle one, and it kind of is a punk rock one. Right here to my left, Chris Pittman, you were number 1. You're the most listened to episode of the podcast, and out of all the 100 episodes prior. So I don't know. Yeah.
Well, thank you everybody for listening to my insane, crazy story about the paranormal.
You know what's the crazy thing is someone just sent me a video. There's a girl who has a podcast called the Paranormal Scholar. Got like 5.
Yeah, she's got a huge YouTube channel, right?
She mentioned your episode.
It was absolutely surreal to see that person describing what I had said on on this podcast.
Yeah. She's like Chris Pittman on the Big Truth podcast. So we're making waves in the paranormal fucking world.
Sure. It was crazy for me to see her describing what I said the way that I talk about like other paranormal cases and what people reported, but in this case, like I am the person who experienced it. It's just surreal, very weird to
So
me.
shout out to Paranormal Scholar. Thank you for recognizing Chris's.
I will start following her.
And I'm sure that she or whoever wrote that stuff listens to that entire episode.
Sure.
Her YouTube video, I guess, is about the Bridgewater Triangle.
Okay,
but
I didn't see it, so I got to go and look at it. Someone just sent me a clip, and they were like, "Hey, they're talking about you on this."
Yeah, it's about the Bridgewater Triangle, and she gets into the stuff that we discussed on that podcast episode. And to her credit, what she said is basically a factual recitation of what I had said.
Cool.
There's not distortion in it and stuff, which is almost surprising in the paranormal, the way that these things go.
She handled it in a very scholarly manner.
It was professional.
Yes.
I mean, your episode, like, I mean,
Caller.
The scholar. I don't get a number.
as just a fan of podcasts, because I'm in a truck all day long, so I just listen to like 8 hours plus of podcasts, and it's anything from old episodes of Coast to Coast to whatever you're releasing bi-weekly to anything else, But I mean, your podcast is like my favorite episode of podcasts ever. I mean, there's times where I've had discussions with other coworkers. Come on, man, I'm trying to pay you both a compliment. You shit on me. But I mean, like, there's times where like I'm in the truck with like other dudes, and like we start talking about stuff, and like I'll be like, you got to hear this episode, and we'll listen to your 3-hour podcast like the entire day, and like they're like blown away by it. So I mean, your episode's great, you know.
Your episode's everything, like pretty much. If only you were riding the chopper while you were talking about stuff, it would have been everything, because it was like the first half is like the first half hour or 40 minutes is punk rock.
Punk rock, yep.
And then it just goes fucking wild, right? And that's fucking great. I
Well,
loved it.
that recording was super fun because we did it at the tattoo shop.
Yeah.
The sun had gone down. We had like no lights on. It was like dimly lit in there.
Yeah. Romantic.
And we were both. It was just me and you in the building, sitting across from each other.
Bottle of wine.
And in here, it was like it was tense. It got tense.
Some
in
Burt
there.
Bacharach playing in the background.
Box of chocolates.
Well, the fact that we were like drinking a lot, I think, helped a lot.
Sure,
you know?
sure.
But it was like you
doing
could
the
have
shots,
heard like a pin drop in there.
Not to take over your podcast at all or anything, but I know you're doing the list, but would this be a good segue for Chris to tell that story?
Well, no, let
should
me
you
get
do
through
it
the
later?
top 5, and then we'll have Chris.
I'll do a little update on
Yes.
my episode.
Yes, and the other cool thing was I had another guy on not long after yours, a guy named Matt, and I can't remember his last name, and I'm blanking out like an idiot right now. He wrote a book, and he was yes, I'll do a shot. I don't know where here's my glass. We're doing tequila ocho shots as a par for the course here. Matt,
Except for
what's
jokes,
his-
he likes the punk rock museum.
But so I think I
drinking a
told you.
Buzzball.
I think I told you about this a little bit. But Matt, he was an ex-naval intelligence officer, and he went through experiences that were very similar to yours. They were different,
Oh, that was a good one.
but thematically very similar. Like where he was like, I don't know what this is. He even said like non-human intelligence stuff, but they were fucking with him in a similar manner, and it wasn't the typical thing. So it was like weird because the only two kind of alien or whatever non-human intelligence experiences I've had a lot of similar things to say. So, actually people who were in the
You've had a lot of non-human intelligence on this show.
every time I talk, but and actually it was funny because with Matt's he wrote a book and it's very scholarly and kind of all over the place, but I kind of got him to tell his story a little more linearly. And some people that have like pretty big UFO podcasts reached out to thank me for getting him to tell his story a little more
Cool.
linearly. And I've been having problems with words lately. I think early Alzheimer's is kicking in, dude. I'm stroking out. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Let me take the shot of Ocho. Make everything better.
I wonder what the 200th episode's going to sound like.
What's that? The 200th episode?
Yeah, like,
Just
bah.
it sound like a mumble rap. But yeah, no, and so I've been like hesitant to have anybody else on in that kind of vein because I feel like these were two like fucking great episodes. And
Well, the dude that you had that did the Montauk documentary,
Chris Garitano.
that guy was great, and that guy's podcast is awesome as
Yeah,
well.
he does Off to the Witch.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's a real good
He's a
one
good
as well.
dude, man. We stay in contact a little bit.
Off to the witch.
And yeah, so Chris Pittman is number 1 on the top 5 episodes. Number 2, Erie Vaughn from Danzig and Sam Hain. And number 3 is Reese Zylstra, who's a chopper guy. And he's a punk rock guy and a chopper guy, so it makes sense. Number 4, Al Barr from Dropkicks.
Yeah.
And number 5 is Matt Jackson, who used to be in Iron Age.
Okay. Yeah.
But he's-
That it? Off to the witch? No.
Off to the
Yep,
Witch,
that's
yeah.
it.
So, Chris, recognize this. We're getting you new listeners right now live from my M4 people. But yeah, no, Chris, good dude. Matt Jackson is also a chopper guy.
Yeah.
He's in Austin, Texas, but he was in that band Iron Age.
That band was good.
They were really fucking good, man. Yeah. Like to me, it was like they were heavily influenced by COC Animosity to me.
That's a great fucking record.
And which is a flawless fucking top 5 record for me. But anyway, so the top 10 countries is another funny fucking thing to find out. So obviously, number 1 and 2 is U.S. and Canada, which you'd kind of expect. I think it sucks because we already talked about this, but what do you think number 3 is?
I honestly forgot, but I want to say it's Indonesia. No, India.
India.
India. Yeah.
What's up to my India motherfuckers? Fucking.
Desi porn.
What's up to my fucking telephone workers of India listening to us while you're on break? I'm just kidding. Fucking.
Thank you very much for being on.
All right, very good.
So number 3 is India. No, but I think because there is a lot of motorcycle related activity in India.
Yeah.
I don't think it's because of the paranormal or the punk rock. I think it's more the motorcycle content. But shout out to all my Indian.
You should try to find
listeners.
somebody in India that can come on and do like some paranormal shit. Because I bet in India there's some.
Yeah, man. Talk about the Vedas. Talk about like the weird. Get into ancient alien stuff and fuck yeah. But yeah, if you're in India and you're one of the listeners and
You know paranormal shit.
hit me up.
Yeah.
If you want to talk motorcycles, paranormal, or punk rock.
You get
Any
a
of
Big Truth tattoo?
You want to get a big truth tattoo on your forehead? You got a prize pack heading your way, my friend.
Imagine if a dude from India did. That'd be so awesome.
Be great.
I'd send.
I don't
You
get
would
there's
you would pay the shipping to send that.
I would
that $100 I'm going to send them is going to go a lot further.
convert that to rupees. You're all fucking
Yeah.
set. All right, number 4, the UK. The UK. So number 1, US. Number 2, Canada. Number 3, India. Number 4, UK. Number 5, Australia. We're getting all the English.
It's so crazy that like the UK comes in after.
That is crazy. I had that same thought.
Me
It's
too.
like-
That's why it's great.
UK slacking.
UK, step the fuck up, man.
Yeah.
Never mind the bollocks. Here's the big truth podcast. All right. I'm pandering to you now.
If the UK can beat India, Big Truth will send you a crusty package.
You don't want to get back to imperialism and fucking weird shit. All right. Number 6, Brazil. All right. Shout out to all my Brazilian motherfuckers, right?
Great.
Number 7, Germany.
Yep.
Number 8, Sweden.
Okay.
Number 9, the Netherlands. And number 10, Norway. So shout out to all the fucking...
Fucking
And
Norway.
that's all because of Johannes.
Johannes Johannes probably moved the needle to get Netherlands on the top 10.
Okay.
Won't lie. Prince of Frisia.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Sweden and Germany. Sweden and Norway. Shout out to my Viking motherfuckers. whatever.
Hot chocolate drinkers.
Hot chocolate drinkers, reformed Vikings. And then, we put it out like what people wanted more of. And, everyone likes the chopper shit, the punk rock shit. Everyone likes the breaks we have with the M4 that breaks up the seriousness of things. But people wanted more paranormal and weird stuff.
They wanted more non-human
Which is why 101 is a paranormal investigator and does a lot of Bridgewater Triangle stuff because
The fuck is that?
that's a EVP like going off like
That was that thing.
oh no that was the camera. Shut up.
Why is there? Are we taking pictures of this?
No. I'm filming unbeknownst to you.
Is that for the Big Truth TikTok?
Yes. No. Wait, hold on. We're
Are you
gonna
still
do that.
doing the Big Truth TikTok?
No. I haven't, but we're gonna right
That's
now.
not. That's not.
Since you wanna
do
be
not, do not do
put
the
me-
TikTok.
Don't put me on TikTok. I don't want to be involved with the CCP. Just stop.
But fuck yeah, no. So shout out to everybody that's been a listener. It was a very surprise to me. Like, it's kind of weird that like Brazil and India, are little fucking surprises, right?
Brazil though, like subculturally, is fucking.
There's a lot of
it's
motorcycle
fucking-
stuff.
But
There's
I mean,
a lot
like
of
everything,
motorcycle
like just
stuff.
like music wise, like that's a country that like they are like die hard with like
Metal stuff.
and like punk and oi and stuff like that, and like I think
Germany is similar, and Brazil beat Germany on the list.
Yeah,
yeah.
So
I know. In Germany, like Cortex Records, fucking stop promoting this podcast a little more, motherfuckers. What's up? I'm just kidding.
Fly. Let's have an M4 at Gore-Tex. Like you can, they can fly us to Berlin.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna say. I was
Do
like,
it
I
in-
can't finance that.
No, not you.
Yeah.
You know, but
Sponsored by?
sponsored by. We can have
All right.
drop them a line.
Cortex Records, if you're listening.
Cortex.
We'll say Cortex.
Cortex, not
We'll make sure it
Cortex.
shows up.
Yeah. Did I say Gore-Tex?
No, I said Cortex.
I said Gore-Tex.
I know, but I was saying
want a
Cortex.
sponsorship from
I'm
Yeah,
saying
Bass
it.
Pro Shop sponsored podcast.
Yeah, I'm saying it. I'm saying it multiple times so it shows up in the algorithm so that they see it. And
Yeah.
we stopped in at on
it's
the
a
Boston Takeover tour.
Nice record store.
Good record store, good dudes,
Yeah.
all good time. Yeah, so people wanted more paranormal and weird stuff, so we got that already in episode 101 with Phil. And people wanted more like political stuff and civic stuff. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I'm gonna stay away from that. This is a fun
Family show.
punk rock, motorcycles, and high weirdness.
Yes.
That's what we're saying. But every now and then we'll get a little like the accountant guy I had on. Like,
That was a good
I do
episode.
want to bring in some more stuff that is just breaking down basic civic shit, not like with any political leaning. Like, but here's
Brings people in so like we can learn how to do our taxes, like we can get legal advice, like
yeah. I'll bring in a criminal attorney. That's
bring in a
fine.
criminal attorney. You probably have some criminals.
I got a
that are
lot of
listening.
heathens that listen.
Yes.
That's fucking good.
Yeah, what to do when you get a DUI,
Yeah. All right.
Good to hear.
Speaking of that, I need a refill. Even
Do you want to try some of this? This
No,
Buzzballs
I don't like
chili
mango. I had the chocolate.
Chris?
I
No,
had
thanks.
the Choco Chiller
A
one.
spicy, I don't think I can do this.
It's gonna
spicy.
give me heartburn.
I can do the spicy. I don't like mango flavored stuff. So.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna try some of this Mountain Dew.
Yeah, do it.
This fucking garbage right here. This is like.
I specifically bought it being
Look at the color of it. The most unnatural liquid known. Like I'm trying to
That's
think
going to
it's
make you,
toxic
make
Avenger.
you feel alive.
You're gonna have the worst shits tomorrow, man.
No, because I'm gonna drink a lot of water and Gatorade later. Even Steven, dude.
I'm so bad with.
I'm a fucking young kid that's gonna do dumb shit. To,
a blackout.
yeah, I'm gonna black out on this stuff, and even Steven tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm not gonna have. I gotta work at a bar tomorrow. I'm not gonna have a hangover.
You're just gonna start drinking again.
I'm just stop drinking again. It's the beauty
big
of owning a
weekend.
bar. It's a big weekend. I work in a motorcycle shop, a tattoo shop, and a bar. I
Your liver wants
live
to
a
be put
midlife
down.
crisis. I live a midlife crisis. My midlife crisis, I'm going to get into like real estate investing and like go fucking straight.
So you had just gone through the list of what the listeners want to hear more of
Yes.
in the future. Where are you projecting this show to go? Like the same level that you're going at right now? Like what are some of the things that you see in the future that you want the show to start tackling? Is there anything different?
No, I no. That's it, real talk. No, I don't know.
That was a good question.
So
Completely deflated.
so I'm not gonna lie or shout or powder or like sugarcoat any of this. This literally 100% I just love doing.
Yeah.
And I 100% fly by the seat of my pants. I don't have goals. Yeah, would I like it to be? I would like it to be more self-sustaining and more lucrative so that we can like do funner stuff, like and have a budget
from the
to
punk
do
rock
shit with.
museums.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Like fund a trip to the punk rock museum so we can do this like do it live from the punk rock
See,
museum.
that's shit that I think would be awesome. That eventually, if you could do like regular shows and M4s, because I'm on the M4s and I want free vacations because I'm cheap and I can't go anywhere.
You're very self-serving.
I'm very self-serving. This is all about me. I'd like to see like locations. Like this is great. This is like you're obviously in like the midlife crisis guys like playground right here. But you've been that's not even midlife crisis. You've been doing this for
I think
like
what you're
20 years.
saying is you want to do live shows.
Not even live shows, but just like from different locations. Like anything, but I mean like, yeah, I guess live shows.
I bought a little mobile setup so that when we go do an investigation in the Freetown Forest,
Yeah,
we're gonna do one live.
Now you're talking.
that show is not going to air.
I've been taking people out there the last few weeks, and
Really?
yeah, nothing super exciting has happened. We got stalked by coyotes out there. Was about the creepiest thing.
Now, when you go out and do investigations, are you doing any of like the like the spirit box stuff or
No,
any
like
of that stuff?
to be clear, I am not even really doing investigations in the sense that I used to. I will never go back to doing that. I'm not going out there with people who have had experiences. I'm not really going to places where people have just had experiences. But I am interested in the legends and the lore
Yes.
and
Yeah.
the folklore aspect, and I'm happy to share that with my friends. And people ask me to show them places that are connected to the spooky folklore from the Bridgewater Triangle.
Yes.
And I'm happy to do that. And it's fun to share a spooky story as the sun is going down. But I don't ever cross that line into like what I used to do, trying to really figure out what all of this stuff is about or trying to parse what's real, what's not real. And I will never do that again.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not going to come with us when Phil wants to.
We could go, but if it's going to be like, we can go if it's just going to kind of be spooky and fun, which that kind of stuff is very enjoyable.
Sure.
But when you
Invoke something.
yeah, I wouldn't do it. I would caution people to not do it. I mean, there's the upside is you get a fun thrill. And then the downside is that you face the total destruction of yourself and everything that you value. So, you got to kind of weigh the positive and negative there.
So with that, why don't we get a follow-up from you on, that was a pretty good segue. Like, so this is Chris, and, Chris had some other experiences happen and follow-up from his, after his episode aired. And what episode number were you? It was like 20 or 30.
You were 26.
26.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, why don't we talk about, while we're still halfway sober.
Okay, well, basically, for people who didn't listen, the episode is me describing my time as a UFO investigator during my youth, a bunch of really increasingly bizarre experiences that happened to me and that finally caused me to stop doing this UFO investigation stuff that I was doing. And after the episode came out, I got contacted by a lot of people who heard it, who said that they are currently experiencing things like what I described happened to me when I was younger. And they wanted to know what advice I could give them. And I told all the people the same thing. I said, you and I shouldn't be talking. And this, we're not going to talk. And this is going to be the last time we're going to talk. But my advice to anybody who feels like they're getting into the zone that I was in at the time is to just stop doing it completely, just to back away from it altogether, because ultimately, kind of spoiler here, I came to the conclusion that all of this stuff is negative and harmful and just potentially destructive for human beings, basically.
And so what was your reasoning? And I can gather what it is, but it's better if you just say, well, like for not wanting to continue any conversation with those people. Well, say this is the last time we're talking.
Some of the stuff that happened to me it seemed to accelerate when I seemed to be almost. I was somehow. This sounds insane. I feel like I was basically put in contact with other people who were in the same situation that I was in. This is going to sound crazy for people who didn't listen to the episode and probably for a lot of people who did listen to the episode, but basically I investigated UFO sightings. My perception of myself was that I was an impartial investigator looking at things that happened to other people. And for a long time, I was in denial that weird stuff was happening to me as a result of me investigating UFO sightings. And when I finally was forced to accept this and sort of embrace in a way that I was getting dragged into this thing, things started to accelerate, and I started to have more and more weird stuff happen to my own life that built up to a point where I felt like I had to back away for my own sanity and for literally my own safety and life.
Sure.
And so if other people feel like they're kind of getting into that sort of thing, what is this noise that's happening right now? It's fireworks outside.
That sounds like fireworks.
Yeah, weird. Anyway, see, I'm like,
I didn't hear them.
Even
until
talking about this shit,
I was like, what?
makes me paranoid on some level, because there have been so many times that I have just been talking about this in broad terms, and really strange and inexplicable things have happened. Not fireworks noises, but like real weird stuff. I don't think. look, there are people who are much, much, much smarter than me, much, much more clever than me, who have applied themselves to the same problem and basically been destroyed as a result. And I think that had I stayed with this line of investigation, it probably would have spelled my doom. And I am glad that I stepped away from it. And I just, part of the reason why I did the episode, part of the reason why I'm even able to tell this story which sounds so insane, and which just to tell it inevitably erodes my own like credibility as a human being, because I basically am claiming that I was in sort of like telepathic communication with some kind of non-human intelligence. To even say that is almost embarrassing in a way, but I do say it because I know what happened to me. The stuff that happened to me was real, and it was independently verified by other people who experienced it with me at the time. And I want to tell people that paranormal investigation is not a joke or a game or a party trick. It is actually dangerous, and you can find yourself mentally in contact with some kind of entity that is extremely negative for you.
Sure.
So I remember like the Lost episode that we did, like this was basically the part where like we ask you like, since that episode 26, what has happened to you with bringing all that stuff up again?
Well, there is a really affirming to me very positive result that happened from doing the episode, which was, as I mentioned, I got a lot of emails from people. I got a lot of Instagram messages from people. They wanted to talk about UFOs, and some of those people I basically told never talk to me again, and some of those people I just didn't answer their messages. Yeah. But I was driving down the road one day, and it wasn't that long after the episode had come out. Maybe it was a month or 6 weeks or something. And for whatever reason, I was looking at Instagram while I was driving, because that's a thing that I like to do. And I got a direct message at that moment on Instagram from somebody who was talking about the episode, and that they had heard it and what they thought about it. And for whatever reason, something that showed up in that like little preview of it, it was from an account that I didn't follow, an account I didn't recognize. So I clicked on it and started reading it, and realized to my absolute shock that the message was from my girlfriend at the time, whose name was Jen, who had a series of experiences with me investigating UFOs in the late 1990s, in which I had talked about in detail in the episode.
Was that the one where you guys were like kind of camping out?
Yes.
Yes.
And we mentioned earlier that that YouTube video that came out from that large YouTube channel that talked about the Bridgewater Triangle, the Paranormal Scholar, or whatever it was. That person describes the experiences, one of the experiences that I had with this woman, Jen, and we had kind of remained in touch after we broke up, and I think that that's described in the episode as well. Basically, she and I had a bunch of experiences together. And I even said in the episode, when we recorded that podcast episode, I said, it might be possible that somebody could locate this person today, or some of these people from my past, because there are multiple people that get brought up in the episode. Yeah. And that if any of those people were to say, well, none of that stuff happened that way, it would not shake my conviction that this is what happened to me on any level. And furthermore, I would not begrudge anybody from that time for saying that, because in order to accept that these things really happened, you need to accept that there are aspects of our reality that we basically don't understand. And that's a very, very hard pill to swallow. And I think that it would be easy to say, well, no, it was the exuberance of youth, and it was crazy, but that couldn't possibly be the way that it was. So, long story short, I'm looking at this Instagram message, and it is from this woman, Jen, this woman who had been my girlfriend in 1999. And what she had to say was that she had been, there was a night that she couldn't sleep. And so she gave up trying to sleep, got up and put on Netflix. And for the first time ever, for reasons that she doesn't understand or know, it popped into her mind to watch an episode of Ancient Aliens. And there are probably at this point hundreds of episodes of the TV show Ancient Aliens. I'm probably on 10 or less than 10 episodes of that show. Out of all of the episodes that she could have chosen to watch, she happened to choose an episode in which I appeared. So she's watching Ancient Aliens at 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever. She is now a married mother who lives in Massachusetts still. And now she sees her boyfriend from 1998 on TV. And it's like, oh, wow, crazy, you know, and she's remembering, of course, that we had done this UFO investigation stuff. And she's like, I wonder what else he has been involved with or done. So she Googles my name and finds the podcast, which at that point had basically just come out.
Yeah.
And she said she put it on and she listened to the entire 3-hour episode in one go. And she said, everything that she told me, everything that you said was exactly word for word the way that it happened. And it was so affirming to me to have her say that. This person that I hadn't talked to in more than 15 years, had no contact with whatsoever, that not only did she say, yes, that is what happened, but that she said, this is exactly the way it happened. She said, I remember this stuff like it was yesterday. And I would tell anybody that, yes, this is exactly the way it happened. She told me that she had told this story to other people, or parts of the story, to other people in the years since, and that people just didn't believe her, which I totally relate to and understand that feeling. So for me, that was, and so I was driving, I get this message from her, and I basically realized who was messaging me, and I just pulled a car over right away and stopped. I was like, hey, I need to talk to you. Like, we need to talk. Like, what was your take, and she's saying like, the stuff that you were describing, I was so glad. And of course, she starts getting into stuff that I didn't even talk about in the podcast. Very weird things that happened that she still remembers very clearly.
Would she bring up stuff you didn't remember?
No, stuff that I remembered, but that I didn't include in the podcast because it's not really part of the overall narrative.
Story,
Like we were also investigating some like haunted places at the time, because this was around the time that I had come to realize that there were other aspects of the paranormal that were intermeshed and interrelated with UFOs. Hey, for the first several years, I was just focused on UFOs, but then I expanded that to other stuff, and she was around for that time. And so we were going to places that were supposedly haunted, and we're having some weird experiences there as well. And, it was just really, really cool. And then to my horror, basically, she says, I haven't had anything weird happen to me in a long time, but recently, she said, I was on vacation with my family in New Hampshire. We were on a camping trip, and my children came running, screaming, hysterical out of the woods. They were so scared. They were panicking and freaking out. I have never seen them act that way, and I thought they must have seen a bear or had some kind of encounter with some kind of a wild animal. And what they told me was that they had seen a basically very tall monkey-looking creature, like what you might think. They didn't use the word Bigfoot, and neither did she. But that's, of course, what she's describing.
Sure.
And then she's kind of totally baffled by this, and she then did some searching online and found other reports by other people that had seen basically the same type of creature in the same area previously.
Now, do you recall like what part of New Hampshire that was in? Or?
I can't remember. And I don't actually want to give too much detail about this, because I just want to know, because I like to go to New Hampshire. Sometimes I want to stay the fuck out of. We can talk about it later. I'll show you the messages and the illustration that she showed me that showed
the illustration
what the kids. It's absolutely terrifying stuff.
Yeah.
And and of course now I'm saying, okay, so exactly when did this thing happen?
Yeah.
And she's telling me, and I'm doing the math, and it may well have been like while we were recording the episode.
Wow, that's fucking.
So this is this kind of weird synchronicity stuff that happens over and over with this phenomenon type stuff. I even had a thing just last week. I mentioned, so I mentioned I had taken some friends out to the Freetown Fall River State Forest. I did this a couple of weeks in a row. There's one of my friends, a guy who plays guitar in my band, had some friends from out of town. They're very, very interested in Bridgewater Triangle stuff.
Sure.
And they wanted to see some of the places. They had watched the Bridgewater Triangle documentary. They know all the stuff. They wanted to see some of that stuff. Sure. And would you take them? And sure, I like to do stuff like that. But what I did not really count on is that one of the people who came out with us was a guy who had studied this a real lot, like a guy who was really into this stuff. Yeah. And the stuff that he was talking about was kind of hitting a little too close to home, and it was like making me a little nervous and had me questioning very much, why did I even come out here with these people? Yeah. So a few days later, this is one of these things, this is such a typical paranormal type thing that anyone would roll their eyes at the story that I'm about to tell, but it has like deeper meaning for me, basically. I was at work. I work with my father. He was listening to some Bob Dylan album, deep cut type stuff. Yep. And a song came on, The Ballad of Frankie Lee and Judas Priest. And I'm listening to the words of this rambling 1960s Bob Dylan song. And it gets to the part where Bob Dylan is talking about this character in this nonsensical narrative called Judas Priest. So I started thinking about it a lot. I'm like, is that where Judas Priest, the band, got their name? Like, I wonder if it's just a coincidence that this song has a character named Judas Priest. You get the band Judas Priest. And I was really thinking about it a lot. I was even kind of thinking about imagining interviews with members of Judas Priest where they could say either, oh, yeah, we had a mate who was really into Bob Dylan and he suggested the name and we didn't know until later. Or that they could say, we just wanted something evil and satanic and, Judas Priest and we didn't know Bob Dylan, whatever. So a few hours later, I got home. And there was a surprise visit from
Rob Halford.
My roommate's brother.
Yeah.
And I like this guy.
Yeah.
He's cool to talk to. We don't have a ton in common. Yeah. We don't have a ton to talk about necessarily. He has his cool interests. I like hearing about his interests. I share my interests with him, but they don't really mesh, right? So we're just kind of shooting the shit. It's just me and him, waiting for my roommate to get home. And he looks at me. There's a pause in the conversation. It's not going anywhere. He looks at me and says, hey, do you know how the band Judas Priest got their name?
Oh, what the fuck?
And I immediately was just like, bro, are you reading my thoughts? I was like, what the fuck kind of question is that? And he's like, well, for some reason today, I had the idea to listen to some like Bob Dylan deep cuts.
What the
and
fuck,
as
man?
I pulled up to your house, I was listening to this Bob Dylan song called The Ballad of, Frankie Lee and Judas Priest. And I was just like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, what are the chances of something like that
That's
happening?
wild.
I mean, it's funny because like this is not even on the same level as that, but like as far as like weird synchronicity stuff like that, like I was listening to the episode that is 101, and I was telling truth about this. The dude, everyone, exploring with Phil, that episode. And in the beginning, I was listening to it early in the morning when I was driving a truck and stuff like that. I was going to work. Well, I was actually at work. I was getting on the highway. And they were talking.
Heading to the highway.
They were talking about stuff, and like they were kind of like talking just about random stuff, getting into the podcast, and they started talking about like whatever synchronicities and stuff like that, and they brought up like foxes because they were obviously talking about the fox that was there.
I don't know if I can give that fox away, man. Now it's got deeper meaning.
But it's a contest.
I know. We said it. We gotta buy.
Second, I'm taking an exit onto the highway, and the second that they were like, well, it's like that fox that's over your shoulder. A giant fox just runs right in front of my truck, where like I slam on the brakes, and like I was like, man, that is like.
That wasn't a fox. It was a puck wedgie.
It could have been, but it's one of those things. It's like small things like that where it's like, well, that's a coincidence, but in your mind you're like, nah. Is there any real coincidences?
Yeah, sure. Like what this whole thing with everything that happened to me really caused me to question what is this objective reality. And look, so this thing that happened with this crazy Judas Priest story. I had taken people out to the Freetown Fall River State Forest on Sunday. This happened on like Wednesday. The next Sunday, I took those people back out to the Bridgewater Triangle to do some Hockomock Swamp stuff.
Yeah.
And the one guy who I mentioned who was really very well informed on this stuff, he was basically exhorting me, kind of almost begging me to get back into paranormal investigation, to do stuff with him. And I was like, no. And he's like, well, then why are you out? If you won't do it, why are you out here in the swamp? And I was like, I don't know. I like to hang out with friends, take people, show them around or whatever. And he's like, let me ask you this. Did you have any synchronicities happen to you this week? And I was just like, fuck off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. I'm not playing this fucking game anymore.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, did he talk to you as far as like odd things that have happened to him, or is he just like?
Yes, and they were very much the same kinds of things. His perspective was that some of these things could be positive, and I basically fear for this guy, because the stuff that he has that's happening for him that's positive, for example, there's a lot of the stuff that's in this paranormal field that's kind of like self-negating, where basically you feel like you've had some kind of experience, but if you were to tell anybody, it's so absurd.
Yeah.
Like the thing I might have mentioned in the podcast, where I had a sort of a friend or colleague in this stuff who believed at the end, before he was institutionalized, that the government was emptying the ashtray in his car every night.
Yeah.
And I believe that the ashtray in his car was being emptied at night. Obviously, it's not the government, but it's like, this thing knows ways to like send a message to you and just you, that if you try to convey that message to somebody else, it sounds absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so one of this guy's story, this guy was like, look, this person that I was talking to in the swamp and at the ledge at Freetown at dusk, he was like, this can be positive. Let me give you an example. I was at the supermarket and I was going to the checkout line to pay, and there was some extremely unusual series of circumstances that caused me to go down an aisle that I had never gone down before, and it was the juice aisle. I don't usually drink juice. I went down that aisle, and there was like a person kind of blocking my way that sort of forced me to look at the shelf, and there was peach juice on the shelf that looked so delicious. And he thought, I'll get this peach juice. I've never had peach juice before. I guess I'll get it. And then he went home, put the peach juice in the fridge, went to sleep, woke up the next morning to his roommates banging on the door saying, hey man, we just got a notification. I guess maybe he had like gotten up, and instead of drinking water they would usually drink, he drank the peach juice. Sure. And then his roommates were like, we got a notification, there's bacterial contamination in the water. The drinking water is not drinkable. I hope you didn't drink any. And he's like, I drank this juice that I never bought before, that I never had before, So these kind of stories are, on the surface, you're going to claim that basically some kind of paranormal entity directed you to buy peach juice so that you didn't drink the poisoned drinking water, tap water, right? Like, this is absurd. This is laughable.
What's your take on that exact story? I mean, do you think that is just a coincidence, or do you think
this person had an extremely advanced knowledge of stuff that I was studying, independently of me, right?
Yeah.
And so I think, I can't say that this person is like crazy or wrong. In fact, I think that they're maybe in danger, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. Obviously, there is no way to prove anything. Could be a coincidence, right?
Yeah.
I could predict right now that a hole is going to open up in the roof, and a green meteorite is going to land, and a fucking space mouse could run out of it. And that could happen, right? And if that happened, it wouldn't mean that I was like somehow Nostradamus or had there's a million things that happen every second, every day. Yeah. And so coincidences do happen, but the role of synchronicity. I mean, let's be honest here. You had done 100 episodes with no problems. We recorded an episode in which we talked about the paranormal, and it's a broken SD card that's arcing out. Now, that certainly could be a coincidence. That kind of stuff happens.
And then the next episode that is also dealing with paranormal stuff fucking stalls out at 103 instead of 211.
I would assert that there is no paranormal investigator who has been doing this for a long time and who has been dared to go underneath the surface of this stuff. Because if you take everything at face value, and if you're talking about aliens from space and stuff, I think you can probably stay with this stuff forever. But if you start to really get into sort of the altered reality aspect of this stuff, what I have described as this non-human intelligence stuff, then you start to have weird stuff happening to you. And there is no paranormal investigator that I know of that has gotten into that aspect that has not had the experience of photographs that didn't come out, recordings that didn't come out. I talked about this in the episode of the podcast that I did, where we interviewed somebody who was a sound engineer. He recorded his own interview, and me and the hypnotherapist that I was working with both were running tapes. And at the end, we had 3 blank tapes. And I would say to anybody, what are the chances of that? Yeah. How could that happen?
And I remember like the last your episode, like one of the things that you like keep on saying is just like, if you look into this enough, it starts looking into you. And like, that's like a chilling phrase with all of this stuff. So aside from your experiences with like over the last couple of weeks since the Lost episode, when we talked about that stuff, and obviously that episode had the faulty SD card, you bringing those guys out to the Freetown Forest, has there been anything else that's odd that's happened since you've kind of brought this stuff up again? Not
really. I basically, I really, really try to hold all this stuff at arm's length. Sure. And, it's really crazy. Like, people that are in my life who are not paranormal enthusiasts, they are just people like, I sat down and had kind of a little break today with a longtime friend of mine. And he was talking about a thing that happened with us years ago where I was revealing to him some of the stuff that had happened to me. Yeah. And it was one of those things where I had taken this to a very deep level, like what happened on the podcast, where I'm not just talking about UFOs in general. I'm talking about things that happened to me. And I got a text from a friend at like a pivotal point of this conversation. My phone goes off and it's a text, and I look at it and it's an emoji that is an alien face. And I immediately respond to my friend and I'm like, why did you send me that? Yeah. And she's like, I don't know. I just thought it was cute. I don't know. It's like, why did you send me that right now?
Right then, at that point, yeah.
But my friend was saying that he has tried telling that story to other people. Yeah. And of course, other people are like, this is the most ridiculous and underwhelming story that I've ever heard. It's like one of these things where you kind of have to sort of, I don't know, be there or, and there's just so many such things like this.
So I remember another story that you had told on the Lost episode, and I don't remember.
It's not called the Lost episode.
It's the Lost episode.
The Lost episode.
The Lost track.
The Lost Hunger,
I don't recall how it got segued into it, but I remember it was just a fascinating story, and I'd love to hear it again. And
I'm glad you remember, because
I don't remember.
I remember nothing about the original episode 100.
You had brought up, I don't know how we got to it, but I remember.
Other than Cocaine Bear, we talked about Cocaine Bear. Like,
that movie was so fucking horrible, man. Anyhow, to get where I'm getting at before I get sidetracked.
We'll get into the movie segment.
My lips, man. All right, you had brought up talking, and I think it was...
Oh, wait, hold on. Like, before you go, I think Mark is opening the mystery bag.
Mystery grab bag.
I bought a mystery grab bag of nips. We should all at least put our hand in it and grab one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I need this maybe before this.
You can't look,
If
Mark.
the synchronicity is all Dr. McGillicuddy's, I'm going to be real fucking real mad. What do you got there? Smirnoff?
Whipped cream Smirnoff? That could be worse.
It could be worse.
No, it can't be worse. Vodka is the worst.
Be worse.
The worst.
Dr. McGillicuddy's root beer whiskey. What do you got?
Admiral Nelson's 101 proof.
All right,
I'll take it. That's good. All right.
Fucking vodka is the worst thing to shoot in the world.
I know I'm getting butterscotch Dr. McGillicuddy's. I just fucking know it.
If you do
the guy behind the counter was like, there's some good stuff in there. And I guarantee it's going to be something.
Oh, you had to say it. Vodka, didn't you?
What do you got? Vodka?
It was synchronicity. I just dropped it because
like
my body was...
Air vodka or something?
Your body has already rejected it.
Come on, Dr. McGillicuddy's grape-flavored whiskey.
Watermelon vodka.
Sweet tea whiskey. Okay, that's good. That's not bad. All right.
Bro, I can't believe you make me fucking shoot vodka, dude. It's the worst.
You want to trade?
Yes, I'll trade.
All right, I'll trade.
Is that like made by...
what kind of vodka is that?
Watermelon.
Is that made by...
All right, okay, I'll throw one. I'm saving you on this one.
I love vodka, but not by itself, it has to be mayonnaise.
It's got watermelon flavored. Oh, okay. So anyhow,
A story.
we'll do
We'll do the story in a
We're
second.
going to do the shot first?
the shot,
Yeah,
then we can tell
yeah,
the story.
Okay.
All right.
Tell your story.
All right, and shout out to Johannes for introducing the mystery bag, and I think he
cool.
introduced it, or I don't know, we did something. Or maybe I did it. I don't know.
To 100 more episodes.
Yes, to episode 200.
Ugh. Actually, it wasn't bad.
That wasn't. Ugh, God, I'm never swapping with you ever again. That was horrible.
I told you,
Yeah, I know. All right.
Well, that was delightful.
sweet tea whiskey isn't that good either.
I don't
Better
like
than,
artificial fruit flavored stuff is fucking gross.
better than watermelon vodka.
Okay. So before that takes effect, you had brought up, and I think it was with your girlfriend at the time, Jen. You had experienced some stuff in Dudleytown.
Okay, yeah, that's
Oh,
what.
And I really
Yes.
want to hear that
Okay.
story over again because I think that's got to get at least
Okay, look.
documented before the
I need,
SD card crashes.
I need to take a brief. I need to take a brief break. I'll be back in one moment.
He's gonna take a piss.
Yeah, I got to take a piss.
Let's call Packer and see what's going on.
We already talked about it.
I know, those
Nothing
are
else is going on.
What else can we call?
All right, so Cocaine Bear, no bueno.
Cocaine Bear was fucking. This is the problem with Cocaine Bear. I went into it expecting too much. The movie's not bad. I'm bad because I was going into it with high expectations.
I went into it no expectations,
See,
and I was amused.
I went into it with high expectations, and that's where I'm at fault because I'm watching a movie called fucking Cocaine Bear.
It's great, greatest title ever.
And the only thing that
Have
I
you
felt,
seen it? Yeah.
I saw part of it. Then I did my thing where I fell asleep. But I did see the part where it's the greatest killing is when the bear. What happened? Someone goes up in the tree. The
Oh
dude's like,
yeah.
the whole
in the leg and everything.
I watched the movie, and the whole time I was watching the movie, the only thing that kept on playing in my mind was this was Ray Liotta's last fucking.
Yeah, I know.
The man was in a lot of great shit.
He was in the last Sopranos movie too. Did you see that?
I didn't see that.
The one with about the sun.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
It was pretty good. Yeah,
was
yeah.
But I mean, that's what he ended his career.
Yeah.
Was fucking Cocaine Bear.
That is tough.
And I'm like,
He did do a lot of cocaine in what was it Goodfellas or Casino?
See, I
Probably in real
I feel
life.
like Cocaine Bear is either a movie about that or it's the Frankie Pupolo story. Documentary.
I mean, we can
Have you
get
had him on your show?
No,
No, you
but
should.
he's playing the dip at the tent.
Oh, that's right.
we can get
Plug.
into movies afterwards. We
Okay,
can talk
yeah,
about
yeah.
Cocaine Bear at length. But I really want to hear this.
Yeah, no.
Cocaine Mark right now.
Like no, and believe me, look, I think because of the stress of everything, like I blacked out most of episode 100, the original one.
Yeah.
So I know Chris did a lot of talking about follow-up stuff. So please, if you remember stuff, like edge this conversation.
I was-
off.
I totally forgot about Dudleytown, so you said that.
I didn't.
Call it
I didn't.
Dudleytown?
No, Dudleytown.
Oh, I thought you called it Delytown. I'm
Delytown,
Like, hey,
hey.
Delytown.
Gabagool.
Like salami.
Yeah, when I get the broccoli rabe at the Delytown. All right.
I had forgotten that I told the
Some
story.
place in
And,
Franklin, DeVita's or something.
yeah, that with the that place is good.
Yeah.
With the porchetta sandwiches, man.
And we also at that last episode, the Lost episode, we talked about that Franklin place, Rome.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah,
me and
yeah.
Joe went since
And we
then.
That's
went.
cool.
And that place was fucking phenomenal, man.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
place is good. I'm going to be bringing like out of towners to that place.
It's an incredible restaurant.
It's cheap
great.
too. Yeah,
it was great. The price is
a great
right.
deal.
Are you saying we should do a live episode?
Now you're talking.
Now we're talking.
That would
Yeah.
be great. You just be like, let's talk to this guy over here who drives a cement truck. He'd be like, hey,
Hey,
Hey, what do you got? A
Holy cement.
fucking podcast over here? All right. Anyhow, Dudley.
what the fuck is a podcast?
So I am glad in a way that my ex-girlfriend Jen, we did not end things on positive terms. Basically, and that's my fault. I was a jerk. I was a dumb kid, and didn't really grasp how to behave in a normal way. So I'm really glad that.
But you're also a kid that's dealing with non-human intelligence.
Well, that's not like the reason why.
No, I know.
Basically,
I'm
like
just-
I was
a lot going on.
What is like
Growing
the
up.
peak of fucking hormonal
Yeah.
fucking, you know what I mean? I was like 21 years old or whatever. I was bouncing off the wall. So, so this woman, Jen, who I respect and value and appreciate, she could have watched an episode of Ancient Aliens that had me on it at any time from the time that those episodes started to come out in like 2008 or whatever it was until now, or until like before the podcast came out, and Googled me and not found that podcast in which I talked about her specifically.
Yeah.
And presumably the reason why she reached out to me was because she heard me describing things that happened to her, and probably heard me say, I don't know if this person would affirm today that these things happened.
Yeah, because I remember you talking about that on the episode, saying, look, this is my experience. I don't know if she would say the same thing or not.
And so, for whatever reason, I still believe that she and I have some kind of a connection through this thing.
Yeah.
And I believe that it's not a coincidence that she happened to, for the first time, watch an episode of Ancient Aliens, despite the fact that that episode had been out for 10 plus years. And then that it just so happened that of all the hundreds of episodes, she chose one at random that happened to be one of the small percentage in which I make an appearance.
Yeah.
And that was right after, that was at a point where if she Googled my name, then that podcast would come up right away, And
Top
so,
5%, baby. Top 5%.
and so her comments to me,
there.
her comments to me were really meaningful, and what was further meaningful to me was that she started to ask about my memories, kind of to check her own memories
Sure.
of things that happened that weren't discussed on the podcast.
Yeah.
And I alluded, of course, a few minutes ago to when we were doing ghost stuff. And one of the places that we went to was a place in Connecticut called Dudleytown. Dudleytown is sort of a legendary ghost town in Connecticut. It's a place that, according to legends and lore, was basically the doom and ruin of everybody who lived there, where it was a small settlement at the top of a spooky mountain in Connecticut. And everybody who lived there slowly kind of went insane, killed themselves, mysteriously disappeared until there was just like a handful of settlers left still kind of trying to eke out an existence there. And there's like a famous story about I think like the last family that was there, the husband decided to go to New York for some specific purpose, for some job related purpose, and he gets a telegram there from his wife being like, come back immediately, like the creatures at the edge of the woods are here or whatever. And he gets back as soon as he can on the train, and she's hanged herself. And that was like the end of Dudleytown. And people can look at, this story that I'm telling is like a mixture of like folklore and fact.
Yeah.
And I haven't really like looked into the fact aspect of this thing since 1999, when my then girlfriend Jen and I decided to go there and check this place out. And I knew that so Dudleytown now, of course, there's no buildings there. It's just cellar holes in the woods. But supposedly these cellar holes are still haunted and people have weird experiences there. And I realized that this haunting stuff was associated in some way with UFO stuff. So I wanted to check this out. So we drove to Dudleytown, Connecticut, and I knew that the road that we wanted to be on was called Dark Entry Road. And Dark Entry Road was the road into Dudleytown. And Dark Entry Road dead ends today. But if you continue on that road into the woods, then you get to where Dudleytown was. So we're driving around. I have maps. Some of the street names that I'm seeing don't match the street names on the map. We're looking around. I can't find Dark Entry Road. I basically give up. And so now we're in this weird place in Connecticut with nowhere to go and nothing to do. Well, there's a rock shop that sells crystals and fossils and stuff, which is cool. And this is kind of like an early internet era. There's certainly no smartphones. There's no way I can look anything up on the fly. So let's just check out this rock shop and then we can get out of here. So Jen and I went into the rock shop, and the person working there was friendly. And we bought, we were buying whatever amethyst pieces or whatever, that just decorative shit. And I happened to ask this person, hey, did you ever hear about a place called Dudleytown? And the person's eyes kind of narrowed, and they said, look, I sell a map for $1 that will show you where Dudleytown is. But if you get caught by anybody, because they don't want you out there, if you get caught by anyone, you can't tell them where you got the map. I put down my $1 bill or whatever, and I got my photocopy, and that's where Dudleytown.
Not to cut you off. Do you still have a copy of that map?
Oh yeah, I have that map. I have that exact piece of paper.
That's awesome.
Because later on, at the time, I was as like an investigator.
Yeah.
Part of that is creating reports and documentation. Yeah. So all of this stuff is, I actually wrote this stuff down in the immediate aftermath of it happening, and I still have all of that stuff. Yeah. And it was really, really incredible when my ex-friend Jen told me her memories of it, that her memories were not only did they match my memories, but they matched what I had written down in 1999 exactly.
Oh.
She said, I remember this stuff better than I remember stuff that happened last week or last month.
Yeah.
And so...
Well, it makes sense. It's imprinted, it's crazy
sure.
stuff.
So, turns out the locals renamed Dark Entry Road because they don't want people going out there. Okay. Simple as that. So, we get out there, and now it all makes sense. I've got the map, but of course this map is kind of a hand-drawn thing, and it's not like a GPS thing, and it's trails in the woods. It's not super clear, so we basically got lost out there. So it is absolutely spooky out there in those woods. This is like rural Connecticut, right? It's absolutely forested.
What about what time of day was this at this point?
It is 3:00 in the afternoon. Okay. Theoretically, couldn't have been brighter out there. I think it was a sunny day in December or something like that. I've got a jacket on. It's kind of chilly. But in the woods, it's super dark. Super dark. Like, why did they name this place Dark Entry Road hundreds of years ago?
Kind of odd.
In that forest, on those trails, it seemed like there was almost like a mist in the trees. The trees were bare. There were no leaves on the trees, and yet still somehow they were like blocking sunlight from hitting the ground. And of course, it doesn't hurt that we know that this place is, that what we're looking for is some kind of haunted place, Sorry.
All I can hear is you eating. He's talking about this. I just hear this crunching.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
That's why I'm laughing. I'm sorry.
Those are my fingernails I'm chewing.
So, and we start to hear these weird noises in the woods, and it's like, is it a bird? What are these sounds? And of course, like I say, we know that this place is connected to all of this lore about creatures and hauntings and everything. So we're kind of like on extra alert as we're looking around, and the noises are kind of adding to our sense of unease. So finally, I see a person up ahead, two people, and they're just hikers, wearing bright colored outdoor type hiking clothes. Absolutely nothing unusual about these people. And they're up ahead, and they're not very far away from us. They're on the same trail that we are on, going the same direction. They're just a little bit up ahead. And Jen and I started talking about it, and it's like, oh, maybe they know where these cellar holes are, because we weren't able to find it. We didn't know how close it was or far away it was. So
if they're local, they might know.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go around a little corner on the trail, and they go out of sight. And I said to Jen, you know what? I'm just going to jog up there at a very short distance to where they went around the corner, and catch up with them and ask them if maybe they know where it is, because we're getting kind of frustrated, So jog up there, turn around the corner, and there is nobody there. Nobody. Yeah. There's nobody on the trail. There's nobody off the trail. As I mentioned, no leaves on the trees. The people were wearing bright colored clothes. I was absolutely flummoxed.
They couldn't have been that far away if they were there.
I mean, I had seen these people 5 seconds before.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I ran some great distance to catch up with them. They were just, it was a matter of feet away, basically, and there's nobody there. And as I'm looking around, trying to figure out where they were, I see on either side of the trail cellar holes, and I realize this is Dudleytown.
Wow.
And so that was the extent of the weird things that happened to us that day. And even when I made my notes about this in 1999, I was kind of like hedging about it and being like, well, those noises, they were probably birds.
Sure.
The darkness in the woods, I was probably psyching myself out, and those people must have gone off on some other path somehow that I didn't see somehow. I don't know. But looking back on it now, even when I wrote those words, I was still clinging to this almost hope that the paranormal was something that happened to other people. And eventually I couldn't deny that I myself was having strange experiences, as much as it pains me to say it even today.
So this is before all the real crazy stuff happened.
Yes,
to you.
it was only later that the really scary stuff started to happen to me. And then after that, you couldn't have paid me to go to some haunted location like that.
Did you? One thing that locally, I guess it's. Well, locally as in Massachusetts, I've always been kind of interested in. Even though I haven't read too deep into it, but when you were doing research and stuff like that, did you ever do anything up in Rockport or Gloucester as far as Dogtown?
Oh yeah, I went there. That was one of the places that I checked out,
Yeah.
and I didn't really have any paranormal experiences there or anything. But that's another example. Here in New England, it's actually kind of cool that we have these ghost towns. There's another one in Connecticut called Barrahack. That is really creepy. That place is absolutely fucking bonkers. There's weird carvings in the rocks, forgotten graveyards in the forest and everything. It's crazy to find that stuff out there. That's part of what I love about it.
Before I forget, I know you're kind of near Upton. Have you ever been to the the little rock?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Like little rooms kind of.
Listen, here in New England, we have these underground, man-made stone caves.
Yeah.
And nobody knows
I went to them and I was
who built them or why. The one in Upton is a fantastic example because
I found two of them. I went years ago, probably 5 or 6 years ago.
I'd love to check those out.
I would love to take you.
I'll go.
Yeah, sure.
It was
Let's
kind of
go.
right off the main
I know
road,
a lot of them.
Yeah.
I've
I have some pictures,
after I
actually.
stopped
Yeah, I'd love to see that stuff.
Find
doing the UFO stuff, I pivoted to this man-made underground stone cave thing because this is basically as mysterious as UFOs.
Are they deep at all?
No, some of
The
them are
ones I
deep.
found were I found two that were small. It was almost like this high and
That's
small
typical.
on this table.
Yeah.
And then there was one that had water in it.
The Upton one is huge and has a long tunnel that goes to it.
That's not the one I found.
Okay, there's one at Heritage Park in Upton that is very big, and the stones used to construct this thing are as big or bigger than a refrigerator.
Wow.
And so there's two possibilities with these things. Either these things were built for agricultural purposes by colonists and settlers post 1620, or something else. And looking at these places, and I've been to maybe 100 of these places in all over New England, there's some of these could have some agricultural purpose.
Yeah.
Others, absolutely no chance. And I'll give you an example of a really, really good one. There's one in Connecticut that I would be happy to show you. What happened was in the hurricane of 1938, a tree blew down on land that, as far as anybody could determine, nobody had ever lived on. Okay. In fact, they couldn't even figure out at the time who owned this land, and it wound up reverting to the town because no one had used this land for centuries, basically. Yep. When the tree went down, the roots of the tree pried out a large slab of stone and revealed a hole. Inside that hole, which you can drop down still to this day into that hole, is a long, long tunnel. One end goes towards, it's built into a slope, all right? Okay. One end goes towards the edge of the slope, and there is an opening that was originally sealed up by rocks when it was found in 1938 that is the beginning of the tunnel. That is to say, where you drop down now is part of the tunnel that was damaged when the tree blew over. Yep. The original opening to that tunnel was 1 foot by 1 foot, tiny, like a tiny child would struggle to climb through. Okay. You would climb 40 feet directly into the hillside. And then at the end of that 40-foot tunnel, there was a small room, just big enough for a few people to sit in. And it's just like a dome, sort of, with a stone floor. And prior to 1938, no one had known that it was there. And nobody had been inside.
What's your take on something like that?
I believe that it was built by Native Americans in prehistoric times.
Okay.
And I think that it had a ceremonial purpose. I imagine that it's possible that there were dead people in that room, and that little opening, it wasn't for you to go in, but maybe you could leave something there or communicate with the dead.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Now, and man, I might be fucking up what town it is, but I think it's in Westford, the Westford Knight.
The Westford Knight is a really interesting story.
So, like, what's your take on that? I mean, is that like a
Well, I'll be honest.
Templar Knight? Like, what?
My gut feeling is that was probably carved by somebody later, and probably not carved by like a medieval era explorer. However, one of my hobbies now is I like to look for Native American stone tools, and so I look for arrowheads on the ground.
Sure.
This hobby is adjacent in some ways and overlaps with people who do metal detecting. A lot of people do both of these things, and so a lot of people sort of spaces in which I'm active when I'm learning about arrowheads and arrowhead hunting. I learn about metal detecting finds, and it is unbelievable how many medieval English hammered coinage has been found in Massachusetts.
Oh.
Now, it's possible, I could have a medieval coin in my pocket right now, and if I drop it here today, it doesn't necessarily mean that people were here today at the shop in medieval times, right?
Yeah.
But I think that there is people who believe that there were Europeans here before Columbus. There's evidence that those people can point to. It's not necessarily something that I personally believe, and maybe it does come down to a matter of faith because there is no proof, but it's definitely, there's some compelling stuff, and it's interesting to look into.
The other thing that, I read about it quickly.
But it's not just Massachusetts; it's all over the country because they found like weird Templar stuff in the desert, like Tucson and stuff, or like outside of Arizona. Like
When you get into archaeology, there is stuff that you find that makes sense, that fits the accepted narrative, and stuff that is outside of the accepted narrative.
Forbidden
and that
archaeology.
it is suppressed. Sure. And that window of what is accepted is changing all the time.
Yeah, sure.
You can look at textbooks from like the 1930s that say that people lived in Massachusetts for 3,000 years or something. Look at a later textbook and it might say 10,000 years. That number is now 13,000 years. I think that eventually that could be a much, much more distant number.
Now, I had read something once, and it might have been in like the comments section of like a Reddit post or something like that. But it was something that was kind of interesting that like talked about in New England and Massachusetts pioneer walls, and it talked about how there's really no like, and definitely correct me if I'm wrong, there's really no documentation of like pioneer walls even being built, and like there's times where like I'm in like state forests and stuff like that, and it seems like, in my mind, like, of what I've kind of been told, like, pioneers' walls were to, like, separate, like, boundaries of land, like, farmland and stuff like that. But there's times where, like, I'm, like, in forests and stuff like that where it's, like, you kind of just look at something and you're like, why would they build, like, a pioneer wall, like, going up this side of a mountain where there probably was never farmland or cattle to begin with at all? Like, and I've heard that, like, there's, like, a theory that, like, and it could just be a crazy wacko theory that, like, as far as pioneer walls, like, goes from, like, way before like English settlers. And I know like Wampanoags really, like local Indians didn't really believe in like property. So what do you know about this, like that theory, that take on things?
The story of the stone walls in Massachusetts and New England is a really interesting one.
Yeah.
If you took all the stone walls in New England and laid them end to end, it would like go to the moon and back multiple times.
I've heard that also.
In Walpole, there's a ton of them.
The amount of stone walls is absolutely staggering. It is a major regional characteristic of where we live. And they're absolutely everywhere. There's almost there's only a few stands of old growth trees that are known anywhere in Massachusetts. Yeah. At one time, all of Massachusetts basically was clear cut, and everywhere that you go that is now a forest was clear cut in relatively recent memory, and there's stone walls to be found there. But here's the thing, the stone walls are not said to be from this vast span of time.
Yeah.
All of this, so when colonists got here originally in the 1600s, they were making fences out of wood. And supposedly around, I don't know, 1800 or something, they started to make these stone walls. And then around 1850, they invented barbed wire. So there was no need to make these stone walls anymore. So all of these walls, enough walls to reach from here to the moon and back, whatever many times, were built in a span of 50 years. That's the official accepted narrative of the origin of these walls.
Now, is there any sort of like, as far as you know, is there any sort of like historical document record as far as like people talking about in like old journals, old diaries about them actually building these walls? Because I see some of these walls and it's like, you look at them and it's like, they're at least like football sized stones, and like, my limited knowledge as far as like colonial life would be like, you're always preparing for like the winter as far as growing stuff, and it's like building these walls by hand no less, or by maybe oxen or whatever they had back then, like insane undertaking, like just doing all this. And it's like it seemed like that time would have been better spent like making crops so you don't starve during the winter. Like
I will tell you this. I will tell you two things that are an absolute fact. Okay. Number one, there are records from the 1600s from European settlers who were talking about European-made structures out of stone in the woods in New England. Okay. And number two, there have been archaeological excavations of stone walls in New England that have yielded prehistoric dates. And so these two facts together, to me, the crazy idea is not that some of these things are prehistoric. The crazy idea is that all of these things were built in a span of 2 generations. I think that's ridiculous. And so if you were to make a map of everywhere where the conventional archaeological view says that Native Americans made above ground structures out of stone, if you were to take North America and map out everywhere where there are Native American above ground constructions out of stone, it would be every part of America except for New England. Archaeologists in New England will tell you that Native American people lived here for 12,000 years and never put a rock on another rock. And that is ridiculous. And I will absolutely tell you that some of the stone walls in New England, and this is not, this is a suppressed fact, but this is absolutely true, were built by Native Americans in prehistoric times. Okay. And some of them are extremely old. And an exciting new technology is out now that where you can take a piece of quartz and figure out when the last time this piece of quartz was exposed to sunlight was.
Oh, shit.
So you have to go on a moonless night in total darkness and dig out a rock that has been underground. It doesn't have to be a big chunk of quartz. It can be granite or something because that's got quartz in it, right? Yeah. You dig out something that's at the base of the wall that's been buried since the wall was new. Yeah. And you do this in total darkness and put it in a light-proof bag and take it back to a laboratory. And then you can subject it to this optically stimulated luminescence and find out when the last time that thing was exposed to light was, basically when this thing was built. And people are doing that now. And they're coming back with dates that are thousands of years ago. Hmm. It's going to revolutionize our understanding of this stuff.
That's crazy.
New contest.
Who can find the oldest rock?
I mean, there was like just talking about some of the archaeological evidence besides this new technology. It was a rock shelter that was destroyed in like 1981, I think in Littleton, Massachusetts, or somewhere near there, when they were making a 495 exit. Yeah. And prior to destroying this rock shelter, they had archaeologists come in. They said, we're going to blow this whole thing into oblivion. Why don't you dig here and see if there's anything there to find? And they found in that rock shelter that there was a stone wall that had been built at kind of like inside the drip line, basically to prevent water from running in if you're sleeping under there. So it's a stone wall that was basically underground. And there was they were able to carbon date roots that had grown on those rocks after they were placed in position and then carbonized or whatever. Yeah. And that wall was like 5,000 or 7,000 years old or whatever. So to me, that's it. You know, if you've got carbon dates that prove that Native Americans in Massachusetts built stone walls, you know, then how do you differentiate between a wall that was built for agricultural purposes and a wall that was maybe built by prehistoric Native Americans for some other purpose? And like you're saying, you can see it with your own eyes. Yeah. When you're scaling a rocky slope that could never have been used for pasture land or whatever, where maybe in the past they cleared the trees out just for firewood or whatever, and there's two two giant stone outcroppings on that slope that are connected by a wall of flat stones. What's the agricultural purpose?
Yeah.
And I would ask the same of these like underground caves like in Upton and stuff that we're talking about. We're told these things are root cellars or whatever. In most cases, if you put root vegetables in these things, they would basically get moldy immediately because the environment is absolutely terrible for storage of root cellars. Not only that, but we can actually go back to the 1600s, 1700s and see how were root cellars constructed in England, and what were the actual written instructions for people in America for how to build root cellars. And none of it says build an underground stone chamber with a tunnel that goes into it. You know, it's ridiculous. So,
You know, a random thing I wanted to bring up, because I remember you posted something about it actually, and it's real close to where all of us live, is the Lafayette House.
oh sure.
What's the?
It's it's one of like the oldest bars.
Oh yeah, it's on Route 1
It's
in
right next to Gillette
Foxborough, right?
Stadium.
Yeah,
It's,
it's across from it.
It's it's across the street about a half a mile down.
And it's basically one of the cool things that we have a few
I have a
of.
good story about it after, but go on.
One of the few things one of the great things about New England is that we have a few of these places. We have bars where you can go and drink, where people went there and drank during the period of like the Revolutionary War. You know, to realize that here I am sitting at a bar drinking a beer in a room where some dude got off his horse with a fucking tricorn hat and, you know, the stockings and buckle shoes and everything and walked in there and was like, the British have attacked Boston or whatever, you know, and the amount of history in a space like that.
Yeah.
And so Lafayette House.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I drive by that fucking place.
It's right next to a hotel, like
I drive-
End Zone, I think is what
I
it's
drive
called.
by that place fucking all the time.
And
Yep.
this was, I had made a post about it because during pandemic, I think the property was put up for sale because the operators, I don't want to like put words in anyone's mouth, but basically, I guess the operators were really struggling during pandemic as so many small businesses in America were being forced to be shut down while other larger businesses were allowed to be open and stuff. All the horrible nonsense of the whole pandemic response. And just what an unbelievable shame it would have been to have that place knocked down.
Oh yeah, because some developer would have bought it and put up a fucking.
Well, especially, you know,
Especially in that area right over there by
exactly,
Gillette, like-
exactly like the value of that land,
yeah.
you know, versus that building
The
from
buildings that's sort of falling
1750.
apart. It's like not falling
I'm
apart. but
sure
it's-
it needs work,
needs a roof.
and
You
it
drive by it, the roof's
certainly
real old.
is not like a hip, you know, Instagram ready. You know, that they could knock that thing down and build a steel and glass Korean fusion taco restaurant, you know, and make whatever amount of money, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of a towny place, and the inside is not. It's not all like. It's not like it's untouched, right? I mean, the place has changed and modernized, but it is the place. It is the building. It is a building that people used as a roadside meeting house in the days of horse and buggy, and there's value to that.
Oh, sure there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well then I guess we got to go to the Rome.
Yeah,
We
my
gotta go there.
like my mom's sister, she worked there, and I remember her telling me this years ago, and I asked her about it like a year ago. She told me the story years ago. She worked there. She was like the manager of the place, like in like the mid '80s, and she's like, that place is haunted as fuck. And she was like, I would be the last person to leave there. She was like the manager, bartender, whatever, and the first person to come in. And she was like, a few times I had left, we used to put all the chairs up on top of like upside down on top of the tables and stuff, on top of the bar. She's like, I would come in the next day sometimes and everything would be moved. Like the chairs that were upside down, like on the tables and bars would be like all in the corner and like a pile,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And she was like, swear to God. I don't remember why she told me the story, but
Well, that's one of the things that I love about living in New England is the history that we have here and the ghost stories. True or not, it's spooky. Yeah, we should go get a drink there some stormy night.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
We'll record an episode there
Live.
from the Lafayette.
right. I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
I bet they would let us do it.
yeah.
I remember with me and you, we had talked through a podcast about a cool location that'd be to do a podcast would be the Hotel Biltmore in Providence. Because I mean, there's like tons of like sketchy things supposedly like early.
We'd have to find what the sketchy rooms are.
Well, I mean, supposedly we do it on the roof where they used to have the human sacrifices with the pigeons up there and everything, and all that other stuff. But like supposedly I had rumors that like they had built they had based the idea of like that first Ghostbusters movie like off of like Hotel Biltmore, like, but it's like just that idea of like drinking in like an old hotel bar and then like going upstairs to do like a podcast or something like that. Anything.
Providence is a spooky place, and that bar was a place that H.P. Lovecraft knew in his life.
Yeah.
You know, there's all kinds of legends and lore about that place. We should do a Big Truth podcast episode about the Bridgewater Triangle specifically. That's not like me talking about my experiences, but we could do like about the Bridgewater Triangle and get other guests on and stuff to talk about their experiences. And I think people would really like that.
If we did like, say if we did like an on location site in Bridgewater Triangle, under like for your comfort level as far as like, you know, not doing it as like a discussion thing, like what would be an on location site that you would recommend?
I would say the Ledge in Freetown Fall River State
Would
Forest.
probably be the best.
It's very atmospheric. It's very scenic. Another idea would be that we could do it inside the Hockomock Swamp, which would probably be pretty buggy depending what time of year.
Oh, yeah.
And there'd probably be some wildlife and nature sounds to contend with. Or, you know, there's places like in the vicinity of Lake Nipponicket in Bridgewater that centers, that there's a lot of these legends about, or we could do a place near Lake Assawampset in Lakeville, Assawampset Pond, I should say. There's a ton of very atmospheric, very evocative places in the Bridgewater Triangle where we could do something on vacation, on location, take some cool photos.
Yeah.
Yeah, take some video. Now, and we'll surely talk more about that. I would pick your brain about who would be good to have on that you know would be interested in coming on.
Well, I've got a friend, and I don't want to say his name because I don't want to like blow him up or whatever. But he is like the guy. I got the guy, and I bet he would do it if I asked him to do it. I'm sure he would.
All right, let's do it.
So do we wait until another like landmark episode?
Maybe we could do it for a Halloween episode.
Yeah, because there won't be bugs in October.
Who the fuck knows with Massachusetts, man?
I know,
Right.
but-
This is fucking warm ass.
Yeah, no,
But
but
like douse myself in like fucking like deep woods off so I don't get whatever,
Deep woods off and
some crazy Lyme disease that you got.
I got a dealer account with Rothko. We can get mosquito nets, no problem.
You got a dealer account with Rothko? We got to talk.
Absolutely, dude.
Damn,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
How about a random question for everyone? What is everyone's take on Ouija boards?
They're cool to collect, but I never play with a Ouija board. It's just
Any experiences? I've had some, but I was wondering if anyone else has.
I think
We've played with them, but I always suspect someone's fucking around. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? Because it's all like, it's like if I've ever played one of those, it's with jerk off friends. Like, you know what I mean? Like one of us is fucking around. Like even when it wasn't me fucking around, like I feel like
I want to hear the rare stories when you're hanging out with people who aren't jerk off friends.
I don't have any. Like all my friends are fucking jerk offs.
That idea-
which, as I say, is a term of endearment.
Yeah,
you know what
I mean that idea. It's like
if you're doing a Ouija board with, like, for example, Ryan Rio, like, do you think he's not fucking around?
we should. Listen, the only time that I would ever fuck around with a Ouija board would be if we were going to try to contact Ryan.
Absolutely.
But I see them at like flea markets and like stuff like that. And if they're priced right and the box is in good condition, like I'll buy them. I own a.
I bought one from Texas.
but
from
the
Parker Brothers one?
I never fuck with them because it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to invite anything.
I have-
I'm
that's
smart
just
enough to
it.
know that I don't want
There's-
to invite anything that might be attached.
There are two views of reality. The first view is that we understand everything about the world that we live in.
which is very narrow-minded.
Sure. And then there's another alternate view, which is there may be more to this world than is immediately apparent to us.
I'm kind of in that camp.
Yeah.
I have learned from bitter experience in my, for me personally, my truth is that, yeah, that's how it is. There are forces on this earth that we don't understand, to which we are a plaything. And any time that you're like trying to make contact with that, I think it's dangerous.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so,
no, I agree.
Yeah. So I won't.
Have you fucked around with them before?
When I was a kid with my
Same.
brother, and my brother was pushing it around, and it's just like, it was harmless, innocent fun. I think like a lot of things, if this thing kind of sets its own terms, and I think you probably could use a Ouija board as kind of a harmless joke, as a party trick or whatever. But if you tried to get more serious about, who is it that I'm really talking to here?
Yeah.
You know, if you then take it to that level, I think that's when you open yourself up to like real problems.
No, I've had like a few instances. One was when I was like in like 6th grade with a group of kids. And this sounds completely fucking insane, but we were using it for a while.
You think that's the first thing
Yeah.
on the podcast? That sounds completely insane.
We were like, literally, there was 4 of us sleeping over someone's house, and we're using it. And this literally happened, and it sounds like the craziest thing ever, but I've talked about it like a couple of years after it happened with the people. We're asking it like questions, doing all this shit. At one point, we had the lights off. We had flashlights and candles, and the house had like paneling on the ceiling, like the shit that they would have in like schools, you know, like, and then
Like popcorn ceiling type stuff?
and then
Yeah.
like, you know, every like 6th or 7th one, there'd be like a light, like a clear one with the light bulb. This sounds so fucking insanely retarded, but we're playing it. At one point, one of us had the flashlight and just pointed up at the ceiling, and over like the clear light one, a pentagram. I swear on my mother's grave.
Like, what do you mean?
Like there was a pentagram embedded, like in light, in the form of light, in the fucking.
Yeah, that's weird.
and
and-
see, this is a kind of a
And there
thing
was 4
where
of us there, and
where it doesn't matter that even if you had 4 people say we all saw a symbol appear in the light, that, you know, people would say, okay, you guys are all lying, or
Right, yeah.
at the very best, you had a collective delusion, a mass hysteria among 4 people, you know, and there's no way to disprove that, right? But it's like, you know, that's not how it was.
and
You
it's
know?
and it's like, all right, was it like a satanic pentagram or just like a witchcraft? You know what I mean? I don't know. But
The thing is, it's the symbol.
and we turned the lights on.
It's
That's
the
how
symbol
fucked up
that
it was, 'cause it was there
appeared
for like a
to
minute.
you for you guys to interpret. You know what I mean? Like if you were in a different culture where a fucking square was like the mystical, witchy, evil, quasi-evil symbol, then it would have been a square. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but also no matter, even if it was just a fucking like a triangle or a box in there, like that still would have been like enough. So it wasn't even the pentagram that scared me. It was just that there was an actual object
Yeah.
in the light.
I mean, all this stuff, like, I've always found really interesting, but, like, I've always, and maybe it's just from, you know, like, maybe hearing stories about stuff that you've experienced or just watching enough horror movies where it's interesting.
Witchboard.
Love that movie.
Such a good movie.
But, like, I've always had an interest in stuff. I like reading about this stuff. Like, I like maybe dabbling in collecting or visiting these things, but I know there's, like, a certain level where, like, you don't fuck around with what you don't know, because I mean, even like stuff like as far as like going to places that are supposedly like cursed or haunted, like I'll go walking to those places, but I'm not going to try to invoke anything that's there, because I don't want to bring anything.
Yeah,
if there is something, I don't want to bring anything back to the homestead.
And I'm definitely a believer that some people are magnets to it, because like, for example, you know Val, right?
Yeah.
So I dated this girl for like a long time ago. For a long time, we were together for like 4 or 5 years. And when we were together, a lot of weird shit happened. Like she was like a magnet for it. Like I've experienced some stuff in my life, but when like the 4 or 5 years we were together, like a lot
And that,
really fucking
that to
bizarre
me
stuff
really
would
speaks
happen.
to the reality of all of this stuff, because it's not like these experiences were just universally peppered throughout your life. But yeah, like there are certain people who are sort of connected to this stuff, and there were people who are not. And that's why you'll have, there are probably people listening to this being like, well, I spent 100 hours behind a Ouija board and that planchette never moved. And it's like, well, it's because it's a two-way street in some
Right,
ways.
yeah.
you know?
I mean,
like me and her used a Ouija board, and like some crazy shit happened.
Couldn't pay me to use a Ouija board with Val.
Yeah, I would never do it again. Especially that was the last time I used it, actually.
I mean, there's been like enough like oddball stuff that has happened in my life where like I wouldn't say I'm necessarily like a magnet for this stuff, but I mean, there's definitely stuff that happens like at my cabin. You know, I mean, one of the
Where's your cabin?
I live over in Plainville.
Oh yeah, okay.
So I mean, like, but I mean, the previous owners, like, they all their ashes have been spread on the property, like, and there's stuff that's happened there that I've seen, that my girlfriend has seen, that my ex-wife has
Well,
seen.
there were people living in Plainville 10,000 years ago.
Definitely.
You know, you don't know.
But I mean, like, even like for as far as like a weird incident that happened a few years back, like my father had passed away probably about a good 10 hours before my daughter was born. So he never got to meet my daughter. So I was becoming a father as I was losing
That's
my father.
a crazy
It was fucking
turn
wild,
of
man.
events.
Like,
What a mind fuck.
Like my father went into the hospital on a Friday. My wife at the time, she was pregnant. She was like 2 weeks pregnant. 2 weeks to her due date. And then on the Sunday, like I went to go visit my father on the Friday, like, but I couldn't really be that far away from my wife in case she went into labor. My sister on the Sunday night, she called me at like 10 o'clock and she was like, hey, like, listen, Dad passed. And I was like, okay. And then like talked to her for a few hours. And then I was like, I'm going to wait until 1 a.m. to call into work. I called into work. And then it was like, you know, I called into work. I told them what happened. I was like, hey, put me on bereavement. I'll give you a call tomorrow morning to tell you what happened, what days I need, all the stuff. Went to bed. And then like a half hour later, like my wife at the time woke me up and she's like, hey, like my water just broke.
Crazy.
And I'm like, okay, we're doing this. So like it was like within a matter of 10 hours, like my daughter was born. So my father never got to meet my daughter.
How old was your dad?
My dad was, right now he died past 75-ish. He would have been about 80 right about now, roughly. So my daughter's 5.5 years old. Obviously, he never got to meet her. So this was during the pandemic when everything was like locked down and stuff like that. Nobody got like my mother and my sister hadn't seen my daughter or me for that matter for about a good 3 months. And then finally it was September. It was the fuck's in September? Like fucking Labor Day? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Labor Day. And finally my mother was just like, I'm sick of this stuff. Come down to the house in Dartmouth. Like, we're going to have a little cookout in the backyard. It'll be me, you, the neighbor. My mom's neighbor has a daughter that's the same age as my daughter. Oh, she's going to be coming over. And, like, the girls can play in, like, the little pool and stuff like that. So I was like, all right, cool. So my mom's house, the house I grew up in, it's a ranch home. You know, it's a flat ranch. It's one level. So we're in the backyard. And it's me over there and the neighbors over there. The two kids are playing together. Like my daughter hadn't played with like another little girl for like 3-4 fucking months. So she's like, they're running around the backyard. Nice warm day. It's picturesque. Like it's perfect. My sister ended up showing up because she wanted to see me and see the kid. So we're talking and stuff like that. And we're sitting in the way backyard and we're facing the back of the house. My mom has a deck with sliding glass doors. And I'm over there, and like my daughter, like she hands me like one of those like single self-serving bags of like goldfish crackers, and I'm opening it, and like it was such like a nice perfect day, like it just hit my mind where I was like, too bad my dad is not here to see this. And then I'm opening up the bag like of like goldfish, and as soon as I had that thought, I was like, too bad my dad's not here to see this. And I like for no reason, nothing told me to in my mind. I just kind of happened to just glance up at the house and I look up the sliding glass doors, and then like my daughter steals my attention because she wants her fucking crackers, so I give her the crackers, and I kind of look over at my sister. My sister kind of like gives me like a hard look, like kind of like hey, like look, and she mouths something to me, and I go, what? And she goes. She mouths something to me, and I go, I can't fucking hear what you're saying. What did you say? And she goes, did you just see Dad? And I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, now, my sister had followed my glance when I looked up at the sliding glass doors to the dog, to on the deck, because she thought maybe like somebody had come in through the front door, and you know that's what. But I didn't see anything. I just had thought about my dad, and I just happened to just randomly just look up at the house, and then my daughter stole my attention. My sister followed my glance, and when she looked at the sliding glass doors, she saw like I guess like some sort of silhouette or my father. I don't know if it was like a transparent, like translucent version of my dad, like looking back at us. And she was like, I just saw Dad looking at us. And she was like, did you see him? And I was like, no, but I just happened to think of him within like a microsecond before I looked up at the house. And she's like, we got to tell Mom. So we waited until the neighbors left. And then she told my mom, and my mom's like, yeah, I hear your father all the time. Like he in the middle of the night, like he like shuffles up and down the hallway. I've seen his shadow within like the hall light and stuff like that. And so, I mean, it's stuff like that where it's like, I fully believe in stuff like that. Like, my oldest nephew actually lives with my mom. and actually lives in my bedroom, which after I moved out of the house ended up being my dad's like den, like, and my nephew Tim is not one to actually like how like we're into like we'll watch ghost documentaries or haunted stuff, or he's not that type of guy who's into that stuff. So like he's not the type of kid that would talk about these things for fear that like people would think that he's a nutter, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But it was a few weeks after that, my daughter would be down at my mom's house occasionally, and she's a little girl, so she's running around amongst all the rooms, but she never goes into Tim's room, which was my father's room. And my nephew had randomly mentioned it to my sister. His mom was like, oh, I think she doesn't go in the room because she sees Papa. And like my sister was like, what'd you say? And she's like, and he's like, oh, nothing. And then like she was like, she kind of pressed him a little bit. And he's like, I don't want to say anything, but like every now and then, like I'll wake up in the middle of the night and like I'll see Papa in the room, like sitting on the couch or like, and he's like, I'm not scared because I know it's obviously him. And then my sister told him what had happened a few weeks before during like Labor
Did he
Day.
die in the house, or was he?
He died at St. Luke's. I mean, like he had a ton of health issues. Like he had came back from dialysis. And he had fallen in the hallway, and he had actually died in the hallway. And my nephew actually had like resuscitated him, and then he went to St. Luke's, and then he died like 3 days later and stuff like that. But I mean, it's things like that. Like there's things like that has happened. There's stuff that's happened at my cabin, like when we've moved in, when me and my ex-wife had moved into the cabin. Things that people who've crashed at the cabin, like people on tour, have seen odd things. My girlfriend. Currently, she has seen a bunch of things, like, and it's one of those things where it's like I like to write them off, but it's kind of like you see like a quick shadow, something like that, like something quickly dart in the room from a corner of your eye. You know what I mean? Like whatever's in my house is nothing that I feel is like malicious. You know, but it'll be things like that. Like one of the things that was really interesting was when we first moved into the cabin, me and my ex had a heavy wooden rocking chair, heavy wooden horse rocking chair that she had put on our side porch. And that fall, we had moved in during like the late summer. The fall, like the whole entire property kind of got infested with stink bugs and shit like that. So I had sprayed the property, and I had hundreds and hundreds of dead stink bugs on that porch. So there was one Sunday morning where it was like 6 a.m. I'm on the porch and I'm cleaning the porch. I'm sweeping them off with like, in the side porch is probably about maybe like a 20-foot porch. It's heavy wood. It's well built. The wooden rocking horse was probably, it was a solid wood, heavy rocking horse. It's old. And so I'm brushing things off, and I'm on the wooden rocking horse is on one side of the porch. I'm on the far end of the other side of the porch. And then all of a sudden it's boom, and that rocking horse is going back and forth, full tilt. Like, and it's one of those things where it's like, for you to move that rocking horse, like you'd either need to be a heavy child riding it, or you'd need to actually like slap it real hard. So I mean, like I'm like, well, I didn't see like if a bird had hit it, a bird would have obviously been like lying dead on the ground next to it because there's that much force to it. I didn't see any raccoon, I didn't see any squirrel jumping off of it. But this thing is just shaking by itself. And in my mind, I'm just like, maybe I hit like a loose board in the deck. So I'm jumping up and down on every square inch of that porch. And I'm a 220-pound man. And that rocking horse did not move an inch, even when I'm jumping like a foot from it. Stuff like that happens. There's been times where like my basement door that's like leads down to the basement, which is a furnished apartment, like a more or less a finished apartment. That door is always locked because I have a child. I don't want her to go down the stairs. But there's been times where like I know when my ex was at the house, she said that there's been 2 or 3 times where like she's heard that door slammed shut, and then she comes downstairs and that door is shut and it's dead bolted locked. One of the times where I was home alone, with the exception of my dog at the time, like my ex-wife and the kid was out of the house at the time, I'm sitting watching a movie, I'm eating a sandwich, and then all of a sudden, like, I hear a door slam. I start laughing to myself because I know what it is, and I finish my sandwich, and I get up, and there's only that downstairs hallway is my daughter's room, the downstairs bathroom. Those doors are always opened. and then there's the door that leads to the basement, and that door is closed and it's deadbolted locked. So it's stuff like that. One of the things that had recently happened a few months ago when my girlfriend was coming up for the house for the week when she was staying was we're both laying on the couch. I started falling asleep. I'm passed out. We're watching a movie, whatever. Well, she's watching a movie. I'm passed out. I'm sleeping. And she hears sleigh bells coming from upstairs. I don't own sleigh bells from upstairs. The only bells that are in my house are on the front door. So if the front door opens, and we're right there. And she woke me up and she told me that like the next morning. She was like, do you have bells upstairs? And I was like, I have no bells upstairs. And she likes making videos.
Just a couch of sketchy origin.
Yeah, she likes making videos of me falling asleep because she thinks it's fucking funny. Because I snore, obviously, and I look like a fucking baboon when I'm sleeping. And earlier in that night, she had made a video of that happening, and there's an orb that just appears and disappears. Like, and then later on, like, there's bells. Like,
Is there an EVP of the bells?
There's maybe an EVP of the bells, but I mean, there was even other things where it was like, there's been times where at that house where I think it was Valentine's Day, she was over, and we had just gotten back in from dinner, and it was just me and her at the house. I didn't have the kid that night, and we get in the house, like we hang up our coats. I go to the downstairs restroom, and I come out, and she's like looking over where my daughter's toys are, and she's like, does Lorelai have like a toy train? And I'm like, no, she doesn't have anything like that. And she's like, did you just hear that? And I'm like, no. And she's like, when I was hanging up my couch, hanging up my coat, like I started hearing like a toy train, like a train noise. I was like, there's nothing like that in this house. I know I bought my daughter for toys, but I mean, as far as things like being aware of things, there's enough of those little things that
Was your
happen
father
around.
into trains at all or anything like that, or no?
No, my dad was into guns, man. my dad was a real man. He was into guns. But there's enough things like that have happened in my life where, like, I'm aware of things, and I don't know.
No, I think there's a lot of value in that. When I was still investigating UFO sightings, I launched a project that was just called the Anomalous Report Collection Project.
Yeah.
And it was me tape recording just people that like came to my house to party or whatever. Have you ever had a weird experience in your life that you couldn't explain? And virtually everybody has something,
Yeah.
And if we look at the bulk of these things, it's clear that there are aspects of our reality that we don't. I think it would be a tremendous amount of hubris to look back 500 years and be like, okay, those people 500 years ago, they thought that the Earth revolved around the sun. They didn't have the faintest idea about reality, but now we know everything. It's like, no,
That's
we don't.
insane.
We
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
And
I mean, one of the first things that I can remember that was like really, really odd that ever happened to me was I grew up in South Dartmouth, and I'm sure you've maybe gone down there with different things. I didn't grow up that far away from Duval's store, which is one of America's oldest general stores. Or,
Sure.
For all I know, it could actually be the oldest general store that's still up and running. And I had a friend that lived on that line of like Dartmouth Westport. And I always remember I was driving out there. It was a fall day, but it was good weather conditions. I was driving out there with my car, my first car, and just having this, like a conversation like what we're having as far as like weird stuff. And I know that like that area was like, there was raids and stuff like that during like King Philip's War and stuff like that. And I was passing Duval's store at the time. And I remember this thought just popped in my mind. I was like, wow. I was like, I bet you there's a lot of like paranormal activity in this area. And the second that I had that thought in my mind, the wheel jerked out of my hands.
That's such a classic Bridgewater Triangle type story.
Into the next lane. So, I mean,
Yeah.
there's been plenty of times, and I'm sure there's been plenty of times where we've all been in the cars with our friends, and we, like, jerk the wheel out of their hands, like, to be a dick. There was, like, a forcible jerk out of the wheel where, like, my Camry went into the next lane. So I got out, I parked the car in the middle of the road. There's no other
Wow.
traffic because there's nothing there. And, like, I go, okay, that just happened. Did I hit a pothole? Was there some sort of like wet leaves on the ground? Was there anything that could have done that? And obviously road conditions were perfect. And I got back in the car.
I mean, it is New England. Obviously, the road conditions are perfect.
Yeah, obviously. But I got back in the car and I drove to my buddy Jared's house. And I never had anything like that ever happen to the car ever again. But it was the second that I thought about, I wonder if there's any paranormal activity in this area, and that Will just instantly jerks out.
And that's how this thing works.
Yeah.
It's a two-way street.
Yeah.
You know, you thinking that created a thing that happened.
Yeah.
And I don't pretend to have all the answers about this.
Yeah.
Nobody does. It's just
Like in my mind, I want to think like that. Like I had that thought, and maybe like subconsciously, like my body did like its own twitch and did that.
And perhaps
that could be it.
Perhaps we could have a better understanding of that at some point down the road. But ultimately, you know, you mentioned like your dad, losing your dad, and that you know, your family's response to that and the experiences that happen as a result.
Yeah.
I relate to that a lot, like so many people in our generation. I like lost a brother, and my parents are suffering a lot.
Sure.
And they had their own experiences, my mother specifically afterward. And, you know, my mom looked to me on some level for validation of these kind of experiences. My mother, of course, looks at things from a very different framework because my mother is a very Christian person and with a very serious faith. I am not a Christian person. I don't necessarily share her beliefs about what happens after you die, but I could say to my mother in truth that energy can't really be destroyed, right? And that our consciousness is not entirely localized inside of our skulls. Like if I had a strong enough measuring device, I could measure the brain activity of everybody at this table from here.
It would be fucking low as all hell, man.
Yeah, another like weird thing that happened to me, and whenever it happens with multiple people, that's obviously the best one because you have other witnesses. And I could text or any of these people now, and they would all remember it. But I was on tour, and it was we were in Wisconsin. We pulled off. We stayed at this old hotel. I'll never forget the name of it, Edge of the Woods Motel. And Jasper was with us. My friend Pete from Global Threat. It was an unseen tour. We had a couple of people with us, and we stayed in this hotel room. It was like an old, like kind of Bates Motel looking place, and there was like 6 of us in the room, and I showered. People showered. We're all like laying in there just watching TV, and someone's like, "I hear fucking water dripping," and then like we all kind of like stopped, like, and we all heard like water dripping, and we're like, "All right, well that's fucking weird." I'm like, "Well, I was last in the shower. It's probably just dripping in the bathtub." I go in there, no water dripping. Like, all right. We still hear it drip, 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 drip. We're like all sitting there. It got to the point where we're all looking to find where this water's dripping from. We're like, it was a carpeted hotel. You know, like the sinks are usually like in the room, not in the bathroom. There's
Sure.
Yeah. So I'm like, we're feeling the sink, nothing, whatever. We finally ignore it. We go to sleep. And I wake up the next morning, and I was in a bed with my buddy Pete. And well, first of all, a guitar player was like, "This place is creeping me out. Fuck this." And he went and slept in the van. And then, so I wake up, and like Pete's like, my friend Pete's like, dude, he's like, "Yo, I woke up in the middle of the night and I couldn't sit up. Like something was like not letting me sit up.
Like sleep paralysis?
Yeah, yeah. He's like, I couldn't move. And then like an hour later, like everyone else woke up, and one of the other guys in the other bed, my old guitar player, Paul, he was like, "I woke up last night and something was holding me down." And it was so fucking weird. And then it's like, none of us ever forgot that. And then like a couple of years later, we're in the same area, and I was like, I'm going to find this fucking hotel. And I found it because I remembered it was like, we're in Wisconsin. There's not much there. And I pulled off and went into the office, and I was like, this is completely crazy, but I just got to ask you, like, is this place haunted? And the guy's like, "I just bought this place like 6 months ago. I've never heard anything about it being haunted." And I was like, "Well, like 4 or 5 years ago, me and my friend stayed here, and it was fucking weird." And he's like, and I was like, "It was that room right there. It was like the second room away from the lobby, like the little clerk area." And he's like, "We renovated this place. My mom stayed in that room for like 6 months, and she didn't say she never witnessed anything." And I was like, "Well, we did."
So you guys are just crazy.
It was there for
like,
you to see, man.
Yeah,
it was there for you guys to experience.
But we
that
brought it
night.
up before. Like, if I'm going to text Jasper right now, Edge of the Woods Motel, and we'll see if he replies.
Have you talked to him on the phone lately?
No.
Oh, you should call him. He's got all kinds of crazy stuff. He's doing great. He's got crazy band stuff going on now that I'm
really?
super, super jealous about. But he also has like some health shit that's fucking crazy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, it's just so typical from like, I guess in many ways, like Like, I'm not saying that his experience is super typical, but how many people do we know at our age who are starting to now, like 25 years of hard living is like catching up with them? You know what I mean?
It's catching up with everybody.
Yeah, totally.
Hey, one thing
I just
that
texted two of them.
one thing I wanted to bring up, because you had mentioned your mom and the unfortunate passing of your brother and stuff like that. But being that your mom was very religious and obviously you weren't probably growing up, what did your parents think about when you were getting into like all this UFO stuff, all this like supernatural stuff? Like, were they supportive on any level? Like, at any point did they try to pull you out of this stuff? Like, I mean, I'm sure there was like this also with you getting into punk rock and stuff like that. I didn't know how did they feel about you getting into subculture shit, you know?
Yeah, one of the guys, I was like, remember Edge of the Woods? He's like, of course.
You know, I got into subculture shit when I was like a young teenager.
Yeah.
And I think like probably a lot of young teenagers getting into subculture shit, I kept it a secret from my mom and dad for a little while. I remember going to a show at the Rat and then being in the pit, having a great time, leaving the show and realizing that my face was like basically bashed in. Yeah. And then telling my mother that I fell down a hill face first, and that's why I looked that way. You know, I would change into like my quote unquote punk clothes after leaving the house.
Yeah.
You know, this was when I was very first getting into this stuff. And then eventually, I was in a band and I was dressing punk all the time. Yeah. And I think my mother and father had gotten a divorce. And I think my mother and father both felt that I wore my quote unquote stage clothes all the time. Yeah. Which is an interesting way of looking at this stuff, right? When I was doing the UFO stuff, I actually had a very unfortunate timing thing where I got into this UFO stuff very hugely and was wearing my heart on my sleeve, right? And then suddenly it was the Heaven's Gate cult mass suicide thing.
Oh, yeah.
And that was super... That was a fucking bad time to be a UFO freak.
What was this dude's name? Appleton or something?
I don't remember. But
was your mom scared you were going to cut off your own nuts?
No, but my father was super. My father was like, "Hey, man, you're a kook." Now, an interesting fact is that my father had seen a UFO together with his friend in around 1965.
Yeah.
And when I was very first interested in UFOs as a child, my father told me that he and his friend, who he named, had seen this UFO during the 1960s.
Where was it?
It was in, like, I don't know, some faraway place or whatever. But here's the really fascinating thing about this. My father started to throw a lot of shit at me about being a UFO investigator, whatever. He called me a kook. He was filled with scorn. I had a fractious relationship with my father at the time, which obviously now, as I mentioned, I work with my father. That fractious relationship is long since healed.
Yeah.
But at the time, growing up, you know, you butt heads, and my dad had some ideas about me that weren't really true. The divorce factored into this very complex situation. Yeah. But I remember that my father had told me that he and his friend had seen this UFO in the 1960s. So I got the dude's phone number and I called him. I said, "My name's Chris Pittman. My father is Fred Pittman." He's like, "Oh, how's he doing?"
How's
Freddie? And I fucking took down his UFO sighting report and I wrote an official report and sent it to the Mutual UFO Network. Yeah. And it's like, I fucking rammed that right up my father's ass.
Have you and your father ever talked about it, like in the, like after that, like he originally told you about it?
Not really. I don't know. Things are different for me now. You know, when I was at the time that I'm talking about, like early mid 90s, like I was like, UFO study is important. You know, maybe I'm back around to seeing eye to eye with my father on this issue because frankly, the way that my father expressed what he expressed to me was clumsy or wrong or whatever. But his sentiment was in a way validated by what happened to me afterward. You know,
do they know? Like, I mean, the stuff that you described on your first episode, like all this shit, like, do they have an idea, like even a fraction?
Has your dad listened to the podcast?
No.
Of the shit that you actually experienced, like,
no.
went through? Like, what would their opinions be if, like, they?
Really hard for me to say. You know, I'll be totally honest with you guys. I see my parents almost every day to this day, and I have a very close relationship with them.
Yeah, I'm like that with my dad now.
And that aspect of things, it doesn't come up, and I wouldn't even begin to know how to how to describe it with them, especially
If your dad asks you about it, like in the next few days, I'm gonna freak. the fuck
totally
out.
imagine that.
If
Imagine
tomorrow he's
that.
like, I gotta talk to you.
My father,
He calls
my
you up tomorrow
father,
and he goes, you know how Judas Priest got that name?
my father is like,
That's the name of this episode.
how did Judas Priest get their name? When that dude said to me, "Do you know where Judas Priest got their name?"
You
I
just
was
shit your
fucking.
pants.
I was
I
ready.
would have literally,
to stand
I
up
literally,
and walk
I would
out
have
the
left.
fucking
I would have
door.
been like,
I was
I'm
like,
out. Bye.
I was just like, dude,
I would have been
what
like,
the fuck?
am I in like the Truman Show? Like I'm fucking
And
out.
of course, I
Bye.
explained to him why I reacted the way, and he got very excited about it. He was like, "This is crazy! What an unbelievable thing!" And so my roommate came home, and he excitedly describes this to my roommate. Can you believe this happened?
That's
and my
so
roommate's
fucking
response was, "That happens to Chris all the time."
You've been pretty quiet during all this. You got any stories about ghosts or at all?
Yeah, like
No?
here we are in the Bridgewater Triangle. You know, it's like people. So here's a fun fact.
We're in
is
the lower
that
right-hand corner right now.
My friends, you know, I've got friends that I hang out with every week. I had told them that we recorded this episode, and then the next week I saw them, and they were like, "Hey, how did that episode recording go?" And I said, "Well, funny that you mention it. You see, I got some texts about it today, and it turns out the like SD card was broken and like the episode like can't be salvaged." And the response from everyone was like, "You're fucking kidding me, dude. No way. You're not fucking being honest with me right now. No fucking way." But it's like, yeah.
We've covered enough ground tonight that if this card is fucking broken or there's some sort of fucking tomfoolery that happens,
Fuck all this. Yeah.
you just can't be on the show
So
anymore.
somebody asked me, they're like, "Well, why do you think that the previous episode wouldn't have had this problem, but then your later episode?" It's like, it's where we are right now is different.
Yeah.
Than where we recorded it.
because we recorded that in Swansea.
Exactly.
Which isn't in
technically outside.
It's outside the triangle. Yeah, man. So no,
So this is the test. Let's
Yeah.
see if this one gels.
I told this on the last episode, 101. The only thing I've ever had happen to me was coming home at like 3 a.m. I had two
Those
orbs
orbs,
of light shoot out in front of me, dance in front of the windshield, and then fucking dart off. That's about it. But years ago in Dorchester, in South Boston, when I lived in Dorchester, I had sleep paralysis, and I woke up and I was facing the wall. My bed was against the wall, and I was facing the wall. And I woke up and I couldn't move, and I was like, "Oh fuck, they're behind me."
Yeah.
And that's all I kept thinking is they're fucking behind me.
Yeah. I mean,
But here's the other weird thing, right? Then a week later, I go outside, and I go. We lived on. It was me and Seamus.
and you
that
saw
did
an
this.
owl.
Yeah, I lived on third floor
remember
in
you told-
Dorchester. I walked outside. There's a fucking white owl from me to you. That's how close it was. It was on a branch sitting there looking at me, and I walked out and it just started. It fucking stared at me, and I'm like, "Okay,
I saw orbs.
this is what we're doing."
Yeah, that's crazy. I saw orbs once, and I was in England, actually Scotland, and we were playing this like weird, like really old place, and everybody went to eat, and our booking agent was on tour with us, and he's like, "You have to put your hair up." He's like, "You think the kids went to see Kiss without the makeup? They went to see the Unseen with the mohawk." I was like, "All right, fine." So I'm up there like doing my hair in the bathroom, and totally fine, slept a lot and everything, totally sober. It's like 3 p.m, and all of a sudden I start getting like just feeling weird, and there was like these like almost like bubbles, but tiny, and they were like there was like a lot of them like all around the room, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on right now?" Like as I'm like drying my hair and stuff, and it lasted for like
It was just hair product.
30 seconds. That's what I'm like, maybe it's just like fucking rave number 4.
Yeah.
But no, it was like in that bathroom. It was just like, and then the other like the weirdest thing that happened to me, and nobody was there to experience it, was it was like Super Bowl Sunday, like early 2000s, and we were on tour with the Dropkick Murphys, and we were in England, and they were all like, "We want to watch football," so they all went to the bar, and I was like, "Football's gay. I'm not going to watch football." So I stayed at the hotel, and in the hotel room we were in had bunk beds. Earlier in the day, I was walking around behind from like here to the garage door. Behind the hotel was a graveyard, and I was like taking pictures in the graveyard and stuff. Like headstones are super old because it's England or Scotland or whatever. And then we go back or whatever to the hotel. Everyone was like, "We're going to go watch Super Bowl." So I went down. I was like, "I'll go drink and eat for a bit." Went down there, ate, drank, walked back to the hotel by myself. All the lights are on. I find something to watch. I'm on the bottom bunk. I fall asleep. I wake up to the bed violently shaking. It was like I wake up, and when I woke up, it was still shaking for like probably like 5 seconds. Then it stopped, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like sharing a room with one other dude, and literally my thought was like, "Oh, maybe they came back while I was sleeping," and I'm like
jerking off
that,
on the top.
literally, that's literally. I was like, he's jerking off, like. Yeah. But I was like, I didn't hear anything, but I was like, that's the only thing I could explain because the whole bed was like moving. So I'm sitting up, I'm like, hello, and I don't hear anything, and I'm like now petrified. I'm like fucking like every hair in my body standing up. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, hello, no one answers. So now I get up, and I'm like literally like creeping up the ladder. I look up, nothing's there.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I just sat there and I was like, okay. And I'm like, again, all the lights are on and everything. I'm like, I'm not staying in this room. I went out and I sat in the lobby, and I sat in the lobby for like 3 hours. And then everybody came in like hammered. It was like 4 a.m. by the time the Super Bowl ended, because it was like time zone change. And everyone's like, why are you sitting in the couch in the lobby? This is like before you could use your phone and stuff. Yeah. And I was just like, I'll tell you tomorrow. Like, I'm not even going to explain this right now.
So you had brought up sleep paralysis, stuff like that. And I definitely, in my early 20s, I definitely suffered from a few episodes of sleep paralysis. The most intense one being like, you're kind of laying there and like you kind of feel like the wave. And for me, at least, it was like a wave that kind of started in like my legs and kind of creeping in. And then it's just kind of like a cold sweat. And then the most terrifying time was I heard something whispering in my ear, but it just kind of sounded like white noise, like static, like from like an old black and white TV, like. And then it's just like passing out from fear, and then like waking up the next morning and like you've completely sweated through the bed. Now I've had like similar like feelings of like that wave, that anxiety wave that like creeps over your body when like I've done like psychedelics before. So like, I don't know, like
hippie,
whatever, man. So it's like in my mind, like, I don't know if that's like just brain chemicals being released like during the middle of the night, or if it has actually some sort of like, whatever, something like torturing you in the middle of the night.
I've never had any like sleep paralysis.
Chris, have you ever had any bouts of sleep paralysis?
I haven't. The closest that I could relate to it is like that thing that I described in the first episode where
on that beach in Dighton.
Exactly. Yeah. On the Taunton River in Dighton. No, me personally, no.
What's your take on that?
Well, we've had different cultural understandings of sleep paralysis over time. We call it sleep paralysis now. Hundreds of years ago, it was like demons or whatever. Yeah. Hundreds of years from now, who knows what they'll think sleep paralysis is.
Mine was crazy enough where the next day I like called the doctor. And I don't ever call the doctor about anything. I'm like, hey, I had like I woke up paralyzed. What the fuck do I do about that? Yeah. And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, it's gone now. But like,
they're doing research on this now with regard to narcolepsy and sleepwalking and all this stuff.
Yeah.
There are people who can drive a car while they're asleep.
That's so that's so fucking insane. I've heard that.
That's called me going to work.
That's so
every morning.
That's every morning.
So our understandings of sleep are not necessarily complete. There's a story about a World War I veteran who got damage to his brain and like didn't need to sleep afterward. And I'm not like an expert on this, but imagine if you didn't have to sleep, how much more life that you would have.
That's insane.
I could accomplish
like a third more life.
Fucking much.
Yeah. A third more life.
I get like 4 to 6 hours of sleep at the most. So
yeah, there was like a guy who had a traumatic brain injury and like couldn't sleep and like didn't need to sleep.
I didn't ever know that was possible. I thought you kind of went nuts after you.
Theoretically, you can exist without food for weeks and weeks, but without sleep for a matter of days, and you lose
hallucinating and
but,
stuff, right?
This is one of those things that's kind of on the frontiers of our understanding about human.
That's the next episode. We get sleep deprived for like 2-3 days and then
do a podcast.
But I think the record is like, was it like 9 days, 10 days, somebody without sleep? But it's like,
that's wild.
I actually saw something.
A hell of a cocaine bender.
I actually saw something this morning on Instagram. It was like some sort of like oddball history account where they talked about a God, I think it was a German soldier, and you might very well know this. And
Oh, what? Because it's a Nazi. You think I know about it?
yeah,
I know about it.
Yeah, I know you know about it. Wink, wink. No, it actually might have even been a Finnish soldier. But
He's probably a Nazi.
anyhow, it was like
Sympathizing.
it was during like a winter area because they were skiing, and I can't read lips, dude. Just tell me afterwards, all right? And
Go
like
on.
how they were giving like methamphetamines.
Yeah.
Like
No, I know the story you're talking about.
And the particular soldier, he was like carrying like pretty much like his whole unit's supply of methamphetamines while they were being like chased like by Russians. And I guess his hands were so frozen and he was getting so tired that like he just like somehow fucked up and like, or maybe on purpose, he took like the whole unit's supply of methamphetamines, like 30 dosages. And like he was like, his heart rate was something like 200. Like, and he just skied for like almost like 2 weeks straight, like completely like leaving his guys in the dust, like completely blacked out. And like when he woke up, he was like, he had like shredded tons of weight. He like weighed 90 pounds. Like he ate like a live bird and like I don't know, like a rock.
Look.
And they found him like 2 weeks later, and he was like, he had like completely like lost 2 weeks of time, completely on methamphetamines, like no sleeping, like. But he had like skied something like 300 miles, like something insane.
The story of methamphetamine use in World War II is like incredibly obfuscated by like propaganda myths
Sure.
and lore and legends.
Yeah.
And, you know, we hear about the Nazis, that their soldiers were like totally insane on meth, you
Yeah.
know, when in reality, all of the combatants during World War II
on
were
methamphetamines.
issuing stimulants
Yeah.
in methamphetamines where you could buy them in Britain, in America,
Yeah.
you know, as a civilian at that
Yeah.
time as well. So
Probably in the Sears catalog.
yeah,
They were sold like over the counter, like
Exactly.
pharmaceuticals. Like
Yes.
they actually made them like in chocolates, like
Yes.
where you can like
and there's a lot of like
Good old
legends
days.
and obfuscation about especially like World War II German soldiers or quote unquote Nazi soldiers
Blitzkrieg
and
type
stuff.
stuff, yeah.
Exactly. There's like a whole book out there, Blitzed, that's about like how the German army was like drugged out. This is like pop history
Yeah.
trash, you know. But there is an element of truth there that you can learn about and read about. But unfortunately, it's tough sometimes to parse the propaganda myths
Sure.
from the realities and stuff.
So new specialty episode. We all get on tons of methamphetamines, and we try to do like. I mean, this is probably like a
We do a
5 hour.
we do a 2 week.
we try to fight the Soviet Union.
2 week podcast.
We go for the world record for longest podcast.
I wonder what that is.
We're gonna fry that SD
Look at your
card. I'll
phone.
tell you that.
I guess I could look up like what's the longest.
No.
Look
You
at
want me to look it up right now?
No, look at your text messages.
Listen, I'm going to grab another shot out of this grab bag thing. and
well,
nip.
wait,
Yes,
I guess
all
we
right,
all
all
have.
right.
Okay.
All right.
And then Chris, I think I asked you this on the last one, but what is
Disgusting. I got a Parrot Bay coconut.
Oh, why do I keep getting vodka?
because it's probably all vodka because no one wants vodka shot. Did you buy it like that?
Green apple.
It's $8 for 10 nips.
Where'd you get this incredible deal?
At the Rotary
Down
of
the
the street.
Hell yeah. Oh, that looks disgusting.
Oh, Smirnoff Green Apple. No, I'm tossing that.
Throws it back. You can't throw it back.
Kristen Brothers Honey.
That's
All right.
fine. Take
I'm
it.
going
Take
back
it.
to the green apple. Yeah. Fuck. Because I know you're just going to end up getting the green apple and you're going to fucking whine about
That's
it.
what I have, green apple.
You got a green
I
apple?
fucking
I
same
would
thing.
gladly trade this Parrot Bay coconut to anyone who wants a coconut.
What do you got over there?
Parrot Bay 90
got?
proof coconut rum.
Like, nothing you want.
You don't get to pick
That's
through.
even gayer.
No, I got Christian Brothers honey, but it doesn't even say what it is.
Well, it's a fucking nasty nip, brother.
It's $1.
80-cent
It
nip.
just says the Christian Brothers honey.
It's going to make you more
That's all it
religious.
says.
go to church
wait,
tomorrow.
and then it says,
You were like,
Oh, it's
guys,
brandy,
I just
it's
woke up and I
brandy.
decided I had to go to church. I had this
I
epiphany.
feel totally bamboozled by that place because that guy was like, "There's some good nips in
Yeah,
there."
no,
There
no,
is-
What's a
isn't
good
it?
nip? Nips are disgusting in their
What
very
else is in
nature.
here? All right, there's apple cider whiskey.
I'm
apple
nauseated.
cider whiskey.
Nauseated.
Give me that. Put this thing back.
What is this? Like ectoplasm. You know what? I'll drink this because at least it's.
All right, hold on. I'm getting
This is
another
green
beer.
apple too,
I
but
gotta
it's-
get a chaser because I don't know what this fucking honey shit
I'm
is.
gonna drink this pink thing.
You dropped it on the floor.
Because I'm already gonna have green tea and Mountain Dew.
We're gonna do these nips, and then I got to bring up something.
Hell yeah, I know where this is going.
But before we do,
fault.
Listen.
listen. No.
It's
If
time.
there's some shit that you want to bring up that's
It's
of
time,
importance,
dude.
Drew, bring shit up. All right.
So, before
Real talk.
real talk. Before we do this shot, Chris, what is? I think I asked you this on. The
I'm gonna
first
take a
one,
piss.
but I'm gonna ask you again.
I can't believe you haven't yet. I've done like 30 of them. That's what happens when you're 46 years old.
What is your
Piss all the
visceral?
time.
What is your visceral gut reaction to what this shit is? Like when I say what this shit is, like,
Meaning the stuff in this bag.
not that ectoplasm that he's got, but like, you know, like you investigated UFO stuff, alien stuff, paranormal stuff. I know we classified as non-human intelligence,
Punk
but
stuff.
what is your visceral reaction on to what it is? Is it something interdimensional? Is it something demonic? Is it something from another world? Like,
Well, look, I mentioned already on this podcast, I'm not like a Christian person. I'm not a religious person.
sure, no, I get it.
And
I don't see how anybody can be. But anyways, go on. I mean,
Look.
to each their own. But yeah.
you know, I said in the episode where I told a story about how I got contacted by somebody who very clearly through their questions had a very advanced knowledge of this stuff. You know, they were
Yeah.
emailing me.
Sure.
And then finally I asked them after this back and forth, you know, what is your take on this? What is your background on this? And the person said, well, I was afraid you were going to ask. And the reality is that I'm a Baptist minister and I think this stuff is demons. And I use this stuff as sermons to my congregation. And I never responded to his email again. I never talked to that guy again. I thought I just disregarded that guy and that perspective out of hand. But with the perspective of time, you know, with the understanding that I know for a fact that this stuff is deceptive. I know for a fact that this stuff is negative.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not endorsing any aspect of Christianity or the Bible, but I believe that what this thing is what is described as demons in the Bible. And could it be what's described as angels in the Bible too? I have no idea. But like, I'm not interested to fuck around and find out, you know?
I mean, there's something, there's good, there's evil, and what is the evil stuff? You know, like,
I believe that.
as it's defined,
everything
yeah.
If
there
only we
can't
had
be
Danzy's
good
phone
without
number
evil.
right now.
But you know, the shortest possible answer, my conclusion, my final answer on all of this stuff, and this is not shakeable for me, is that there is some non-human intelligence that is based on this planet that has always been here, and that we can interact with at our own risk and peril. And that's what this thing represents.
It's funny that you say it because when I did that interview with the dude Phil, he doesn't say it exactly like that, but says something like that. There's something there. They talk about like how at the swamp or at the, you know, in the forest, that there's something there that's not benevolent, that's been there before people.
Well, why
Do you think any higher ups have more contact with them?
I don't actually think so. You know, there's a lot of stuff coming out now about UFOs that comes from military. You know, when I look at my Facebook feed, it's not full of videos of people that have been videoing UFOs. The stuff that is in my Facebook feed that's about UFOs is from government and military sources, and I do not trust that shit at all.
Do you think Bob Lazar is a kook? Or
I do. I think he's actually a liar.
Do you really?
He could be a...
Did you watch that movie that he did with Jeremy?
No, I did not.
Jeremy,
but I will tell you this: I was familiar with Bob Lazar in 1993, and by 1993, that guy was already discredited and was already not taken seriously among UFO researchers, even in the early 1990s, because there were so many things that he had said that were like demonstrably false. And it's shocking. The fact that Bob Lazar has like returned to relevance is absolutely shocking.
It was like,
to me.
a couple of years ago he came back.
Because by
Some dude found him, that's why.
1993, no one in UFOs took that dude seriously. He was already over because of his lies.
Now, maybe you know this because you have way more knowledge than me than this, but he said that he worked at Area 51 and that the government said he didn't, but then that he proved that he did through like...
I do not believe that he did. I don't believe he was ever able to prove that he went to the schools that he went to. I mean, I I'm not trying to like debate anybody about Bob Lazar based on my memories of this from 1993, but you know,
The documentary, it's free in a bunch of places now. So I'll try to find the link and send it to you.
do
Have you
not.
seen it?
I don't want to watch
see
it.
it?
No, I think that guy is a liar. Like there's a lot of disinformation and that comes from our government about this stuff. And this isn't like a weird conspiracy theory. You know, you can find declassified documents where the government is like, hey, we need to be able to use this UFO hype to conceal our own projects and stuff. Yeah. And it makes sense that they would do that. Sure. We could zoom out from this further and ask, and I think this is a question that people should be asking. Is it good that our government infiltrates dissident groups? You know, is it good that our government tries to entrap people by like setting up fake terrorist crimes for them to create? Like we
Patriot Front.
Yeah, like we've all grown up used to the fact that like, okay, if you have some kind of dissident political group, like it's going to be infiltrated by feds, but like it doesn't have to be that way. No. And when we think about like the excesses of communist China and stuff, like why don't we think about the fact that like you can't have any kind of dissident movement in the United States without it being infiltrated by intelligence agencies? That's actually kind of fucked when you think about it. And it's the same thing with UFOs, that there are intelligence agencies that have their fingers in these pies. And I would love to see these intelligence agencies broken up and scattered to the wind.
Here. To that,
time to take a shot.
All right. This is going to be bad.
Who cares, man?
No one is stoked about this shot.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Yeah,
it's whatever.
I'm stoked about it for the record. It's whatever.
Woof. Mine wasn't terrible.
Mine was
a terrible mistake.
That was better than the watermelon vodka.
I was all about mine, but it was fucking.
All right,
well, that's
I'm washing it down with some Mountain Dew energy.
Hell yeah!
All right. Well, listen.
Fuck Christian Brothers, honey, whatever that fucking thing is.
I guess I should wait until Mark gets back. You can hear. So we're just kind of. I don't want to say we're talking about conspiracy stuff. But we're talking this whole.
I see this on your face.
You know where this is going.
Yes,
I brought this up on the last episode, but
okay.
I feel this is the time to bring this up right now.
I'm still going to work on getting that lost episode back.
It'd be fucking awesome, man. Just there's got to be some fucking way to get it.
Someone was saying that there's a thing they can do with like lasers that peels like layers.
You know, we can always record again. It's fine. This episode, frankly, that's just it. This is in some ways maybe better than the last episode.
I think the last one was a little sloppier for sure.
I mean, we could.
There was a lot of good laughs.
There was a lot of laughs. This episode has been, I think, a lot more serious. But I think this episode is compelling in its own way.
Sure.
And we could do a laughs episode. You know, I'm glad that we.
There's many more we can do.
And the figure would be like lost episode 100, part 2. Well, part 1.
Yeah.
Lost episode.
This will be, you know, if you could ever retrieve that lost episode.
The outtakes.
Outtakes, yeah.
So, I, for one, hope that episode is never found.
Yeah. It probably
what you're worried about wasn't even on it.
Yeah, but even so, you want to talk about like paranormal phenomenon, like missing time? Like, how long did you say that last episode was?
4 hours.
How long is this one? Where are we at right now?
I'm going to tell you right now, we're at 3 hours and 22 minutes.
So it's going to be the same time.
Yes.
I remembered the previous episode as being like an hour long. Yeah. So I have no idea.
That's why that episode needs to be uncovered. Yeah. You don't fucking remember it.
We need to find out.
Because sometimes I'll listen and be like, oh, that happened. Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, that's the best part.
So, I mean, obviously, there's only been one other time when we've all gotten together, the 4 of us. But, I mean, whenever we do, we just talk about conspiracies, urban legends.
Whenever we do. The other time, you're saying.
The other time.
The one other time.
Well, I'm hoping there'll be many more times.
Of course.
This is a good mix we got here. So, as far as an urban legend that I've always been fascinated about was one that you've been involved in. You told me personally when I was 15 years old.
Remember when I was a substitute teacher at your high school?
Which is so
Incredible.
fucking strange. You were just like teaching.
what?
Yeah, he
This
used
is
to,
real?
He used to teach fucking Spanish at Dartmouth High or something like that.
Fuck off! Wait, why did I not know this?
Dude, like,
Did he teach you Spanish? Because if he did, I'm leaving.
No, I
right
don't
now.
know.
Simone. What do they say?
I would see him and I'm like, I think that's the dude who sings for Civil Defense. Like, that dude's an old hardcore dude. Like, it's just like a stupid punk kid. But, you know, I remember being like 15 years old and like, 14, 15 years old and you're discovering everything. You're figuring out who people are, like who people have been around. And, older guys. And I remember he came over to me once and I don't remember how the conversation happened, but we started talking about people and he tells me, Truth is telling me these stories about old Boston shows and fights and things that happened.
Wait, at your school?
No, during Spanish class.
This
He's
is
teaching
after.
me in Spanish why this is happening.
This is post high school.
This is post-high school.
It's like trying to teach him, like, I'm going to tell it to you all in Spanish. So you have to see what you've learned.
Yeah. I had to repeat it back.
Mira.
Yeah. ¿Pa qué? ¿Pa qué?
Mira. Listen.
Yeah. And he tells me the story once. He tells me the story about a fight that happened at a Bold show. And the fight that happened at Bold show, like, I don't remember the specifics. Obviously, I wasn't there. But he was telling me that he witnessed...
Kevin Borowski from Ski set the whole
Okay,
stage.
Sucker Punch?
From Yes, Kevin
Berserker?
Borowski
Was he
from
in
Sucker
Berserker?
Punch.
No, he wasn't in Berserker. No, Sucker
No, he was
Punch.
in Sucker Punch.
Right.
He antagonized Bold because this is when they were.
Have you heard his other band after that? Stink Pipe? Have you ever heard that?
No, didn't he do something like Nothing But Enemies or something? Was that him?
No, that's Opie.
Okay.
I-
Oh no, Enemies for Life.
Master Bleed is the name of the band.
Master Bleed.
Yes.
Stink pipe.
That's a fucking awesome name. I'm glad you brought that up. But so you tell me the story about a fight that happened at a Bold show, and you witnessed Al Quint from Suburban Voice magazine punching Matt from Bold in the face. And I remember you told me this story, and I was like, I kind of talked to Al, like, that's amazing that he would do something like that. And I told that story.
Ryan Rio backed me up on this.
I told that story, and I remember Ryan had told me about it. I remember Shane Mackey.
You need the Ouija board.
Shane Mackey wasn't at the show, but I remember Shane Mackey telling me that you and Ryan had told him that in high school after the show had happened, like the next day at school. And I remember
It was a very remarkable occurrence.
so Al Quint, who was probably 30 at the time, punched like a 14-year-old boy.
So I didn't see it.
A youth crew boy in the face. And then I remember, like, I brought this up. There'd be times where I was like, this is like...
See, the thing is, to me, there wasn't that spin on it. It was like, we went to the show, Kevin Borowski started trouble with the Bold guys. They fucking acted up. We were at the show.
Yeah.
As was par for the course of the day, people were yelling "Free Bird" and fucking with him. This dude Mark Bourgeois was like fucking with him, and the guitars had enough and like smacked the dude in the face with the guitar.
Yeah.
And then it set it off.
Yeah.
And then it turned into a little fucking riot.
So-
and during the melee.
Yeah.
Like during all the confusion and the craziness.
Where was the venue for this?
It was in Cambridge. I can't remember exactly where. It wasn't the Middle East. It was somewhere else.
A church show?
No, it might have been like Ground Zero, one of the weird spots.
Okay.
So anyway, long story short, I remember Al Quint was up on the stage as he is taking pictures and stuff, and like during the melee, just fucking got in a scuffle with Matt from Bold and fucking hit him. It wasn't like
Can we contact Matt from Bold?
It wasn't like a fucking,
we call him?
a knockout punch. Like it
I wouldn't
wasn't
expect
like
him to throw a knockout
so,
punch.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he fucking cocked the dude and knocked him the fuck out or anything. So anyway, but I was like very proud for Al. Like oh look, he was repping Boston like during the fucking melee. Like that's all it was. That's what the story was. It wasn't like depreciating him or coming down on him. I was fucking like, fuck yeah, dude. Like fucking, it was Boston versus Bold at that point. And it was to the point where we were all outside. Bold wouldn't leave the venue because they were afraid to leave because
What
everybody
year?
was outside.
What year are we talking about?
This
here?
is sometime in the late 80s.
Wow.
Late 80s, early 90s.
So you told me this story, and then
Admittedly, time-wise, like, I get a little blurry on time, but I know it was definitely late 80s, early 90s. I was still in like high school, like just out of high school.
So I remember like bringing this up probably like late 90s, maybe early 2000s to Al Quint when I was still friendly with him. And I remember him getting insanely mad. Like
So to me,
insanely mad, like that never happened. And he would do his old man like little jump when he gets upset. He's like, that never happened. And I was like, well, I don't know, man. Like
there's no reason to get that defensive.
Like, yeah, it's exactly, because if I just came up with like an insane lie that like, hey, you punched out so and so, and you're like, that's preposterous. Like that never happened. You wouldn't get like insanely mad. But I remember that happened, and he got like insanely mad. And I remember going back and telling you, and I go, well, this happened. Like, and like you were like, nah, man, like I saw that. And then I remember there was a show at the Cambridge Elks Lodge at the basement, and this was probably maybe 2010-ish, I want to say. I'm just throwing a number out, and I'm trying to think what type of a show it would have been. It might have been a Slapshot show. Maybe this was when they started playing in Massachusetts again. But I remember Al was there, and I remember you were there, and I brought that up to him. Because I think Jimmy Flynn might have been in the like Jimmy Flynn might have been.
Call Jimmy Flynn. Can we
Call Jimmy Flynn right now.
And he was like, hey, remember the time when you punched out Matt from Bolt? And he's like, that never happened. And I was like, dude, like that happened. And I was like, he's right over there. And I called you over, and I watched you two have this conversation where like you're like, man, I saw you do that. And he's like, that never happened. And like I was just watching, like I was like, here are two dudes that like
I would never bring it up. Like if I didn't see, like, there's no reason for me to be like, bro, I saw you punch dude in the face. Like I wasn't saying it like a bad, like,
Yeah, you're like, good.
to me, I was like, fuck yeah, dude. I was
no. But I remember him
I was
like
proud, yeah,
him
right.
getting like
Boston proud, you know what I mean? Like dumb shit, you know what I
him
mean?
getting visibly upset and mad that he was getting accused that he punched a 14-year-old boy.
Well, so
which
I didn't look
makes
at it like
sense
that.
because I mean he was probably like 35 at the time, and that's like an act of child
And
abuse.
I don't think
and I'm
Matt-
just trying to say, and I don't want any legalities for like the Big Truth podcast. We'll take full response if there's any legal actions. But I'm just saying that Al Quint has at least abused children in the past.
Well, what I will say,
Youth Crew boys.
well, what I will say, I don't know how old Matt was at the time. I don't know.
Well,
they were not crippled youth anymore.
Well, listen,
They
he
were
was
bold.
definitely
It was
a minor.
definitely bold. It was
He was definitely
bold.
minor.
I don't know if he was.
He's definitely not looking back and laughing about getting punched in the face.
Does anybody know how to contact him? I wonder if he remembers this.
He definitely hasn't spoken out about getting punched in the face.
spoken out.
He probably doesn't know who punched him, but be like, yo, do you remember playing Boston in like
He'll
the late
remember
80s
that
and
show.
Some dude punched you in
That
the
show
face?
was a riot. Like they literally would not leave the show because there was like 100 dudes outside waiting.
And I mean, like, so I've always like, and over the last probably 10 years, I've been really at odds with Al.
And it was the best example of Boston fucking idiocy. Like they got bullied and then like responded, and then people were pissed that they responded. And were like that's just some Boston dumb shit. Which I fully endorsed at the time. Like, you know,
And
I was like, fuck yeah.
And I mean, I'm going to go a little bit further. Like, I've been at Al.
This is when Slapshot had shirts that said Boston with a men of men and the meat is red, that type of shit. You know what I mean? There was antagonism between, you know what
So,
I mean?
I'm going to go a little bit further. And there's definitely been, like...
Could have been 90, 91.
And there's definitely
He could have been 18. Who knows?
Well, I mean, he still punched a child, you know? He did. I'm going to go further and just be like, you know, like, over the last 10 years, my relationship with Al hasn't been very good. I did send him a Trumpy bear in the mail once, which that went over like
Wait,
balls.
this is a real thing?
Yeah, I sent him a Trumpy bear in the mail because Trump had a teddy bear. So I mailed that to him.
To who?
To Al Quint. But I mean, like, my constant harassment of Al Quint
How did
has
you get
led...
his address?
What?
How did you get his address? In suburban voice?
I got my fucking ways, man. There's been people that have like contacted me, and I won't mention who they are, but there's been people that have contacted me about like him occasionally trying to take lewd pictures of like girls in bands and stuff like that. And he's just kind of a shady character. And I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm a little drunk.
All right. Let's break this down.
We'll break this down.
Let Chris be the voice of reason.
Chris
so
Chris.
Al Quint has been in bands, right, or something, maybe at some point.
But none of them have been very good.
Okay, sure.
He was in non-police dictatorship.
Al Quint has run Suburban Voice Zine, or did run it for decades, right?
Yes.
Al Quint is a guy who is a fixture of the Boston punk scene, right? Or
For what it's worth.
punk/hardcore.
Yeah.
For what it's worth. This is a man who has gone to shows. This is a man who saw Minor Threat play in Boston.
Respect to them for never reuniting, by the way.
Oh, total respect to bands that
I was
never
just
got
gonna
back
say,
together.
like hours ago, we were talking about something. I was like, the only band that never reunited, and I got to respect it, Minor Threat.
I was told that Anti-Cimex were offered maybe 6 figures to play a show and refused.
That's great.
Because they don't get along with each other. It's
That's great.
fantastic.
That's great.
Yeah.
6 figures.
Yeah. So some huge number, Well, look,
Minor Threat could as lame as it sounds, they could headline like Riot Fest. Think about it. People go fucking crazy.
Dude, Minor Threat could play one show and make an amount of money probably equivalent to what like Led Zeppelin would get.
Yeah, or like the
if they
Misfits. Like when the Misfits, originally when the
Still
Misfits,
doing it.
the
Misfits
reason
still
the
doing
Misfits
it.
reunited is because they were offered like, it was either 2 or 3, I think it was $2 million. No, $3 million to play 2 shows at
Yep.
2 Riot Fest shows.
Yeah.
And they were like,
Why
guess
wouldn't
we're
you
friends
do that?
again. Like, why the fuck not?
Not
I'll
endorsing
play
this
Hate Breeders
band,
for
but
fucking 1.5 million.
very, very controversial
Anyways, go on.
black metal solo project Burzum had been offered offered $1 million, according to the guy who is that band, to play in London, and he said no.
Is
so
Burzum playing with Danzig? Who is that?
no, not Burzum. dude.
Behemoth.
Burzum's not playing.
Person was playing with Danzig. I would go see that.
No comment.
No, it's Behemoth.
Yeah, Behemoth. You're right.
Let's
Yeah.
find out.
Yeah.
So, anyways, back to.
So these are facts about Al Quint.
Yeah. Andy punched a child.
Here's a new segment on the show. Facts about Al Quint.
Look, like, for what it's worth, I have never seen any kind of public call out of Al Quint on bad behavior. These are facts. Behind the scenes, I personally have had my own negative interactions with Al Quint, where Al Quint seemed to respond positively to negative comments about me on the internet while responding to me as I was a friend in real life, which I found to be very disturbing.
Oh, wait, so he was responding to you negatively, but talking nice to you?
When he and I would see each other, it was all smiles and, hey, how are you? But other people on the internet were basically saying that I should be banned from attending punk shows, and he was like clicking the like button on that, which
So it's
is
disingenuous.
well, I mean, I messaged him directly. If he's listening to this, he would attest to this. I messaged him directly. He was like, "What do you mean by this? By liking this?" And I felt that his response did not satisfy me.
What was his response?
It was some very wishy-washy. Actually, believe it or not, I just looked this up, and I think he's like blocked me or he's deactivated his account or whatever because it didn't come up readily. But I think he was like, well, I don't know, man. Like, I guess it depends on, your perspective or whatever. Like,
But it's
I was trying
hey,
to
why
offer
don't you message
support.
me? We're adults.
Look,
like,
there is no middle ground to me. It's like, if you were going to click the like button on someone saying Chris Pittman should be banned from attending shows, it's like, all right, maybe don't fucking smile and wave at me.
I mean, let's really face it. I mean, the guy's a loser. He's been a house husband for years. His last job was working at Rocket Records in 1987.
how do you know so much about Al Quint?
I'm doing my fucking homework. You know what I mean?
No. See, the bigger question is, I want to know.
The dude has GoFundMes to buy himself a record player so he can spin his fucking records on his online record show that nobody listens to.
You alluded to something that I think was valuable.
Yes.
That you alluded to an allegation of impropriety with regard to photography.
Yes.
And this is something that I have heard from people that I regard to be credible.
Yes.
Now, I am not involved in a cancel culture thing.
Neither am I.
Me neither. Everyone has a right to do whatever
I
they
cannot
want,
help but
except
observe
for that stuff.
Yeah.
that some percentage of people who are involved in canceling people for past improprieties indeed have their own moral skeletons in the closet.
Very true.
And I would, I haven't talked to Al Quint specifically about these allegations, but taking it on the balance of what people have said to me, I actually wanted to just message him and be like, hey, what's your phone number?
Do it.
I can't. I think he blocked me or whatever, which is whatever.
See, the whole thing is this.
Truth's
It's like,
looking right now. If we could actually do this would be.
the whole thing is this. It's like, in my mind, like,
I don't have it anymore.
this music scene that we've all belonged to, like, it's unfortunately like a place for people with good ideas, people with bad ideas. You have people who are outlaws, people who are deadbeats, people who are bad people that have nice. Call them up, man.
I don't know if that's real or not, but
I just don't like people.
he's at Peabody, Massachusetts.
All right. We're gonna dox the guy.
I just don't want people. I just hate the idea of people who put fronts on themselves.
Yeah.
I like people being very like, if you're gonna be a piece of shit, wear that piece of shit on your fucking sleeve. I don't like that whole like white knight, like pretending you're a good social good guy when you're actually like a real big piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be quiet about it.
Just be quiet about it, like.
Yeah. Keep it over there.
Yeah, keep it over there.
Hey, it's what my people do. We just keep it
forget
over
about
there.
it.
Hey,
Forget about it.
And I mean, to
just
tell
do what
you
you're
the
gonna
truth,
do and go to church tomorrow. Everything's good.
I hate cancel culture. As somebody who's been canceled to a certain degree, I think people should be able to speak their mind, whether good nor bad, whatever.
I agree.
But I
Approaching 4 hours, absolutely go on.
But I truthfully just like to bring up stuff like Al Quinton punching out a child. Because I like to torture him. I'm a jerk.
If Al Quint punched out that child,
he punched out a child.
I would high five Al Quint. I think that's good that he did that. And if I was in his shoes, I would like to believe I would have punched that same child out.
I've never been a Bold fan.
Sure, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they were from New York or whatever?
Yeah.
Just on that basis, I don't care if he was 6 years old. He should have been knocked unconscious.
What if he was from Leeds, England?
To me, it's more later, Al Quint. First of all, Al Quint, why the fuck did you fucking disavow me to these stupid people who have left punk or whatever? It's whatever.
they're not even around
we could
anymore.
have been cool old people together. We could have been laughing and joking, but now you're on the outside looking in because you fucking threw me under the bus to curry favor with some ever-changing cast of characters of increasingly younger people, which is a big waste of time. And second of all, why are you doing upskirt photos of women? That's the other thing. You know what I mean? Because the thing is that I am interested in what is up women's skirts, but I have never taken a photograph, an unknowing upskirt photograph of a woman, which is what you have been alleged to have done. So you can either address that or not. But it's like,
and I mean, I like upskirt photos. I'm a dirtbag, but I mean, like, I don't think it's right.
I would encourage Al Quint. Al Quint, if you're listening to this, I would say, hey, make some kind of social media standpoint thing. Make an official statement and say, hey, I did some upskirt photos. It was absolutely disgusting and wrong. Yeah. I beg forgiveness. And if you're willing to do that, I am absolutely willing to forgive you.
Would you have him on as a guest?
Yeah, I don't care.
It's cool that you punched that child.
My question, like, what were they trying to cancel you over?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I made I made a lot of comments on the internet that were kind of in opposition to what you're allowed to say on the internet. And some of those things were taken out of context. Some of the things that I said were taken out of context. Some of the things that I was accused of having said, I never said. Some of the things that I was accused of having said, I did say, and I never should have said because I have learned and grown as a person since I said those things. But
even still, you have the right to say what you want to say.
look,
Even
I
then, you're just doing
understand.
punk rock and speaking your mind. And
Well, here's my take on this, is that in 1998, when I graduated from high school, I was an extreme leftist and an anarchist. And those core principles, those core values that I held at that time, I have continued to hold my entire life. At some point after 2016, those principles that were extreme left in 1998 became like right-wing talking points.
Yeah.
And that's not like my fault.
No.
You know what I mean? And so I did not change.
like we've said, at this point, Discharge is a right-wing band.
Well, that's what I mean.
Like if you read Discharge lyrics, it's right-wing. It's not, but it is. You know what I mean?
I guess to really answer specifically your question, I made comments that were I'll be totally transparent here. I made comments with regard to identity politics that I made from a white male perspective.
Okay.
And as a result of that, there was a push to cancel me.
You son of a bitch.
And when was this?
In 2017,
Okay.
2018
All right.
or whatever.
All right.
And so the thing is that I had people specifically say, hey man, these comments that you made about identity politics come from a white male perspective, which the reality is that is the only perspective that I could legitimately claim to be mine. And that,
Well, now you can claim anything.
well, I mean, look, I am in fact a white male. These are facts.
Yes.
And so, you know, my viewpoint on the world comes from that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that is not very popular in the milieu of what we're talking about here.
Right.
And so people, that basically a lot of the shit that I said went over like a fucking lead balloon. And, you know, I learned a lot about it. I learned a lot about what punk was and what social media was about and for and
Yeah.
meant. You know, these things were all valuable things for me to learn. So it's basically
Now, would
as
you
simple
have
as that.
changed it looking back, or
There are things that I said that regardless of how I felt about these things, there are things that I voiced that I actually just should not have fucking
Okay.
made as a Facebook status. You know what I mean? Like simple as that. Like it does not.
well, you're man enough to admit it?
Yeah,
so-
no, it you know, there was one thing
that's
that I
life.
said,
You say
that
shit,
there
you
was
grow.
one thing that I said that I actually issued an apology for because it created very serious problems for my band when we were on tour. It created, you know, we had this extreme problem where I was on tour with another band that was like my friend's bands that was like lesser known. And suddenly all these bands are dropping off of all of our shows and our shows are getting canceled and stuff. And so, and this was mostly based on a comment that I had made that was basically taken out of context. And I issued an apology for that. And the reason why I issued the apology was because I did actually understand that I should not have said this thing that I said. And I issued the apology because I wanted the fucking heat to come off. So what do you think the result was of my apology?
You got
More heat.
Double down.
Oh, yeah. Fuck you, you're
Absolutely
full of
worse.
shit. Yeah.
Never
Absolutely
apologize.
worse. No. I learned something very, very serious that day. So to be very transparent to everybody here, what had happened was there was that Pulse nightclub shooting, a mass shooting at a gay and lesbian nightclub in Florida that was from someone who claimed to represent a Islamic group.
Yeah.
So I don't actually care to litigate at this point with anybody whether or not this guy really was an Islamist or just insane or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I was upset about that mass shooting.
Sure.
And I made a comment the day after that mass shooting. And I basically said something to the effect of, you know, you guys can keep fighting Nazis.
Yeah.
And basically burying your head in the sand.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there is this ideology of Islam. And I actually hate to repeat this because this is not something that I would say today. I said Islam is like a homophobic and misogynist ideology and I condemn it or whatever. So people came back and they said, well, this is racist. And I was like, I don't understand how this is racist because I made a comment about Islam and that's not a race. That's an ideology. White people could adhere to that ideology too. I understand though in kind of now that is basically adjacent to like some kind of neo-conservative, you know, anti-immigrant, anti-Islam thing. That was never the perspective that I was coming from.
Yeah.
I was coming from like an anarchist perspective, which is like against all religion. But I understand that the way that I voiced it, the exact words that I used was basically the same as what fucking some theoretical Fox News guy might have said.
Now, was this something that Al Quint had gone after you? Because
Well, what specifically?
Not to bring it full circle.
Let's bring it full circle.
Okay.
I later made a final comment on all of this.
Yeah.
Because I had made basically 1,000 posts about punk, identity politics, my ideas about punk. Finally, I basically realized that I had essentially lost, and that my ideas about punk were going to now transfer into history, and that punk was now up to what young people wanted punk to be. And full disclosure, this is generalization. It doesn't apply to every person. I fucking hate young people, and I think that they are trash.
Tell us how you really feel.
There are some young people that are my friends that I value tremendously, but like by and large, like I think that the fact that I have been aligned with a youth subculture and that these youth that currently exist, I cannot relate to them because they grew up in like an internet thing. We could talk about this for an hour.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's not the same. They're not the same as me. Yeah. They are fucking trash. Yeah. I hate them. I would literally rather be alone in a swamp living in a stick hut for the rest of my life than interact with
Would
anybody.
you rather be in a room with Al Quint or them?
Well, this is the thing. Well, sure.
Depends how short of a shirt is he wearing.
This should not be seen as a blanket endorsement of people who are my age, because there are plenty of people my age who I think are trying to curry favor with young people. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I would gladly leave those people to be consumed by crabs and killed thereby.
No, I agree.
I don't know. I forgot what I was even talking about.
We were talking about hating young people.
Yeah. So basically, So I finally realized.
Yeah.
Punk is a youth subculture. This is a fact. I am not a young person. This is a fact. Yeah. The future direction of punk is not up to me as an old person. It is up to young people. So I decided to make what was basically a final comment on all of this. Yeah. A sort of a manifesto that existed in the form of a farewell to all that. I'm out. Fuck you, I'm out. Yeah. But it was basically like, punk lives if, and then a certain set of like things that I thought like would help punk carry into the future. Yeah. Punk is dead if, and then a certain number of things that punk would not be able to continue into the future. And basically, the part of this, only a part of it was that if being queer or brown or a woman makes you have more credibility in punk than anybody else, like punk has nothing to offer anybody anymore. No. And so
somebody's gonna like misinterpret that and be like, see what he just said?
Well, and many people resonated with that. The statement that I made was translated into multiple languages. Mm-hmm. It was published in zines like all over the world. Yeah. And I was pleased with the results. But there were, for every, 10 people that loved what I said, there were people who fucking hated it. Yeah. People who were like, you are speaking from a white male perspective. You don't understand. There's a reason why it's incredibly important to elevate Black, Indigenous, people of color voices in the punk scene and stuff. And that was their perspective, right? Yeah. And so a bunch of people, trans people and stuff, there were some trans people that liked what I said. I mean, there were many trans people who are fans of my band. There are many trans people who think that wrongly that I am objectively opposed to them for their identity. That's never what I ever said or was about. But there was a person who read that, didn't like what I said, and made their own social media post that was like, Boston punk is trash because Chris Pittman is not ostracized. Chris Pittman needs to be fucking like forced out of the scene. My goal in life is to make Chris Pittman uncomfortable or whatever. And then there's some likes on that post. So who liked that post? Well, Al Quint was one of the people who liked it. Now, Al Quint, meanwhile, is a fucking 40-something-year-old white dude.
No, you're giving it 40.
50,
I'm a 40-something-year-old white dude. You're a 40-something. He's a 50-something-year-old white dude.
I would see this guy.
This is like 10 years ago, though.
I would see this guy.
2 years ago, probably.
I would see this guy at shows, and we would always talk and chat and everything. And this, despite the fact that I heard these unsavory rumors about him, which I cannot personally, specifically confirm.
You couldn't confirm it, so you talked to him.
But I would say that the people who said this were people who I regard as being credible people, and I don't see why they would lie about this kind of upskirt photo stuff, And I don't know, just for him to even click a like on that, I did directly address this with him. I wasn't satisfied by what he said about it. I don't think I've seen him since, and maybe he, I don't know where he's at on this stuff. Frankly, since the pandemic, I think we all would agree that like what we would call the punk scene or whatever, it has changed. It has undergone some changes. And to what extent Eloquent is even still a part of this thing, I don't know. You know, and I don't hold necessarily any personal ill will against him. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. The stuff that he was accused of doing, I've never done that.
No.
But have I done bad things in my life? Of course I have.
Sure.
Everybody here has.
And have I done bad things specifically with regard to like women and stuff? In fact, I have.
Yeah.
You know, and so I'm not trying to put myself as being on a superior moral plane to Eloquent, but I definitely do not appreciate my sense that Eloquent was willing to throw me under the bus to curry favor with
That
young
younger
people
crowd.
in the punk scene, because something that I've learned as I age in the punk scene is that there's always going to be a new person, a new younger person. I personally am not interested in like making myself look cool to like an ever-changing cast of characters who remain the same age while I become older and older.
Yeah.
You know? And so I much prefer the fellowship of people who I've been like long-term friends with in the punk scene. And there are many such people. And in fact, I make new friends in the punk scene every year, no doubt. And some of those people are my age and some of those people might be 21 years old.
Yeah.
And I appreciate those people as we're on a journey together. You know, I appreciate all of you guys. I'm glad that we're doing this podcast
great,
here
man.
tonight.
Absolutely.
If it wasn't for punk, I would never have met any of you.
Right.
Very true.
And even when I was asked to be on this podcast, you got to understand, I had been asked to be on thousands of paranormal podcasts.
Oh, I can imagine, yeah.
And I said no, you know, or I just didn't respond. But you messaged me and you were like, hey, I'm doing this podcast. And you were recommended by Mark Unseen. And I was like, fine.
Yeah.
Because I got the sense that this is someone who I can relate to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I messaged you and I was like, he's a good dude.
Exactly.
Blah, blah, blah. Like,
exactly.
yeah.
And I'm like, sure, I'll do
Like
it.
you might think he's like a goon, like a big tough guy, but he's not. He's like a good dude. Like
You know, and not that you and
I'm not the one that hates the kids. I don't hate the kids.
I hate him. Fucking hate him. I mean, you know,
hit the button.
I've got friends who are in their early 20s and stuff, and maybe even younger than that. You know, which is crazy because I'm 43 years old. But like, generally speaking, like what all of this stuff. You know, the idea of me investing.
I think we've talked about this. Not to cut you off. You booked that Global Threat show in Franklin, right? Did you?
No, God, I did not.
No?
No.
Were you there?
No, I wasn't there.
I would never go to such a show.
No, there was this is all in the distant past.
This was
Franklin had shows, but by that
Franklin
time,
Community Center?
we played in it was like a basement somewhere.
yes, yeah, it was a Franklin community.
You were
center.
there, yeah.
No, I was not there. I know the place. I know the
like- I
venue.
I feel like you were around then.
People
at that
like-
I
point.
was
Oh.
around. I was trying that whole scene. This is a very complicated, very complex subject.
Yeah. But wait a minute. Let's get back to something.
What'd you play
Okay.
with Disaster Strikes?
When you're recommending people to come on the podcast, why do you have to state that I'm not a goon? But you might think he's a goon, but he's not a fucking
Because he
goon.
probably went to your Instagram.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it said that.
No, I
It
might
was-
not have said that.
No, it
I was
was-
probably like,
might
no,
have
he's a
said
good
something
dude.
worse.
He's a friend of mine.
it was very straightforward.
I'm just
you know,
playing. I'm
and it was
playing.
like it was very much like this is a guy
Who looks like
is
a violent coon.
on the level. You know,
He's into motorcycles and
not
gangs,
gonna
but he's a
stab
solid
you.
dude. Like, yeah.
Hey man,
Are you? Look,
it is what it is.
No.
But like brotherhood and stuff, like that stuff, like that's still something that means something to me. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm not excluding anybody.
well, I used to find that kind of a feeling in the punk scene.
Me too.
I agree.
Well, we all did.
But that's why
I understand that there are probably people. I don't necessarily find that feeling, generally speaking, in the punk scene at large now. But I understand there are people who are maybe in the motorcycle scene who are maybe finding that in motorcycles.
Well, there was a big, a lot of people that are into motorcycles, and a lot of people that are club guys are old punk and hardcore guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
true.
it was the next step. And I talk about this a lot through the podcast, through episodes.
Yeah, like
it's the
a
next,
lot- like a
it's
lot
the
of
next
the-
stage of
yeah.
loud, dangerous, do-it-yourself, punk rock, DIY, fuck society.
Well, in some ways,
outsider
in
shit.
lot of
some ways,
outlaw
I could,
dudes are like
I could
little
see
punk hardcore
that
guys.
maybe
Yeah, that I'm
more
tight with.
even in motorcycles today than in like the punk music scene of today, where I don't necessarily feel like there is a lot of pushback against mainstream narratives.
No, but the problem is that all the American subcultures are getting co-opted and
Sure.
watered down. That's what I can say 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why I get
think
so
we can
mad.
all agree with that.
And that's why I get so upset, because I'm like, to me, punk rock and hardcore and metal to some extent and motorcycle stuff were the last bastions of like, hey, I'm going to tell you I'm going to do something. My word is bond. Like, it's cool. You're into this. We're into this. And we can do something on a handshake. There's no, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, I mean, I think
and that's gone, dude. Like, I've had to come to grips that 100%, except in my circles of close people, that stuff is gone.
I mean, I think that stuff still exists, but it exists in like a much smaller level. Like, I mean, take a look at like what we have going on here right now. I mean, like, we're all roughly the same age.
Like, if you needed a couch moved, we would help you do it.
If you guys were helping me steal a couch that accidentally got delivered to my house, I know I could call
Drew
you
did
guys.
The best part
You
about
help
that,
me steal a couch.
The best part about that is Packer was so genuinely hurt.
He was so fucking like Germany.
He's like,
He
why
was
didn't
out
you
of
call
town.
me? You're like,
He
you
was
in
out of
Europe,
town.
you
He's
idiot.
like, but he saw that picture. He's like, what are you guys doing? And we're like, well, you know,
Should I tell the
He's
story?
like, how come
'Cause
you guys didn't call me? And I was like, you weren't even in town.
You were in
bro.
the Netherlands.
Dude, should I actually just like
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But it's just more funny. But that's the extent of how tight we all are. Like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well, I mean, I think nowadays, like, what we have going on here is like, it's more of like, lack of a better term, like an age bracket. Like, we've all gotten into the same shit. We're all
Right.
into the same shit, but like, we're not all.
We
of that
might
same
come
age.
from like certain different paths, but the same
Different things,
path.
but I mean, like, we're all like, well, we've all been around long enough. We're all into the same shit for the most part.
I'm still here.
We're still here, and like, we're all basically adults. Where like, we own properties, or some of us might have families, or something like that. But it's like, you know, it's like, we know who the enemies are.
Yeah.
Al Quint and kids.
Kids. So the takeaway is never mind the bollocks. Here's the podcast. What was that name? The crusty
The crusty package.
crusty package. Crusty package. And Chris Pittman hates the kids.
Yep. So for future
Fuck 'em.
for future demo bands, we have the crusty package doing a split with non-human intelligence.
oh yeah, that was our band.
That was our band from the last episode, non-human intelligence.
I'm in.
We're doing a split with
NHI.
crusty package.
3 singers.
3 singers. Ass flaps for both bands.
It's the same band.
It's
just
the
two
same
different
band.
names.
Yeah,
We just
yeah.
sing about 2 different things.
Yeah. Crusty package. Man. Punk rock museum.
All right.
Are we out of gas? Is there anything else we got to talk about?
We didn't talk about a single movie. We didn't talk about music. Well, we kind of talked about music.
Okay. All right.
All right. Now, full disclosure, we're 4 hours and 2 minutes into this.
What was the last one?
I don't know. It was 4
It
something.
doesn't matter. This fucking SD card's gonna break the second you
Is
pull
there,
it.
is there
totally.
anybody else we need to call or anything? Or
You want to call somebody? Call Packer right now. See what Packer's doing right now.
We already talked about
No, call him up right now. See what he's doing.
Hold on.
See if he's watching me first.
he said he was going to a tiki bar earlier. He sent me hearts and.
Oh, that's so
no, no.
gay.
No, he likes tiki bars.
Does he?
I like tiki bars.
you?
I just can't drink.
Who did we talk to on the missing episode? We talked to Jimmy Gestapo, right?
I don't know. We can call.
Did
him.
we talk to Danny? What's Danny doing?
We
Call
talked to
Danny.
some guy from the
No,
Dropkick
he said,
Murphys,
he
right?
said he was out of town.
Danny was out of town.
What about the Dropkick Murphys guy?
You want to call Al?
We'll
Call some
it might
Dropkick
be too
Murphys
late to
guy.
Call Al. We could call Matt maybe.
can call Matt right
11:20?
Call Matt.
You want me to call Matt?
Yeah, let's try it.
Wait, I'm trying.
Can you-
Patrick. My phone's being weird.
Can you patch him in, or is that?
I got Matt's number right there.
We must have everybody in Dropkick Murphys.
Would Al
number,
be
right?
awake
You
at
got, like,
11:20? Is that disrespectful to
what?
call an old guy? Is it disrespectful to call Al at 11:20?
Look,
we-
it's up to them if they want to answer the phone.
We tried
That's
Al
true.
last time.
We didn't get Al last.
No, but he was upset. He hit me up the next day. He's like, and then I told him why we called. He's like, oh, fuck off.
We could try to call him. We just will not talk about DKM because it's probably.
I talked to him about firearms.
Yeah, that's fine.
We could do a little firearms
COVID.
talk.
You can
How many
do
guns
that.
you got?
All right, hold on.
8 or 9?
Mark,
not-
you got guns?
I don't.
What do you
I should
what
get
do you,
some.
what do you got? You got
I got a lot of guns.
What do you like? Are you a FUD
I'm
gun?
interested
You're a
in-
FUD gun type of a guy.
No, I'm like most of my guns. I'm not actually like planning to use my guns and like.
Well, of course, no. Mine all fell into.
Who are you calling?
The phone's ringing.
Who you calling?
Packer.
Oh,
Tell him to call back.
Is it?
Hello.
We're shit faced. Are you?
We're still doing this podcast and we're drunker and we miss you. It's 4 hours.
Real talk.
It's 4 hours and 4 minutes in.
Hey, what song is Bad Religion playing right now?
Hey, Ryan, hold on.
Jesus Christ.
That one's for you. Never hang up your boots.
Hey, straight edge in your face. Hey, what song is Bad Religion playing right now?
Are you kidding me? I when I talked to you before, that's when I was.
Merry Christmas, I fucked a snowman.
I'm currently at a bar at the top of the Circa Hotel on the 50th floor, enjoying some cocktails. Not enjoying punk rock. Just enjoying some nice drinks. And that's it. It was a little time with my wife.
Nice.
You guys in the garage? You guys having fun?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we're having a great time.
All right.
All right, okay.
You cut out. I can't.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, dude. You're out with your chick. Like, we won't bother you. We're just drunk and fucking.
Let's try to call
missing you.
Danny.
All right,
Let's call Danny.
bro.
Yeah.
Have a good one, man. What's up? Go ahead.
Get him on. We'll get. Hold on. I'm gonna put you on hold. I'm gonna call Danny.
All right. It's the M6 podcast. I think Danny said he had something tonight.
Yeah. He might answer.
Well, I mean, it's like, what, 9 o'clock over there right now?
He might be driving over there.
What time is it
Probably,
here?
probably grilling some sausage or
It's
something like that.
11:20. We hung out with Mick Lambro from Australia.
Oh,
at the bowl in New York.
Oh, yeah.
He's out there with a Danny now, or he might be gone already. But he went out to Arizona afterwards. Good dude.
Man, Arizona's great, man.
I love Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona is great.
It's great.
I was going to buy property there, and I was going to buy property in Austin 15, 20 years ago.
That would have been a good
Boy,
idea.
you could
I
have probably
fucked up.
retired. You
I
fucked that
so
up,
bad.
man.
Bro, when I was gonna buy property in Austin,
Yeah.
it was 80 grand for like a house in the city.
What is it now?
Like probably that same property is probably like 500-600 grand, dude.
Dude, he didn't answer.
I know. I think he
that's
said
a
he had.
lack of-
I think he said he had something to do tonight.
No, so it's a lack of respect. That's all
Lack
it
of
is.
respect. Fucking. He's canceled. Canceled. I think we're all canceled after this episode, except for Packer because he wasn't here.
I mean, what's left to take away from you? My fucking
This was
birthday?
this was a good one not to be on.
I love you guys. I can't wait to listen to it.
All right. Next time you got 4 hours, give it a listen.
Say hi to Greg. Say hi to Greg Graffin.
Greg Gavin. I'm going to introduce him to the rest of his band. Apparently, they haven't even met yet.
That's so awesome because it's so true. Oh fuck.
Oh shit. Fuck yeah, bro. Hey, well I'll talk to you tomorrow, man.
Later, dude.
Later,
I
bro.
love you guys.
Love you, bro.
Love you. Bye.
So, all right. So, if we wanted to talk about movies,
Is now when we start gorilla calling people 4 hours into it?
Who else
we make
can
this
we
like
call?
Call everybody.
you're not much of a movie guy.
No, we talked about this briefly in the previous episode.
Yeah.
You asked me what my favorite war movie was, and
Yeah.
we talked briefly about it. But generally speaking, I don't really watch a lot of movies.
I recently saw that movie Sisu. Did you?
I watched that movie. Yep, I saw it in the theater.
How fun was that?
I had so much fun. I was laughing out loud for the entire movie.
It's like the most absurd. It's a World War II John Wick movie.
It's cool.
It's fucking awesome. And
A
it's
lot of my friends are
That's the
World
one
War
that was
II
in that group
buffs.
text,
Yeah.
And I was basically told, this movie is fucking terrible. This movie isn't like World War II. And it's like...
it's not for that.
The level...
You gotta suspend
Dude, it's an
belief.
action movie that happens to take place in a World War II
Yeah.
context. And I was laughing at how they, frankly, clumsily, but also entertainingly tried to force some of the shit into a World War II context because it was absolutely ridiculous.
Sure.
I enjoyed it. I had a great time.
It's basically John Wick set in World War II with an old prospect. Used to be a super soldier type dude, trying to get his gold back from a bunch of Nazis, and it's super fucking gory.
Yeah.
And it's a perfect popcorn movie.
Totally.
It's fucking great.
The way that the Nazis are portrayed is totally not like realistic as far as like the World War II German armed forces.
So comic book.
But I also thought that they looked and were cool as villains.
Yeah.
You know, and I enjoyed it. I thought that it was fun. I had a fun time. It's really funny because I actually this is totally comical. I had I went out in the first part of a day.
Yeah.
And I went looking for arrowheads in like Native American stone tools. And an incredible stroke of luck, I found like a bunch of really cool Native American stone tools that day.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I was in a super, extremely good mood.
Yeah.
I had dinner plans with like a female friend of mine.
Yeah.
And usually she and I would talk and we would come up with like a plan.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, I'm having a fucking great day. I'm in a great mood. Whatever you want to do, just literally we can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And she wanted to go to a hot pot restaurant, which I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
And then she was like, we're going to go see this movie about Nazis being killed, which is like the last thing that I like necessarily want to see, you know, but I had so much fun at the restaurant and I had so much fun at the movie.
Movie's such a good
So
time.
your friends that are World War II buffs, what was their take on Iron Sky or Iron Sky 2?
Those movies are fucking horrible.
My
never seen either one.
friends who are World War II buffs have a kind of understandable thing where they do not like the reduction of the reality of World War II to some kind of historical archetype like a pirate
Sure.
or a
Yeah,
Viking.
I get it.
You know what I mean? Where
I
it's
get it.
like the reality of World War II is that like the people who fought for the German army in World War II, they were like conscripted from like all over Europe and like they weren't necessarily like cartoon evil people.
No,
you know?
they
So if there's a movie that depicts these people as cartoon evil people, the World War II buff is like, this is a historical, but it's like sometimes you just gotta let that shit go.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes you've just got to understand that, like, the quote unquote Nazi is, in fact, a historical character.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see Looney Tunes from the 50s?
Yeah, exactly.
45?
I love that movie, Sisu. I'm not saying that I like want to see it again, but
No.
like I fucking had so much fun watching it in the theater.
Did you ever happen, and I know you said you're not a big movie guy, but did you ever happen to see the miniseries Generation War?
I did indeed.
How great was that?
Well, even that has its own, you know, that movie requires its own level of suspension of disbelief. Where you've got these 5 friends or whatever they were who meet in Germany and then they constantly are interacting with each other on like World War II battlefields, which is like not how it would have been.
Sure.
You know, so that movie was cool, and that movie was an interesting portrayal of like World War II German soldiers that was kind of complex, and but even that movie introduced its own tropes where, you know, you've got this woman who's an entertainer who like gets killed at the end or whatever. The whole thing is, you know, look, there's a dichotomy between the reality of World War II and what I would call the World War II expanded universe, which is like this, you know, media thing that spun off from it that kind of forgets that the real war actually happened. But like, can I still enjoy those kind of media things? I can.
Sure.
You know, knowing what I know about World War II, it's whatever, you know, like I certainly don't expect there to be ever made a totally impartial movie that shows World War II from the perspective of the guy who gets drafted into the Nazi army, right? Like that's like whatever, you know.
You haven't seen Sisu yet. You haven't seen it yet.
No, we talked about it on the way here.
It's worth a watch. It's fun. I had a really good time.
You gotta rent it.
You gotta rent it or buy it. It's Prime right
they have
now.
it's like Nazi troops in like a post-war like Soviet tank, and they have like a post-war Soviet machine gun.
Yeah.
But to make it like a Nazi machine gun, they just put a swastika armband around the barrel. You know, and it's like that kind of shit is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Do you? And it's funny because I'm actually taking my daughter there tomorrow. Do you ever go to the American Heritage Museum in Hudson?
You're gonna go there tomorrow?
I'm going there tomorrow with my daughter to go
We should talk about this after the recording.
You want to go?
Maybe we'll meet up.
All right, sick.
We'll talk about this after.
We'll
the
talk about
recording.
this tomorrow.
Yeah.
We can't let the people know where we're going to be.
I'm not putting anything on the record about this.
Okay. All right.
Also, this isn't coming out for at least a week or two, so don't worry about it.
They might have a time
No one's
machine.
going to meet you there tomorrow. No one's going to meet you there.
Al Quint's not going to show up and punch you in the face.
I disavow any knowledge or interest in World War II German armed forces.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah. So, Renfield,
was
I saw about 25 minutes of it and fell asleep, but it was good. It was an entertaining 25
I
minutes.
saw that when I went to Arizona. As far as like a horror comedy, like I'm usually thumbs down on that stuff.
Is that the vampire one?
with Nick Cage playing Dracula?
Okay, I saw the pre.
Someone had $1 million. They got Nick Cage.
Listen, I mean, like the thing is, this, is you watch that movie, and what makes that movie fun is just those scenes with Nick Cage, and he's like kind of like a side character. I mean, for the most part, he's
They did a good job with the
he's
teeth.
barely in it. Yeah, but I mean, it's like you just watch Nick Cage just because you know he's having such a good fucking time overacting playing Dracula.
Yeah.
And the movie's fun in that regard. I'm trying to think if there's anything else cool that I've seen recently. Newer films, not so much. But those two have been recent ones I watched. I didn't see Evil Dead Returns or whatever the fuck it's called.
No,
Is it any good?
No,
I didn't see it.
I was
I
gonna
heard a lot
rent
of
it.
shitty
I
reviews.
heard mixed reviews about it.
I was gonna rent it, and then I was like, no.
We'll save it for the next M4. Because didn't Danny say it was good?
Danny says everything is good.
Yeah, but you can't always, I was just going to say, you can't always, I love Danny, but you can't
Bruce
always trust
Campbell
his
even in
movie
that?
reviews.
No,
No, he's not.
Danny says everything is good until you
He's a
bring up.
Chucky guy, so
Somebody said it bridges all the movies together somehow. Or
No,
something.
I don't give a fuck. Like,
Did you see it?
no. I mean, I'll see if it shows up on Mark's Peacock app that's still logged into my TV.
Dude, you got to get with it, man.
My kid was watching the
gotta
Smurfs on
get-
your channel
Nice.
yesterday.
You
Good for
got
her.
to get the Canadian box, man.
What's the Canadian box?
I'll talk about it all.
I used to have one called Hotbox. It doesn't work anymore, but I had everything. And it
We
was
got a lot
like-
of stuff to talk about after this podcast. We got
We're already 4 hours and 50 minutes. I think I'm going to have to break this up into 2 episodes, man.
no. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Just
It's gonna
The SD card's gonna break and be fried.
Pittman's Freetown Demons are gonna break this
not
thing
gonna
up.
happen
anyway.
No, it's not gonna happen anyway.
This
I
whole,
think this one was definitely all over the place
it's good.
in a
Let's
good
talk
way.
about some band stuff. American War Machine. I saw you guys had a local show announced recently. What's the deal there?
Sheer
We're not-
Terror Show?
Yeah,
Is
we're
that-
playing with Sheer Terror in September.
Nice.
That's the only thing on the books right now. And then we might do
Where's that show?
the Middle East, I believe. I believe it's the Middle East.
That place
That's
hasn't
cool.
closed down
September.
yet. That place isn't condos yet. What's going on? Middle East.
It's going to be
gonna
over
take a
in
while.
December. No, it's going to be over in December. They're already booking the last
But are they
punk
going
and
to
hardcore shows
reopen
there.
after?
Yeah, but who cares what it's going to be? It's not going to be the same space.
And they say they're going to put a space in for a venue, but
That dude's going to take 10 million and be like,
Construction
peace
goes,
out.
We know they're not going to.
Battle Ruins. What do you guys got?
January.
To be announced. Nothing is announced yet.
Yes. Okay.
There's nothing coming up.
Okay, you could
At this
tell
point-
me later what you have going on, and I'll fucking smash all the fucking cups and bottles off this fucking table.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's nothing going on. Musically, I'm basically retired until
That's a
something
lie.
gets announced until July.
It's absolute bullshit what you've done. Really, this is the ultimate jealousy and infuriation thing for me personally, is what you've got going on. I think it's fucking disgusting. The jealousy level off the charts. I just fucking can't even put it into words.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I think it's disgusting also.
And then
Did that fucking Unseen Fest get sold out yet at Sonia?
It moved. Yeah, it did. So it's moved to the Middle East. So
well, not.
Oh wait, it's moved to Middle East
Downstairs?
Yeah.
but it's you can still buy tickets from Middle East downstairs.
Yeah, it's
what is
at-
it? $35?
30.
Fuck you.
Fuck society.
Well, those last 50 tickets aren't going to sell, being that you
30's the
said you
new
hated
15,
the
bro.
kids.
30's the new
I
10,
have to
dude.
go to that show. What about For the Worst? Not playing that show. What can you tell me about it?
The guitar player can't do it because he's going to be in Europe.
So who's the fill-in thing?
I put Lenny Lashley from Darkbuster on because I thought it would be completely ironic to do
Absurd.
that.
All right. Anyway.
Why did you put Who Killed Spiky Jacket on there?
No. We couldn't play it. We've got our drummer is a very talented musician, and so it's very like sophisticated and complicated when he can actually play.
Well, what about you guys? What do you got going on? Anything?
We've got a show that is like I don't know who's listening to this. No one's listening to this. We're 4 hours in.
Top 5%, motherfucker.
If
People
you're
are
4 hours in.
Some dude in India is going to be right.
This street punk band from Italy that called Call the Cops.
Yeah.
We played with them.
Oh, I've seen them. They're good, actually.
Yeah, we played with them.
They played in California last year.
And they
Yeah, I
were
saw them.
fucking wicked
At that
fun.
fest, yeah.
We hung out with those dudes. They were super fun.
They were nice dudes.
They were super nice dudes. Yeah, they
We
were
touched
really
noses.
cool. they were really cool dudes. And then so they're booking a tour with this band Rotten Stitches from Atlanta on the East Coast in September or something. And
Your talented drummers are free, so you can do it.
here's the deal. PJ, our guitarist, was like, hey, do you want to play the show? And I was like, I don't even want to dare ask our talented drummer to play the show unless some other band of his, which he is in every local band, is going to be playing this show. And he was like, yeah, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. There was like a bunch of conversation about it. It like went nowhere, you know? And then I was like, okay, cool. So we're not going to play it, whatever. And then like a few days later, I got a text from PJ, a guitarist, and it was a flyer for the show with us and his other band, as well as the Italian band and the other touring band. And he was just like, LOL, I asked a lot of other bands, no one else would play, so this is the show. It's like, great, all right, cool, so I'll be there.
So where's that going to be?
At fucking Sammy's Patio in Revere.
Oh, I've heard about that place. Did you guys play there
Yes.
also? Like with
that
Copyright
show
Chaos?
was absolutely insane because we started our set. People in the crowd started lighting off fireworks, which is standard for our set.
Yeah.
The PA got cut off and the fire department got called, which is very standard.
Yeah.
And typically that's the end of the set. At this particular venue, they let us continue to play even after the fire department showed up and left, but
nice.
still with no PA. So all the instruments are playing.
That's awesome.
But I have to jump up and down, screaming at a bunch of people who can't hear me, hoping that they will also sing along and that then thereby like vocals will be heard. It was fucking horrific.
Nice.
And then afterward, the guy, PJ, who booked the show, went over to the guy who owned the club and was like, hey, yeah, I understand the fire department came, whatever. And the fucking guy who owned the club was like, I thought that was fucking cool as hell. And,
Wow, that's awesome.
and he was like, we have shows where people get shot in the head and they die. So this was fine.
Yeah,
He's
fire
like,
department's
punk is a
nothing.
bunch of pussies.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what he was like. And so now we're playing there again.
What's the date on that?
It's fucking September, whatever the fuck. I don't know. It sucks. We could do another podcast.
You hate
before
the
then.
kids.
We'll do
I
it
hate
before
them.
then, yeah.
Fuck them. The thing is, we played this street punk show.
Al Quinn's gonna come punch you in the face.
People were at the show. They were like, I came here from fucking Texas. I came here from Chicago. I came here from California.
I came here from
You know,
when?
I came here to see all these. I flew here from fucking all these, I drove here from Virginia. I flew here from Chicago. And it's like, street punk is this thing.
Like, did you put
I
your
don't know.
hair up though?
To me?
No,
I'm
them.
fucking bald. Mark, we should talk about this because we could play some show in Revere and literally all of the people who would be at the show would be from other parts of the United States of
So
America.
weird.
And we could sell our t-shirts and it could be whatever.
I mean, is there a certain guilt that these people are like flying in from all these places
Dude,
to go
I
hang
talked
out
to
and see
these
your
people.
bands in Revere?
I talked to these people and I was like,
Welcome to Revere.
I was like, I'm sorry.
There's a
Like,
dog track down the street. Like,
Like you came from Madrid?
I will say, we played this show in Revere, and the headlining band was Copyright Chaos from
Connecticut, I
Connecticut. I swear to you, at least 50% of the people at the show were from outside of the northeastern part of the United States. Meaning people came from all of these other places. And like, this is true with your band also.
Yeah.
Like, I like checked out your band after the last time we recorded this, and it's like I like your band. The amount of like what you talked about with like the reaction to your band,
I don't
like,
get it.
It's fucking disgusting to me.
Yeah.
Also, like The Unseen, American War Machine, all of this shit is insane. Like, shit is insane. Our world is fucking absolutely disgusting and insane.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can talk about this more after we are done recording.
On that note, 4 hours and 23 minutes in.
Boom.
I think this is the
Nobody's
longest
going to
one.
hear this because it's going to not be recorded.
Pittman's Demons are going to shut it down.
Demons.
Am I demon? Oh, we're going to do it. Yes.
All right, so we're doing a live podcast from the Danzig Behemoth midnight show.
Are we?
September
Oh, I don't know.
11th, 9/11.
We'll figure it out. We got to figure
Never
it out.
forget.
Unless
Never
we're-
My
forgetting.
band is playing on September 10th too, so we can fucking do whatever.
Yeah.
We can hang out.
Yeah,
we should
yes.
do something. We'll talk about
Where's
this
September
later.
10th?
It's in fucking Sammy's patio.
Oh, so we're gonna
I
go
hate
to
it.
So we're gonna be in Revere
It's a
the
double
10th,
header.
like live from Sammy's patio, and then live from Danzig's tour bus
Yes.
the next day.
We're getting on. I'm calling Erie. I will like, use whatever you got to get us on.
All right, set it up, man. Set
So
it up.
like, I don't even have Glenn's
Send us
phone
out of
number
here.
anymore.
So the next two shows in September are going to be in Revere.
On that note,
All right, okay.
Battle Ruins in Revere.
All right. Thank you for, if you hung in this long, we fucking love you. You're the fucking salt of the earth. I love you. All right. Here we
Right
go.
up.
Adios.
Mother's Day is almost here, and you can get her the most beautiful time-tested gift around. A watch she can wear every day from Movement. Whether your mom is into classic dress watches, rare and refined ceramics, or tried and true bestsellers, Movement has something she'll love. And right now, everything at Movement is up to 50% off site-wide during their Mother's Day sale. A watch is a gift that celebrates all the time you spent with mom. And a Movement watch is even more than that. Movement uses industry-leading materials for their fresh modern watch designs, from technically complex ceramics to vintage-inspired style. All for an incredible value your wrist and wallet will both love. And with one-size-fits-all convenience and fast free shipping and returns, it's a stress-free shopping experience. Save big on the best Mother's Day gift ever with Movement. Get up to 50% off site-wide during their Mother's Day sale at mvmt.com. Again, that's up to 50% off at mvmt.com.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.